Welcome to a world where humans and beasts live side by side. We're talking tameable creatures with enough power to literally shatter the heavens. And sitting at the very top of the food chain is a dude named Suiang, blessed by the legendary Lunar Butterfly. This thing is a mythical grade beast, so rare it's basically a fairy tale, and it can even turn back time. Just one look in his eyes, and you can see the literal favor of the gods, earning him the title of Lunar King, a guy everyone worships. Meanwhile, in some random house, some guy is just staring at his computer screen. This Lunar King is a total celebrity, a global superstar even to the haters. But this guy is breaking out in a cold sweat, muttering that the only thing more unbelievable than the hype is the fact that he, Suiang, is times the so-called Lunar King. Yeah, he's totally freaking out because he literally just got isekai'd into this world. One minute he was on Earth, the next he's here, getting a highlight reel of the original body owner's memories. Turns out the times, real times, Lunar King took himself out of the game by, get this, falling out of bed and bonking his head into the afterlife. Our boy thinks, hey, maybe being the Lunar King ain't so bad, but then he pulls up his status window and yep, he's nothing but a measly one-star tamer. And his legendary companion, a shimmering beast with the power of moonlight. He immediately starts roasting the system, because he knows damn well this butterfly is about as legendary as a housefly. The real kicker is, everyone has sky-high expectations for this kid. How in the world is he supposed to deal with all this pressure? And to make matters worse, the original owner of this body was a total attention hog who conned everyone into thinking he was OP. The guy literally told people he had a reincarnation butterfly that only shows up in a crisis. Whenever he put on a show, the fangirls would lose their minds, screaming about how amazing and handsome he was. This dude even stared down the 8-star Empress without even flinching. Our protagonist has no clue how the original owner had such massive guts. He just shakes his head and decides to check out his so-called legendary beast. The shimmering butterfly flutters into view, still sparkling with that fake trace of the god's nonsense. As it gets close to his face, he admits it's kinda cute, right before his face falls as he remembers just how utterly useless it is. He knows some epic battle is waiting for him in 3 years, but the more immediate problem is that he probably can't even win a fight against the academy janitor. Unless he gets some kind of system cheat code, like yesterday, there's zero chance he'll ever live up to the title of Lunar Emperor. But then, a flash of memory from the old owner hits him, and he wonders if he's got access to the same stuff. He whispers, Lunar Book, and poof, the item materializes in his hands. He's actually impressed, looking it over and wondering, are these trading card illustrations? The first page is filled with a bunch of low-ranking, moon-themed critters. And if he combines all the creatures on a single page, he can craft a brand new one, just like in a gacha game. Apparently, the original owner completely ignored this book because it called his precious Lunar Butterfly weak. Our guy can't help but think the original was a total moron. But now, he's suddenly pumped. He's heading to the Lunar Light Academy, which is basically a smorgasbord for finding these kinds of creatures. As he leaves his room, he makes a mental note, no picking fights. He has to lay low and grind for the next 3 years. Meanwhile, over at the advanced tamer dorms, a girl is feeding a little bunny, cooing that it's to help it grow up big and strong. Just then, a girl in red named Suiang snaps at her. Stop wasting time on weak creatures that'll just get attached. So this girl, Bayor, claims she's not going to make a contract with the bunny, she's just messing around. But then, her friend Suiang chimes in, saying that, as an elite, she can't be caught dead with weaklings, or the real powerhouses won't even look her way. She's totally geeking out, saying Boar's gotta be just like the Lunar King, who only deals with absolute top-tier beasts. Just as the bunny gets distracted by something, the girl adds that the Lunar Butterfly probably sticks with the king because he doesn't reek of weakness. And right on cue, the little rabbit bolts and stops right at someone's feet. They look over and just about have a heart attack. It's the Lunar King, looking all cool and mysterious, and they start blushing. To them, his gaze is pure, unfiltered intimidation. The girls are convinced a single glance from him could make anyone bend the knee, but the reality is, he's just freaking out because he's staring at a girl with cat ears. It suddenly clicks for him why the real Lunar King avoided people. Shaking it off, he heads over to the moon pavilion. He looks up, recognizing it as a hotspot for low-level creatures. The plan is simple. Unlock a bunch of critters in his book to get new ones. Wandering around, he spots some glowing particles and gives one a poke. Boom. A notification pops up. New beasts and illustrations unlocked. From the moon element itself to a little juvenile fox, a shadow rat, and even a fish that looks like the moon. Suiang is stoked to see he can view their battle info. Our boy is buzzing because he's basically got a cheat code. Suddenly, the little fox's ears perk up at something, and Suiang freezes in place. He's standing before a massive door. A cold energy is radiating from it, and he notices all the other creatures are giving it a wide berth. He cautiously pushes the door open, and his eyes are immediately drawn to something in the center of the room. Perched on an altar is a stunning albino deer with a single purple horn. The creature moves with an ethereal grace as Suiang gets closer. The system pings him with a warning. This is the white flower deer, the most beautiful of all mid-ranking creatures, and it's notoriously picky about its companions. Our boy just rolls his eyes, thinking the system is being a little extra with the description. Meanwhile, a couple of guys nearby are scoffing, saying it's absurd to waste so much money maintaining a mid-rank creature. They're going on about how they've never seen a beast get this kind of 5-star treatment. The brown-haired one snarks that it must be just for its looks, and right then, the deer slowly turns its head to look at them. The guy is mid-sentence, saying it's just rich people flexing, when a jet of water blasts him right in the face, leaving him totally bewildered. The deer gives them a death stare, and the two book it out of there. As they're scrambling away, one of them yells that mid-rank creatures are as smart as humans, so they'd better scram. Our protagonist watches this go down, thinking those idiots might have had a point, right up until his eyes meet the deer's. Something about his eyes seems to fascinate the creature. It steps off the altar and begins to circle him curiously. It leans in, getting incredibly close to his face, and just stares intently into his eyes. Then, all of a sudden, the Lunar Book materializes in his hand, flashing a message that a new beast has been unlocked and his illustration count has gone up. But that's when something else catches Suiang's eye. This was no mid-ranking creature. This was a supreme rank beast, the kind that could wipe an entire kingdom off the map. A monster with an intellect and consciousness far beyond any human. A being that held dominion over all other animals. He just realized this thing is basically a walking nuke, chilling in the middle of the academy. If this creature decides to have a bad day, this entire place is a total wreck. Then it hits him. If she's in here, the academy must know she's not going to go on a rampage. Besides, those other guys got expelled just for getting splashed, so she's obviously not trying to hurt anyone. But he still can't shake the feeling that she's hiding her true power level from everybody, which is the exact opposite of him, who everyone thinks is a big shot but is actually a complete nobody. He glances over at her, who's staring at the plaque that's straight up lying, calling her a mid-tier creature. Their eyes meet. He knows for a fact she knows that he knows she's bluffing, but then his heart nearly stops. She suddenly snaps into a combat stance, and his brain just screams that she thinks he's about to expose her. So he immediately starts shouting about how this mid-tier creature is so beautiful it's literally paralyzed him. He knows rule number 1 is to not make an enemy out of a walking apocalypse. He decides to just wander around, pretending to admire the other exhibits until the door closes. Then he makes a break for it and sprints out of there. All the while, the deer girl stands there, thinking about our boy's eyes and wondering who in the world he was to have a gaze like that. She gets to her bed and pulls out a phone with a deer girl wallpaper, then starts searching for a boy in the city with crescent moon eyes, and she's completely shocked by what she finds. Meanwhile, back in the tamer's dorm, our hero is totally drained, wondering why on earth the school thinks it's okay to keep a T-Rex in the middle of their zoo. Except, this is way worse, because that creature is 1,000,000 times more dangerous than some dinosaur. He was lucky he ran into her here, because if it was out in the wild, he'd need another supreme rank beast just to get away with his life. And the worst part is, his own creatures are the lowest of the low-tier trash. That's when it finally clicks. He can see the stats of any creature he touches. And of course, he has his little power trip moment, saying everything is in the palm of his hand. He decides to go back and confirm his new cheat skill on another beast. On the way though, he spots that rabbit again, and wonders if it's the same little fluffball from the morning. He thinks it's weird that the critter is so chill, since lunar monsters are usually way more hyper at night. The rabbit is just looking at him all cute and innocent, and our paranoid protagonist immediately wonders if this is another hidden boss in disguise. He calmly decides to reach out and touch it to scan its info. The moment his fingers brush its fur, absolutely nothing happens. He finds out it's not even a true lunar-type creature. This means it only gets a power-up on a full moon, and he realizes it's actually weaker than a common low-rank monster. He feels like a complete idiot for thinking he'd find 2 S-class monsters in one day. Right then, someone nearby drops their food, and a phone clatters to the ground. Something on the screen catches our protagonist's eye, and he has no idea that he's being watched by Biyur. She can't believe her eyes, wondering if she's actually seeing the Lunar King petting some weak, trash-tier creature. Baffled, she heads back to the dorm. So Jing asks her what's wrong, and the cat girl just blurts out, "What are the chances the Lunar King is actually into small, weak monsters?" Her friend is totally confused by the random question, but she just laughs it off and says she was only joking before running off. The second she's in her room, she can't stop thinking about it, picturing that gentle look the Lunar King had when he was with that little rabbit, and she wonders, in a super sweet and innocent way, if she might be the only person who knows about this hidden side of the Lunar King. Sewell totally knows he got caught, but he couldn't care less, figuring the ladies were probably digging the view. He decides it's time to hit the sack and heads for his room, but something stops him dead in his tracks. Over at the window, there's a demon that looks like it could absolutely wreck him. He's freaking out, with zero clue who this terrifying creature is. The big problem is that this might not be a person, but some kind of humanoid beast. Most importantly, he feels this crushing pressure. As she moves closer, he can't even begin to process her power level, until she suddenly drops to one knee, greeting the Lunar King and Lunar God. He starts frantically scrambling through his new memories. Realizing he's supposed to know her, he knows she's one of the 4 moons from the order he supposedly created. However, he has no earthly idea who is actually kneeling in front of him. He plays it cool and says nothing, and the poor girl starts sweating bullets, thinking that even the Lunar King's silence is intimidating. He's completely blanking on her name, so he just cuts to the chase and asks what she wants. The girl reports that the Black Lunar Order is making a lot of noise in the central region, especially near the Palace of the Gods. Suiang, meanwhile, has absolutely no idea what she's talking about. He just turns his back on her, and she nervously asks what's wrong. Our guy tells her to be quiet, because he's trying to remember. After a dramatic pause, he probably did a quick mental Google search, and then announced he remembered everything. It finally clicks that it's not that he didn't know, it's that the original owner of this body simply didn't give a damn about it. She tries to explain that the Black Lunar Order isn't the real issue. The actual problem is the Palace of the Gods getting involved. Now Time's name rings a bell. The Palace of the Gods is a place that's home to thousands of legendary beasts. But even though they've been the top dogs for 1,000 years, his Order of the 4 Moons completely changed the game in the last 3. He bluffs, saying the Order is planning to attack. The only snag is he's got no one to protect him. Suiang just stays silent, then drops a cool line about how she can move forward since there's no danger to him under the moonlight. The girl gets totally hyped, saying she understood his profound wisdom perfectly. Turns out, that's a famous catchphrase from the Lunar God. Everyone thinks that because of the butterfly, he's basically invincible. With that, she vanishes, leaving our boy speechless. He cannot believe the original owner had the nerve to say such incredibly cringy things. The worst part is the guy would just wander around spouting random edgy nonsense. But thanks to his legion of crazy followers, these garbage phrases somehow became famous last words. Out of nowhere, he'd just whip around and declare he felt the presence of the Lunar God, or the moon favors me, or some other crap about the moon rising and being bright. He's completely lost, having just been dropped into this world with all these headaches. At least it seems he doesn't have to worry about the Palace of the Gods. The only tiny insignificant problem is that he doesn't actually have the real butterfly. So he is, in fact, completely without a bodyguard. If he gets jumped in this state, he's going to die in the most pathetic way imaginable. That's when he remembers something important. After unlocking all those creatures in the book, he can at least summon a new one. The system says he can initiate the first exchange, and he gets super excited. The system gives him a heads up that the creature he gets is totally up to chance. As soon as it materializes, he can either register it as his own creature or send it back to the system to get some attribute points instead. Our boy is getting hyped because this means he can finally beef himself up instead of just collecting pets. But hold on a sec. He's desperate to snag one of Lee's supreme rank beasts and finally be able to walk around without fear. So, naturally, he starts praying to every single deity in existence. Full of confidence, he declares he's going for the supreme beast and smashes the button. Energy blasts from the book, and a blinding light whites out his vision. The pages start flipping like a hurricane as the system announces a creature has been unlocked. He's on the edge of his seat until he gets a see-through moonlight thingy. Okay, so it's a high-rank creature, but it looks like it's stuck on support duty. He knows that for any other schmuck, this would be a jackpot. But he's the Lunar God, for crying out loud, so a glorified glow stick isn't going to move the needle. Considering the absolute dumpster fire he's currently dealing with, this support pet won't solve anything, so he yeets it right back into the book. The system chimes in, informing him that he'll be rewarded with the creature's raw power instead. He nets enough experience to become a 1-star tamer and nearly levels up to 2 stars. He's thrilled for a solid second, then the crushing reality hits him. It makes zero difference. He's absolutely fuming that the previous owner of this body could have been rolling deep with a whole squad of powerful monsters. But no, that clown chose to pass on all that power just to hang out with a butterfly. It's not until later, right before he crashes for the night, that he realizes what a boneheaded move he just pulled. Even if that creature wasn't a powerhouse, it was 1,000 times better than the useless butterfly he's stuck with now. A decision that dumb just feels off, you know? And our boy starts to wonder if the original dude's terrible judgment is still infecting his brain. He shakes his head, trying to snap out of it, muttering that he's going insane for even entertaining that guy's logic. He face plants onto the bed, swearing that the next time a high-rank beast shows up, he's making a contract, no questions asked. At least tomorrow, he can hit up the pavilion to grind some EXP and collect all the loot he missed. Remembering the white deer, he cooks up a scheme to bring her a little something, hoping it'll finally convince her to let him get close. The next morning, the deer wakes up and completely freaks out. The entire place is barren. She's probably thinking the whole joint is getting demolished when a girl approaches, spinning a tale about how she'll live a much better life at the palace of the gods. Looking all sad, the girl tells the deer to listen to her new owners. The poor thing is horrified, realizing she's just been sold off, and sold to the palace of the lunar god. Of all places. Elsewhere, 2 girls in work gear are gossiping about how ridiculous it is that the lunar god is even a student there. The blue-haired girl tells her partner to zip it and stop trying to cause drama, reminding her to focus on the mission. She pivots, calling them out by saying she knows they're only there to snatch the white flower deer. That's when a green-haired girl named Suiang introduces herself as the one who runs the pavilion. The 2 women introduce themselves with some cheesy motto like "the night is eternal," which just makes Suiang think they're a couple of arrogant show-offs. She turns and tells them to come in and see the creature, but the blue-haired one scoffs, saying she already peeped it online, and tells her to just bring it out, offering to pay 10 times the price. That offer leaves Suiang completely floored. Knowing that a white deer is ridiculously rare, she decides to milk this opportunity for all it's worth, claiming this deer is a direct descendant of the pavilion founder's legendary creature. Because of that, she says, they've been treating it like a supreme-class beast, so a measly 10 times the price isn't even in the ballpark. The red-haired girl claps back, pointing out that having a fancy ancestor doesn't change the fact that it's still just a mid-rank creature. But her sister shuts her down, asking if 20 times the asking price would seal the deal. This stuns the other girl, and definitely gets the pavilion owner's attention. The red-haired girl scurries over to her sister, whispering that 20 times the price is way more cash than they're carrying. But the blue-haired girl isn't worried about the cost. She has a creature called the Moon's Voice, and it's screaming that some major danger is right around the corner. They absolutely need this new creature to defend the palace of the gods, which is why she's ready to throw even more money at the problem. But just then, she feels it. An insane pressure, heavy enough to flatten a normal person into a pancake. She knows instantly, only one being packs that kind of punch, the Lunar King. And he's getting closer. She starts shaking, wondering what in the world he's doing here. Meanwhile, her red-haired sister is completely frozen, unable to even process what's happening. It's like her brain just short-circuited. She tries to warn her, hissing, "Don't you dare look him in the eyes." But of course, she turns, her eyes go wide, and she just drops. The blue-haired girl, however, stands her ground, cool as a cucumber, muttering that she's seen him up close before. That's when Suiang strolls over and just gives them the stare. That one look is all it takes. They both immediately bow their heads as he looms over them. The poor girl feels like if she even tries to look up, she'll disintegrate. It feels like trying to stare down a literal god. An impossible, terrifying task. So, while these 2 are freaking out, convinced he's about to end them, our boy Suiang is just standing there awkwardly, wondering why everyone's frozen, until King He comes rushing over, calling his name. She approaches, practically beaming, saying it's a massive honor to finally see his face in the flesh. Then she flashes a tattoo on her arm, proudly declaring she joined the Brotherhood of the Double Moon 3 months ago. With that intro, she explains these girls are just messengers from the palace of the lunar god, here to purchase the deer. She then goes on about how she plans to sell it for an insane price, thanks to its pristine bloodline and stunning looks. It suddenly hits Suiang. These people are clueless. They have zero idea how insanely powerful this creature really is. You can't put a price tag on something this rare. With that thought, he turns, and the sisters finally breathe a sigh of relief until he tells them to get lost, saying this place isn't for their kind. Then he drops the bomb. The moon is about to fall. King He glances up at the sky, totally confused. It's not even nighttime. There's no moon out. However, her mind immediately interprets it as a terrifying prophecy, not a literal statement. Basically, she thinks it's a premonition that some world-ending disaster is on its way. The blue-haired sister connects the dots, realizing he must know exactly what's going down at the Palace of the Gods. But that's when the redhead stupidly decides to argue. The moon isn't actually going to fall. Except, she can barely get the words out through her stuttering. The crowd immediately jumps on her, telling her to shut it and not to question the moon god's chosen one. And right on cue, she flinches when she sees our boy just staring her down with those eerie, moon-like eyes. She starts shaking like a leaf as he calmly turns and walks off. She collapses right into her sister's arms, who's now thinking that, if the moon god himself is involved, they're gonna have to kiss that creature goodbye. Meanwhile, as Suiang strolls away, he's fully aware he just pulled that impending calamity line out of thin air. And as King He remembers the girls insisting their moon would never fall, she sees how humiliated they look and jumps in to back Suiang up, declaring their moon times already times fell a long time ago. The only eternal moon is the one the Moon King sees. Our guy can finally relax. He can't believe everyone actually bought his act, but hey, this whole profit gig has its perks. He has no idea how long he can keep this charade up. But for now, the deer is safe. As he thinks this, the staff starts clearing everyone out of the hall. The deer is practically screaming at them to keep their paws off her stuff, but the humans are just totally baffled by this behavior. The blonde lady gets all teary-eyed, thinking the deer just can't bear to part with its owner. She goes in for a big hug, cooing about how beautiful she is and promising to visit, all while the deer is mentally screaming, "Get off me." Then the woman moves to clear out the deer's bed, but holed up underneath it all, she discovers a smartphone, a magazine, and a mirror. She's like, why in the world does a beast have this stuff? The deer is freaking out, thinking her secret life is about to be blown wide open. Turns out she's been doing some extensive research on the Moon King. Realizing this, she gets absolutely furious, vowing to protect her stash at all costs. She goes full demon mode and lunges at the woman, sending the phone flying right into some very convenient hands. When the woman turns, she freezes in terror. Standing in the doorway is our boy, the one and only Moon King, and everybody knows who he is. The deer is panicking now. He was the last person who could ever see that. The moment he glances at the screen, his own eyes go wide. The deer scrambles to hide as he sees she's been reading some spicy manhwa about beasts and humans. We're talking seriously forbidden romance territory here, but you know, those authors just can't be stopped. Suiang tosses the phone aside, declares the sale is off, and tells everyone to scram. He then announces that, at sunset, the Double Moon clan is sending someone to buy the whole joint. Everyone is stunned that he's buying the entire property, but Suiang? He's stoked. His original strategy was to just scoop up a bunch of low-rank creatures, but who would have guessed he'd stumble upon a chance to snag a supreme-rank beast? Given the situation, the best move is a tactical retreat. The crowd is completely bewildered, muttering about how nobody expected the Moon King himself to call the whole thing off. Meanwhile, that Snoopy woman, on the other hand, is dying to know what was on that phone that got the king so worked up. But just then, the deer zips in, snatches it with her mouth, and bolts. She dashes past all the other beasts, thinking, that damn king. He saw everything, my whole identity, my search history. He's trying to make a clean getaway, but she's not about to let him leave this pavilion. And so, she orders him to halt, growling that she knows he saw everything. Hearing her voice, it clicks for him, it's a girl. And suddenly, her choice of reading material makes perfect sense. She threatens that if he breathes a word of her secret to anyone, she'll make him regret it. He pauses, and she wonders if her threat actually landed. But Suiang just smirks and says she doesn't need to worry about her. Asterisk intimate times, secrets getting out. She looks adorably flustered, and he adds that she's definitely caught his interest. However, she fires back that she's not scared of him just because he's the Moon King. If he squeals, she'll hunt him down and end him. Now, Suiang knows that powerful creatures can sense when their name is spoken nearby. It's a classic skill for all supreme-level beasts. So he slyly asks, "You mean you'll pop up next to me every single time I say your name?" She furiously yells back, "Yes!" A second later, she's wondering why he asked it like times that asterisk. Then he gets all smooth, leans in close, and whispers, "Then it'll be our little secret." He gives her a charming smirk and starts to walk away, telling her to remember that. But before he's gone, she calls out for him to wait, warning him to be careful during the full moon. Suiang just glances back, says he gets it, and then he's gone. She's left standing there, completely baffled by his words. Meanwhile, Suiang is breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking, did I really just manage to troll a supreme rank beast? Man, for the love of all that is holy, I'm just praying this supreme beast doesn't suddenly pop into a waifu. However, he just smirks when he figures out her biggest fear is getting her embarrassing past exposed. The only part that trips him up is the warning to be careful around the full moon. I mean, if she's convinced he's the moon god and even she's saying things are getting weird, then you know something's seriously up. Back at his crib, he's wondering what his next move should be. The most glaring problem is that he's running around with 0 bodyguards. If that's the deal, then priority number 1 is to expand his crew. Meanwhile, over at the Lunar God's palace, a place supposedly run by the 10 princesses. Going by how these stories work, I'm just gonna assume they're all comically skinny and look like goblins. Number 4. Who totally proves my point, by the way, asks if the king actually said all that. The girls confirm it, and she's just like, well, guess we'll have to adapt and get ready. But then, the other ladies at the table start going off, telling her she's got it all wrong. One of them in slick red armor points out that him even showing up at the pavilion proves something is going down. They all agree there has to be at least one monarch rank creature in the mix, and some chrome-domed dude adds that something so big is coming that not even the Lunar Palace will survive. Everyone is dying to know if the 4th princess is actually going to cooperate with him. She scoffs, asking if they honestly believe they can still win against him after he's signed a contract with a monarch. The room goes dead silent, and she's about to call them all chickens when plot twist it wasn't a woman. Some guy declares, the Moon King isn't the only one favored by the moonlight. So, after Suiang went on a shopping spree and blew his entire guild's budget on beasts from the academy, the folks up north started getting real suspicious about his game plan. Most people figured he was just going to absorb a bunch of weaklings to get his power back, which was a huge red flag that the monster inside him was about to wake up and choose violence. Because of these rumors, the entire North was on edge. However, the guy they were all terrified of was just chilling in his room, playing the gacha game, pulling new creatures. I'm still trying to figure out why he summoned Peppa Pig. At least he's stoked about finally getting a high-ranking creature. Even with the pavilion's help, that's the best he's managed to pull. Any low or medium-rank creatures are basically vendor trash, only good for cashing in for points. And, even though he swore he'd sign a contract with the very next high-rank creature he pulled, this Moon in the Lake thing seems to be a pure support type. The original owner has amnesia, and there's 0 information about her on the internet. He finds it super bizarre that there are creatures out there that haven't even been patched into the encyclopedia yet. Knowing he got the summon, he decides to check out the Lunar Book for some lore. The book explains that this creature can absorb any kind of shock or energy fluctuation and just store it all. He's floored when he reads that she's apparently 13,000 years old. This means she's literally older than the Lunar Palace itself. No wonder there's no file on her in the modern encyclopedia. But that's when a galaxy brain idea hits him. If it's a creature nobody knows about, then he doesn't have to worry about people calling it weak. Since all the info was lost to time, nobody can prove she isn't strong enough to be a king's official beast. And, at the end of the day, for a guy who can't fight, maybe having a personal damage sponge isn't such a bad idea. With that, he decides to just close his eyes and sign the contract. He tells the glowing butterfly to bounce. And, in the next second, he's suddenly standing in a lake. He looks down and sees her reflection in the water, and he gets a totally different vibe from her than from other high-rank creatures. Alright, this is pet number 2, and he's seriously hoping it's not another useless freeloader, especially since the full moon is just around the corner. On that very night, some poor guy was stuck on patrol, staring at the moon and wondering what he did to deserve this. He'd gotten a tip that the Moon King was making a move tonight, which made absolutely no sense to him, but being hailed as the Black Moon's top tamer meant he couldn't just call in sick. So there he was, spying on our hero's house from way back, paranoid he'd get spotted and vaporized on the spot. Meanwhile, our boy was just logging back into reality from his pet's consciousness. The butterfly was all hyped up, while the lake girl looked like she was in a coma. Since it was a full moon night, he figured he'd step out and see what all the fuss was about. The second he left his room, he saw everyone sprinting around and screaming for their pets. He was confused for a hot second before realizing it was probably related to the big danger of the day. Just then, a massive explosion went off, shaking the whole building. He casually strolled to the window to check out the source of the ruckus. A column of smoke was rising in the distance. He couldn't help but crack a smile, relieved that for once, he wasn't the target. That poor lookout, however, was now a crater decoration, completely floored by the attack. He couldn't wrap his head around it. The mission brief said a simple lunar rabbit. What he got was a kaiju-sized bunny radiating an insane aura. The rabbit glanced over, its eyes locking onto him. It lunged to finish the job. He dodged just in time as the attack obliterated another building. Back in the dorms, it was pure pandemonium. Meanwhile, Suiang was just trying to process why any of this was even happening. In another part of the campus, a stampede of creatures was barreling through the pavilion, screeching to a halt in front of a door. From inside, the white deer bellowed, "What is all this racket in the middle of the night? Get back to your beds, you hooligans." The event organizer was there, looking like he was about to have a heart attack from the sheer chaos. The deer, however, was just chilling in bed, thinking, "Is tonight the night he finally summons me?" Out in the city, the giant rabbit was still brawling with the tamer. He teleported away and reappeared, laughing, "Heh, so you do have a little power after all." He'd summoned two of his own pets, taunting, "I really didn't want to bring these guys out for you. You should be careful. If the Moon King gets angry, you could get yourself erased." But the rabbit acted like it didn't hear a thing and just kept charging forward. He used his two pets as a meat shield, and the resulting shockwave ripped through the city. Both creatures were torn to pieces, but their skin just absorbed the debris, and a second later, they were perfectly reformed. The guy figured it out. The rabbit was a strong but slow, pea-brained tank. His pets didn't die from that. They clearly weren't supreme rank, and since the Moon King himself was a no-show, it seemed this rabbit wasn't his problem after all. With that, he hopped off his creatures and let them start bathing in the moonlight. They merged, transforming into a massive black fish with eerie lunar eyes. A split second later, a sharp pain shot through his chest, and he yelled for them to stop absorbing. That's because every tamer knows if your pet sucks up too much energy, you're the one who goes kaboom. But he was absolutely thrilled. Finally, a worthy test dummy to unleash his full power on. He stretched out his hand with a wicked grin and said, "You're not the only one who goes into berserker mode under a full moon." A massive shark made of moonlight attacked, and yet another explosion rocked the entire city. Meanwhile, the teachers were frantically evacuating students to the shelters. Down there, everyone was just asking themselves who had the nerve to attack the academy, and what in the world for. Someone else piped up that it was just insane, since everybody knows the Moon King hangs out there. And speak of the devil, our boy came sprinting by. The woman started to tell the student to wait a sec, right before her jaw hit the floor, realizing it was the Moon King himself. He just whipped around, looking like he'd been through a hurricane, and announced that the moon was about to rise. The crazy part? He was rocking just a crossbow, but had all the confidence in the world about the moon's light. It was like his body was literally built for this kind of chaos. The body's previous owner probably would have said something dramatic like, "The eyes of the moon are upon him." Meanwhile, Mr. Shark Dude was posted up in the middle of the city. He was 100% sure his last attack was more than enough. But then, his monster started screaming in agony, and the guy's brain just short-circuited. The rabbit was already back on its feet, and he couldn't process how it resisted. As the colossal bunny stared him down, the guy was visibly terrified. From the sidelines, someone commented on how scary it was. That was Bayur, who was dying to watch the show, while her friend insisted it was way too risky. But she shot back that seeing this exact kind of throwdown was why she joined the academy in the first place, right before getting a solid bonk on the head. Now, sporting a fresh bump on her head, she wondered why that creature looked so familiar. Suiang guessed it was, at minimum, a mid-ranked rabbit monster. The only problem was, its absolutely gargantuan size. Both of them were completely stunned. The rabbit grabbed the shark monster by the ears and unceremoniously slammed its face into the pavement. The Black Moon guy knew his pet was about to lose and quickly authorized a technique called Moon Devour. His monster let out a massive roar, unleashing a wave of pressure that slammed into the rabbit, twisting it up like a balloon animal. The guy cracked a smile, thinking this was an unbeatable move. But plot twist, the rabbit just started absorbing all that energy like a protein shake. It finally dawned on the dude that if a creature that massive also had a secret technique, his chances of winning were exactly zero. Bayur looked totally impressed, while Suiang was screaming at her to get out of there, and with that, she tackled her friend to the ground and summoned her fox to throw up a shield. The rabbit then let out a roar, creating an explosion that shook the entire city. "My man, That thing was atomic. When the smoke cleared, the little shark was completely disintegrated, and the entire area was a desolate crater. The rabbit noticed something nearby. The barrier protecting the two girls had just shattered. Suiang muttered that the shield was the only reason they weren't a red stain on the ground. Bayur had also summoned her own creature, and seeing it staring, she ran to her tiger and told it to stand down. This, of course, drew the giant rabbit's full attention. However, the monster just stared at the three of them, unmoving. They were all pretty sure their lives were over. Strangely, it just stood perfectly still. Suiang was trying to figure out why the creature wasn't attacking. She then noticed it seemed to be looking directly at Bayur. A moment later, the monster stomped over to the rubble and yanked the shark guy out of the wreckage. The guy was fuming, yelling if that was a high-rank creature and telling it to let him go because the Moon King was on his way. The rabbit responded by slamming him back into the dirt and preparing to crush him. Bayur, bless her heart, wanted to intervene. But Suiang immediately shut that down, saying they shouldn't get involved. The girl argued back that it was just plain wrong to let the guy die like that. Suiang warned her to at least be a little careful. Just as Bayur was mustering up the courage to step forward, a voice told her to stay put. At that moment, he called upon the name of the moon god, and our boy appeared, looking cool as hell. He said that this was not a fight for her and strolled forward, announcing that the moonlight would now converge. A whole bunch of magic circles flared to life around him, and they all wondered if he was even human. Suddenly, he was standing right underneath the giant rabbit. Right off the bat, he could tell this thing's build didn't scream supreme creature. That left only one logical conclusion. 10 minutes ago, as chaos erupted, he was just kicking back and watching the show. He was pretty darn sure nobody stood a chance against that beast. I mean, even a 4-star monster got wiped out in a blink. The original game plan was to just tag it to check its stats, but that was looking like a suicide mission. But then, he noticed something weird. The monster wasn't actually going after anyone. He knew that a top-tier creature acting this mindlessly just didn't add up. Considering all this, he strolled forward, dead certain he knew what was going on. That poor schmuck on the floor actually thought getting wrecked was some kind of blessing. However, Suiang just casually collected the corpse and told his guys to haul it off. With that business handled, Suiang finally came face to face with the rampaging rabbit. He then laid out his theory. No creature goes nuts under the moonlight and keeps its wits about it. This thing had to be just some common monster running on pure instinct. And only low-level mobs operate on instinct. With a smirk, he held out his hand and asked, "So, you looking for me?" From a safe distance, the two girls were like, "What is this psycho even doing?" While Bora yelled at him to watch his back. The rabbit geared up to charge, and everyone thought the poor dude was about to become a pancake. He was confident in his theory. But hey, even he had a moment of doubt. Just then, a single drop hit the lake's surface. The creature's rampage suddenly stopped, and next thing you know, he's being hugged by the girl who emerged from the water. Everyone's jaw hit the floor, and the dude on the ground finally recognized it. A shuru, one of those mysterious ancient creatures. The kind of thing he'd only ever read about in the Black Moon's intel files. He cracked open his eyes, a grin spreading across his face when he realized he'd actually stopped the attack. The only catch? The lake girl probably couldn't tank another hit like that. But hey, at least now he knew what he was dealing with. He was positive there was nothing to worry about now. He knew exactly who this was, which is why he never made a move on Bayer. And because the guy lacks a lunar body, he's just soaking up all that moon power with zero control. Out of nowhere, a new squad rolls up, asking if they missed the party. The guy on the ground just sighed, telling them they weren't late. It's just that showing up now is completely pointless. The Moon King had awakened, which pretty much meant game over for everyone. You could feel the panic in the air. Taking it all in, Suiang knew he had to make them fear the right person. This kid. He turned to the rabbit, asking if she came for him, and she immediately bowed her head. The crowd was totally baffled, as he promised her all the moon power her little heart desired. He leaned in closer, telling her he'd meet her back where it all began. She nodded, then turned and bounced. The dude on the ground scrambled up, absolutely fuming. He got his butt kicked and didn't even get a glimpse of the king's true power. He even whined to the Moon King that the rabbit attacked him, asking why he was letting it slide. However, the king just turned and asked, "Was that times an attack?" The guy was totally mesmerized, noticing how his eye changed with the moon. He just prayed he wasn't about to fall for him too. The poor dude's mind replayed everything he just witnessed, and he collapsed back onto the ground. He was muttering that he had just seen the one true emperor. All his ambition, poof, gone. It was time to pack it in. He was completely out of his league. Then, a mysterious figure ordered him to continue his undercover mission in the northern region. And, just like that, he came to in an academy hospital bed, realizing that whole dream sequence was actually a high-level DM from the big shots, which meant the whole thing was for real. The only problem? He had zero clue how he was supposed to deal with the Moon King. Meanwhile, back in his own room, our protagonist woke up to a tiny rabbit staring him down. He just about jumped out of his skin and demanded to know what it was doing there. And that's when it hit him he'd actually gone and made a pact with that little dude. After the coast was clear, he had snuck back to where they first met. Since the creature had a nasty habit of transforming during a full moon, letting it run wild was just asking for trouble. And so, he sealed the deal. Still, the status screen showing 2 low-rank summons didn't exactly scream kingly material. At least now he could sleep a little easier on full moon nights. Then again, seeing it acting all cute and cuddly at his feet made him think maybe safe wasn't the right word. Shrugging it off, he decided to head to the pavilion, but the second he opened his door, it was total chaos with everyone scrambling around. He overheard some girls freaking out about trying to snag a pact with a supreme-ranked creature. That spooked him, so he immediately hopped online. Turns out, a one-of-a-kind supreme-grade spear called the Crescent Moon had just dropped in the northern region. The catch was, this thing was so ridiculously hard to tame that not even the Empress or the 10 Moons could get it to budge. And as he wandered off, he had no idea he was being tailed. His stalkers were actually impressed. The guy was literally walking away from a god-tier item, completely ignoring the opportunity of a lifetime. But our boy had zero interest in even trying. Best case, he'd make a fool of himself in front of hundreds of people. Worst case, the weapon's aura alone would probably flatten him. Besides, he had his sights set on something way easier, and a whole lot closer. The white flower was just chilling in her room when the door creaked open. She turned to see him just casually saying, "Hey." He mentioned it had been a hot minute since they'd last seen each other. She cut right to the chase, asking what he was doing there, instead of chasing after the crescent moon. Suiang joked that she must be chronically online to know about it already. She shot back that she didn't need the internet to feel an item like that drop, and asked if he wasn't worried someone else would snatch it up. However, he just shrugged, saying he wasn't interested because having a pet was way cuter. With that, he pulled something from his pocket and offered it to her. She eyed it suspiciously, asking if it was some kind of super rare, crazy, expensive treat. He was like, pretty much. Except he actually had a bottomless supply of it from the system, all thanks to the previous owner being a total cheapskate who never spent a dime. She took it and immediately stashed it in a jar, which made him ask if she didn't like his gift. But she just replied that she only snacks when she's watching a movie or reading a novel. He was totally thrown for a loop by that and said he was going to take off to avoid blowing her cover. Then it dawned on him there was another way to talk, and he asked if she could add him as a friend. She agreed, and his phone buzzed instantly. The profile pic that popped up was a girl with white hair and a purple horn. He recognized the name instantly. It was the same as the Academy's founder from hundreds of years ago. She was obviously a direct descendant. The big question was whether she'd actually look like that in her human form. She asked if something was wrong, but he just said nope and that he'd be back tomorrow. This mighty warrior was probably dying to turn into a woman, just so she could stop being a blushing deer. 3 whole days went by, and the Moon King still hadn't shown the slightest bit of interest in the spear. Because of his indifference, the line of hopefuls just kept getting longer. The girls slammed the table, yelling about how this was a suicide mission, and warned everyone to sign the waiver, because if they got themselves deleted, it wasn't her problem. She was complaining about being so over this whole scene when some dude known as the Black Whale finally showed up. She shot him a look and asked if he was back to 100%. He just smirked, said yep, and offered to handle the mess so she could finally take a breather. She was like, "Fine, he's all yours," while thinking to herself, if this clown actually thinks he's getting his hands on that spear, he's got another thing coming. The other girls ran over, asking the Black Whale dude if he was all patched up. He assured them he was good to go, his mind already focused on someone who was about to arrive. He knew the dream had sent a little heads up, and he was dying to see who this person was. Right on cue, a girl in a black cloak approached the desk. As she handed over the sign-up sheet, he spotted a unique mark on her hand. She glanced up for half a second, and the guy just stood there frozen, shaking in his boots. He was dead certain she was the one. Elsewhere, in another region, someone was getting real curious about the so-called beast sent from the stars. A girl who was literally head-to-toe blue commented that its aura was off the charts, and admitted that, seeing it in person, she was totally impressed. A blonde guy behind her smugly asked, "So, you finally get it now? If any creature not blessed by the moonlight dares to enter that place, it gets erased from existence in an instant." Two other women nearby scoffed that it was a fool's errand. The blue girl simply said she understood. She'd send in other members of the order, but she planned to keep a close eye on the cannon fodder who went in first. The moment she left, the other women started complaining about how much she creeped them out. The blonde guy stepped in, telling them to knock it off because they still needed to pick who was going in. He laid it out for them. Trying to enter with a supreme rank creature would just make the spear's defense system go berserk. That means only beasts below supreme rank and a few chosen ones even stand a chance. A redhead wondered if that was the real reason the Lunar King hadn't shown up. Just then, a voice from behind them announced, "They're here." They all whipped around, a look of serious concern on every face. All the challengers were itching for a shot, fully aware of how insanely dangerous it was. The cloaked girl then locked eyes with the blue girl, who stared right back without flinching. She then announced to the whole crowd that they were about to enter the crescent moon's domain. First things first, the item's consciousness is pretty much invincible. Second, if it wakes up and gets angry, basically everything and everyone gets turned into cosmic dust. The end. Our boy was there in the crowd, taking in all this delightful news. "So, it's alive, but you can't even have a chat with it? Perfect." The white flower sent him a private message, explaining that all these people would be better off just giving up. Our boy thought it was hilarious that a sleeping artifact could wipe out anyone who got close. He shot back a question. "So it never wakes up on its own?" The white flower confirmed, "Correct, but it can be woken up." She then asked if he wasn't going to try his luck, and the poor guy was thinking, "Why on earth would I do something so monumentally stupid? If anything went wrong, my whole reputation would go up in smoke." And just like that, an idea sparked in his head, and he stood up. Meanwhile, among the group of challengers, the girl in disguise was scanning the area, noticing the Lunar King was a no-show. Touching the mountain, she thought, "If this is what I think it is, then I've actually got a chance to win." And the very instant she secured the crescent moon, she would permanently silence every single tamer there so the secret wouldn't get out. Suddenly, her communicator buzzed with a new message. The Lunar King was on his way. She was completely thrown, wondering why in the world this was happening right now of all times. The instructor barked at her. "What are you doing on that thing? Get distracted in here, and you'll end up as a new feature of the landscape before you even know what hit you." The cloaked girl just gave a blank stare, then quickly bowed her head in apology. The instructor walked away, muttering that she should just quit now and go home. But of course, the other girl is just daydreaming about all the ways she's going to make her suffer the second she gets her hands on the crescent moon. The instructor starts laying down the rules, explaining that everyone gets a get-out-of-jail-free teleportation stone. She makes it crystal clear. The moment you break it, you're zapped right out of there. And if you even times you see the crescent moon waking up, you'd better bail immediately, unless you've got a serious death wish. Meanwhile, our wounded friend is just stressing, knowing things are about to get messy once the king shows up. At the same time, the blue-haired girl is internally convinced this whole operation is a complete joke, especially since the legendary Empress Kang Yu herself already tried and failed. Seeing a bunch of measly 3-star tamers attempt it, she thinks it's completely impossible, but then she senses something weird. The other girl, who had her back turned, suddenly whipped around. Her instincts screamed danger, and she instantly ducked behind a tree. She's left wondering what in the world a master-level tamer is doing creeping around the academy. As she's pondering this, the other students start crossing the barrier. The shady woman figured she needed to handle this before the Moon King arrived. Right then, the blue-haired girl calls out to Elha. "You know, the instructor." She points out that only the Moon King could possibly handle this, so why are all these low-level scrubs even here? Elha just shoots back, asking why she doesn't give taming the supreme-level creature a shot herself. They have a little stare-down, and Blue Hair realizes the instructor is totally oblivious to the other girl's shady vibe. Just then, everyone's head snaps in one direction. The Moon King himself was arriving, and everyone was dying to know what his deal was. Aoho asked if he was seriously going to try taming the creature, while the others panicked that he might awaken the weapon instead. However, the instructor just called them clueless, saying if he's here, it's because he's 100% confident he can tame it. In reality though, Suiang just wanted to poke the book to see if it would free his friend. But the instant his foot crossed the barrier, his system menu updated immediately. A notification popped up for something called the Silent Library of Supreme Rank, an attribute so ridiculously powerful and rare that weaker beasts couldn't even sense its presence. Suiang was hyped a Supreme Rank item. This was huge. But then he immediately yanked his foot back. He just stood there, hesitating, leaving everyone completely baffled as to why he stopped. He then pulls out his phone, confusing them even more. Aoho Yu finally asks if he has a problem, and he just smiles, casually asking why she let black moon insects into this area. The crowd was stunned, speechless as he walked right in, announcing that from this point forward, the twin moons would be running this place, and he'd be taking care of everything personally. People were still freaking out over the black moon bombshell, and the blue-haired girl knew it had to be the creep she just encountered. Now everyone was worried sick about the students already inside, but Aoho Yu assured them they had teleport stones, so they were safe. Our boy, on the other hand, was having second thoughts about going in because of that silent library. If the black cult was using a trump card like that, it meant they were dead serious about its power. The whole situation was a massive red flag. The old him would never have had the guts for this. But strangely, ever since he got transmigrated, he's felt himself changing. And with that, he leaped in without a moment's hesitation, while the black shark guy looked on, clearly worried about the serpent girl. Elha said his logic checked out, and he mentioned he was risking it all for them. The other women, however, just gossiped about what a disaster this was turning into. He wasn't about to do a thing. The instructor clocked his super weird behavior, wondering what in the world was up with him today. This one dude got all hyped, but the second he touched the barrier, K-boom, he got blasted back, leaving everyone else stunned and wondering what the heck just happened. Then, a girl rocking 50 jingly bells struts in, declaring that he had zero chance. From the ink on her thighs, our guy instantly knew she was from the Twin Moons sect. She then grandly asked if anyone had bothered to listen to His Highness's order. Seriously, this girl must sound like Santa's sleigh with every step. She laid down the law, saying that, as long as she was there, nobody was getting in. The Black Shark crew wondered if she was already in on the secret of the silent lyra. Meanwhile, inside, the serpent girl was already on the prowl. She'd been in there for a solid 10 minutes, and still couldn't pinpoint the spear. All the weaklings who tagged along with her? Yeah, they were already toast. At least now there'd be no annoying interruptions to her plan. But then, she suddenly felt it. A ridiculously powerful aura that she knew, without a doubt, was the real deal. Her eyes lit up as she finally locked onto the spear, and man, was she excited. She was gloating to herself, thinking she didn't even need a pact with the silent lyra. She'd saved herself for this exact moment, and crept closer, cooing that the spear wanted her. She was absolutely convinced it had rejected the others because they were born as empresses, musing that the spear must be the type that likes to be appreciated. Then, putting on a cutesy act, she said she might not be all that powerful, but as a rank 6 tamer, she would totally, admire the heck out of that spear. With that, she made a dash to grab it, promising she would never, ever treat it badly. However, the second her hand got close, a massive flash of light erupted, and a force field slammed her back. Access denied. She was completely baffled, wondering how it was even possible that she got rejected. She was so sure she was the perfect person for it. So, what went wrong? Just then, the other chumps in the room started to recognize her, and one guy shouted that she was the one who wiped out 20 people from his sect. He even remembered she'd taken out one of his own brothers. And with that accusation hanging in the air, the whole crowd decided they were going to end her and claim the crescent moon spear. But instead of being scared, she just started laughing like a complete maniac, leaving everyone totally confused. She cackled that she was already in a foul mood from being rejected, and now this bunch of trash wanted to get themselves deleted. And just like that, she unleashed her pets. A terrifying monster made of moonlit mist and some wild creature riding a freaking flying whale. Everyone immediately realized they were all high-rank beasts. She sneered at them to stop gawking and summon their own pets, or things were about to get ugly, then ordered her monster to attack. After her beasts completely steamrolled everyone else's, she turned back to the crescent moon and smugly asked if it saw that. The power she wielded was far greater than it could ever imagine. However, the spear gave her the silent treatment. She started getting royally ticked off, right, until a voice called out, "You're just a piece of trash from the Black Moon. And who is it?" "It's our boy," laughing his head off at her little tantrum. She whips around, recognizing him as the Lunar King, and scoffs, asking why a measly 1 star is there all alone. She taunted him, saying that even with an emperor-ranked creature, he himself was still pathetically weak. Suiang just keeps on laughing. He knows exactly what she's thinking, that he's powerless to summon his creature because of the silent lyra. So he plays along, agreeing that the serpent's seat is correct. A simple emperor can't possibly handle everything alone. However, he tells her the outcome here would be exactly the same, with or without the lyra. He then gives her a friendly warning that before the twin moons arrive, she should probably smash that stone and run for her life. The serpent girl is completely floored, realizing he knew about the lyra the whole time and walked in anyway. She's completely stumped, not knowing whether to run for her life or try to fight him. Suiang, on the other hand, just strolls forward casually. All he has to do is get one touch on that spear, the very same weapon that once sliced a star in half. But right as he's about to make contact, someone screams at him not to even think about it. It's Snake Girl, launching an all-out attack. Her entire monster squad barrages our boy. However, a ridiculously simple wall just materializes and blocks every single hit, leaving her totally dumbfounded. She has zero clue how he did that without summoning a single beast. Meanwhile, our protagonist nearly had a full-blown heart attack. Turns out the lake girl has no offensive power, but her defense is an absolute fortress. The serpent lady starts to completely lose her cool, declaring that she's had enough. She taunts him, saying that without an emperor-ranked creature, he's absolutely nothing. Abyss starts bleeding as a pentagram glows at her feet, and she commands the devouring demon king to rise. Ominous dark clouds instantly swarm the sky, and everyone starts trembling with fear. Even our protagonist is spooked by that energy, and he knows the crescent spear can't even detect the monster's existence because of the lyra. A gigantic snake erupts from the ground, and she cackles that he's about to be dinner. Yet, our boy just stands there with a blank expression, and she can't figure out why he looks so bored. Why in the world does he seem so unbothered in front of a supreme rank creature? Well, here's the thing. He's only doing this because he read on the internet that when you encounter a big animal, you're supposed to stare it right in the eyes to scare it off. The girl screams that she's done playing games. If he won't summon, he'll just die, and she orders her creature to attack. The monster smashes into the ground and then lunges straight at him. He just stands there stoically, not moving a single muscle. Since the lake girl hasn't used up all her power yet, he decides to just outsource this job to her. The whole area explodes, and when the smoke finally clears, he's standing there completely unharmed. He might look confident, but on the inside, he's thanking every deity in existence for still being alive. Considering the sheer power of that attack, she would need way more juice to even scratch his barrier. She collapses to the ground, completely spent, wondering if this is some legendary blessing from the lunar god. Our boy starts to walk away, telling her there's no need to rush. Once he grabs the crescent lance, he'll come back to deal with her. She comes to the conclusion that he wasn't fighting seriously because he was more focused on the item. As she's wondering if his shield could even block a hit from the lance, she stupidly deactivates the silent lyra ability. Instantly, the lance senses the snake girl's presence and awakens with a vengeance. A figure grabs the lance and rips it out of the ground. Apparently, it has a humanoid form too. If the deer was already pure chaos, now the story's adding romance with a legendary weapon. Seeing this dangerous and powerful spirit appear, everyone else starts running for their lives. Feeling that overwhelming energy, Suiang desperately hopes the lake girl can withstand it. However, she pings him in his mind, warning that there's a 1% chance, at most, of blocking an attack like that. He thinks this is absolute madness, and wonders how the heck the snake girl ever planned to survive this mess she created. Looking over, he sees she's already chickened out and hidden herself among her creatures. The crescent moon spirit then leaps directly towards him. He just stands there, knowing there's absolutely no escape this time. As he turns to say something, we flash back to a few minutes ago. Kat is reported to be under attack by the woman inside, raising questions about how the academy let someone so dangerous slip through the cracks. The blonde girl finds it strange that the woman outside seems so incredibly calm. Why isn't she even a little bit concerned for the Lunar King's safety? Then suddenly, she feels it too. She lets out a sigh, realizing that the crescent moon has apparently been awakened. The crowd is freaking out as she screams for everyone to bail, warning them that sticking around is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. She also picks up on another crazy energy signature, wondering if the Emperor's finally making a move. Right in the thick of it all, our boy is totally clueless. In just 3 seconds, that attack is gonna land, and he'll be absolutely toast. But then, a flash of modern-day genius hits him, and in a single second, he whips out his phone, fires off a panic text to White Flower, basically screaming for a rescue. That crescent blade is just inches away, and in the final, nail-biting moment, he just reaches out his hand. I was expecting some kind of epic power-up, but what actually happened was, the entire area just erupts in a massive explosion. Everyone gets blasted back, wondering if the Emperor himself just dropped the hammer. They had no clue if the Lunar King was even still in one piece. And once the smoke started to settle, there was nothing but dust. A bit later, the snake lady crawls out from her giant serpent, completely dazed and trying to figure out what just went down. She sees the crescent moon has powered down and demands to know where the Lunar King vanished to. Wondering if her trump card actually managed to wipe him out, she starts getting all hyped up, convincing herself that she's the one who took down the legendary Lunar King. She starts gloating about how the idiot was just staring at his phone in his final moments, then screams to the sky that she's the hero who owned the great king. Totally high on her own victory, she turns to the crescent moon and claims it as her prize. But then, things get real weird. The weapon starts flaring up with power again. She knows her beat-up snake has nothing left in the tank to fight back. And out of the smoke, our boy just casually strolls out. She can't believe it. Not only did he survive, but the dude doesn't even have a scratch on him. That's when she spots a colossal paw looming behind him and is like, "What in the world is that?" The thing is so massive it's practically scraping the clouds. It's way too huge to be a supreme rank, but if it was an emperor-class beast, everyone on the continent would have known about it. She's shaking, clutching a crystal, but decides it's not the right time to use it. Even if this is the end for her, she has to know what kind of beast the Lunar King is hiding. I mean, that's the billion-dollar question everyone's been wanting an answer to. And slowly, but surely, it reveals its full form. A supreme rank creature called the Cloud Walker, a follower of the moon, said to be a literal reincarnation of an ancient goddess. The snake girl just collapses, her mind blown. How is this even possible? This monster is at least 4 or 5 times bigger than her own creature. And that's a big deal, because when it comes to sheer size, her pet snake is supposed to be the heavyweight champion of the black cult. But the craziest part? A measly 1-star tamer is somehow channeling all of that creature's immense power. Meanwhile, our boy is just standing there, thrilled he's not a pancake. He seriously had no idea his summon would get that big. And get this, he has zero clue how it teleported in to save his butt at the last second. On top of all that, he's pretty sure the girl riding on its back is the ancient ancestor herself. White Flower then yells at him to hurry up and tame the crescent moon before she gets turned into confetti. Our boy's just like, "Huh? I thought you were OP?" But she snaps back that he must have had some kind of master plan to send her in. That's when it clicks for him. Getting hit directly totally counts as physical contact, which means he can finally check out its stats in the Lunar Book. He immediately commands the system to open the book. And hey, remember how the last chapter cliffhanger was Suiang grabbing that very book? Because he made contact with the spear, he knew its information would pop up in his legendary catalog. The entry says it's a legendary spear that's been dormant for ages because it's missing its sheath, and because of that, this thing basically hibernates for years at a time and ghosts every living creature. But our boy, being the genius he is, quickly clocked that this wasn't just any old relic, it was a supreme lunar-ranked artifact. Armed with some juicy intel on the Crescent Star Spear, he figured chatting it up wouldn't be too much of a hassle. The only tiny little problem? Not even this all-knowing encyclopedia of a book could get a single word out of it, which could only mean one thing. This spear is an ancient relic, older than the moon goddess palace itself. But hey, silver lining, that means this info is super exclusive. Just then, the spear's eyes snapped open, and you can bet that clueless snake girl just about jumped out of her skin. She immediately tried to bail, screaming for her devourer to be her bodyguard. But then, something weird started happening to the snake. Meanwhile, the spear is giving the White Flower the ultimate death stare, who's just like, you got a problem with me? And with that, the two of them were ready to throw down. As this celestial catfight was brewing, our man Suiang casually strolled onto the scene. The snake girl was baffled, thinking, what is this Lunar King even trying to pull? One stray blast from that supreme aura would turn him into dust. However, he just looked the Crescent Star Spirit dead in the eye and told it to submit to him. It totally ignored him, busy with its aura brawl, until Suiang just casually held out his hand and flexed some unknown power. Unsurprisingly, the spear was not a fan of that move. Then he dropped a name. Frost Flower, the name of the spear's long-lost sheath, and in that instant, it froze, completely bewildered, and stared right at him. Suiang seized the moment, swearing in the name of the lunar goddess that within 3 years, he would reunite it with its sheath. The catch? The spear would owe him one major favor. The spear went quiet for a beat, then started to dissolve, reverting to its original form. Just like that, the welcome mat was rolled out, and he could finally enter its territory. The snake girl's jaw hit the floor, wondering how that was even possible, while Suiang just strolled forward like he owned the place. The spear whipped up a massive whirlpool of water that surged towards him, and instead of a clash, their powers began to fuse together. It hit the girl like a ton of bricks. The crescent star spear had actually accepted the Lunar King. Even the snooty white flower was shook. She knew this was world-shaking news. Everyone was about to lose their minds. Meanwhile, our boy was radiating pure, unadulterated confidence. While that idiot was still processing the impossible, she was recalling the literally tens of thousands of chumps who had tried and failed to tame this spear. See, the spear doesn't just shack up with anyone. Accepting a contract is a huge risk, since the only way out is when its master kicks the bucket. That's why this picky weapon only partners with people it deems practically invincible. And apparently, the Lunar King made the cut. The snake girl suddenly realized her entire reason for being here just went up in smoke. So, in that case, she decided if she was going down, she'd at least be a martyr for the Black Moon cult. Once again, she sicked the Devora King on Suiang. He just sighed, muttering that the woman had seen way too much. He really wasn't a fan of tying up loose ends. But it was time for her to check out. Man, the energy blast was insane. The poor snake girl was literally vaporized, and our boy carved a new crater in the mountain for good measure. Even he seemed a little surprised, like, whoa, didn't realize I could hit that hard. And the poor girl, watching from the side, was coughing up blood after seeing that creature get evaporated. She quickly realized the servant in front of her wasn't just supreme rank. No, at the absolute minimum, this guy had to be the descendant of someone at the emperor rank. But even knowing that, she wasn't ready to die like this. Getting the word out about the crescent star spear was more important than anything. So, Homegirl's master plan was to book it. The area wasn't on total lockdown yet, so her only job was to play a high-stakes game of avoid the final boss. But right then, the escape crystal in her hand just poofed times into thin air. Neither White Flower nor this absolute clown had any idea what just went down. Turns out, the culprit was our boy's unassuming, low-rank butterfly, which yoinked the crystal and delivered it straight into his hand. And he just smirks, explaining that in a mosh pit of high-level creatures, nobody's gonna bat an eye at one dinky little butterfly. The poor girl is left standing there, completely bamboozled that her one ticket out got swiped by a creature with basically zero stats. Totally crushed, she mutters that it's game over, finally getting why this dude holds the title of Lunar King. The man in the white flower just casually puffs a bit of air her way, and suddenly, the poor girl starts shining like a Christmas tree. Next thing you know, she's spouting nonsense about what an honor it is to get unalived for the Lunar King, and that was the end of that fool. Outside, Bell Girl was calling for our hero, who was just strolling out of the dungeon. He announced, cool as a cucumber, that the serpent's seat had been decommissioned, and it was time to drop the barrier on this place. Everyone's jaws just hit the floor, completely stunned that he had soloed the whole thing. Then he drops the real bombshell. The crescent star spear was his now. Thanks for playing. This news sent a shockwave through the entire lunar lineage. The scene then zips over to the southern part of the Azure Moon sect. Some dude comes rushing in, screaming for Empress Kang Yu that something absolutely terrible has happened. The Lunar King had tamed the crescent star spear. Kang Yu just tells them to chill out, as she's already heard the news. She explains the Lunar King is the moon's chosen one, and that spear has a thing for chosen ones. Her buddy argues back, saying the spear should belong to her, since she was born the master of 4 stars and even rocks an emperor-rank beast. The girl just brushes it off like a minor detail, saying they'll all find out who the moon really times favors in the end. She then issues a warning. During the moon festival, all qualified participants from their sect are to pull out. Over in a coastal part of the northern border, a horned demon maid informs a cloaked figure that their 2 guests had arrived. She then cheekily asks the antelope seat if she thinks she's going to get clapped by the Lunar King yet again. She fires back that in a fair one-on-one, with just the 2 of them on the field, she's absolutely certain she would win. And with that, she would restore the honor of the Black Moon's sect. From the sea, a voice chimes in, hoping the holy sun of the Black Moon won't disappoint them. The blonde, known as Fascinating Moon, warns that if they fumble the bag against the Lunar King, they will have to bend the knee. And another one, a dude in flowy, water-like robes called Yellow Spring, warns that no one should dare challenge their gods. He replies to both of them not to sweat it. The plan is solid. Now, it was time for the whole crew to head to Moonlight Academy. They weren't going to wait for the festival. They planned on taking the Lunar King off the board early. Meanwhile, at the Star Museum, someone pipes up, asking if the festival is actually about to kick off. White Flower explains that you don't just schedule the festival. It can only get started when the moon god is at peak power, and gives them the green light. Suiang retorts that he's already got the memo, since it's the only thing anyone at the academy is yapping about. Once this festival gets going, all the moon creature tamers have to throw down to prove who's top dog. The main prize for all this brawling is that the lunar creatures get a massive, super accelerated growth spurt, which of course, just makes all the ensuing battles even more ridiculously intense. So the festival doesn't stop until someone either lights up the throne or everyone else rage quits. And as our boy already announced to the entire server, he was going to absolutely clap Empress Kangyu within 3 years. Now, he's wondering what kind of brain-dead lunatic possessed his body to make a promise that insane. Like, how does some random idiot get a little moon-blessed and immediately think he can go around trash-talking the final boss? But his ride or die, White Flower, tells him not to sweat it, because in 3 years, Kang Yu won't even be a speed bump for him. Besides, she reminds him that getting pages from the Lunar Tome is basically a mythic tier drop. These bad boys let you break the summon limit and just keep adding to your personal army. Our boy is floored, realizing he doesn't just have a few pages, he's got the whole dang book. He's about to build an entire legion of minions. But then his one brain cell fires off a question. If he's hogging the entire tome, how is anyone else supposed to get these pages? She just bonks him on the head, tells him to stop overthinking it, and he asks if she could maybe hang out in the real world a bit longer. I mean, having her out and about during moonlight hours would be a massive buff for him, but just then, she senses something's off. That little bonk actually sent the poor dude flying into a wall. He's quickly realizing he can't just keep tanking love taps from a supreme-ranked creature. So, to make up for it, he slides into her DMs with 100 venison recipes. Immediately after, new intel on the other contestants starts popping up. First up is Bayu, a princess with the bloodline of a human and a beast man. Our boy is genuinely impressed. He totally just thought she was some cat girl. The other target is Bei Yao, the 4th princess of the mighty Bayer Empire, who's apparently the top dog among the humans. He zips both of their profiles straight over to White Flower. She's like, dibs on the top one, you get the one at the bottom. Hold up, what exactly does take care of mean? Are they about to go full PvP on these poor girls? Meanwhile, one of the girls is sulking in a corner because the Lunar King yoinked her spear and she got absolutely stomped. Her friend tells her to get over it and head to the announcement area, because there are way better things to do. And over there, White Flower is scoping out the girl from the Saint clan. She smells powerful, but it looks like the lights are on and nobody's home. Just then, a raindrop lands on her nose. Rain is basically her kryptonite, so she decides it's time to dip before her stats get nerfed. But hold on, she senses something fishy, and a massive water dragon is barreling right toward her. The impact blows up the entire path where the 2 girls were walking. Some knight pops out, all smug, and announces he's found one of the 5 supreme targets. Then he gives the kid a whole 5 seconds to summon her beasts. What a gentleman. He claims he doesn't like ganking summoners with a surprise attack. The real issue, though, is the thing on his shoulder, which is clearly the pet of a 7-star tamer. And yeah, that pet happens to be an emperor-level monster, which just made this whole situation dangerously spicy. Elsewhere, another girl steps outside, sees the weather, and starts complaining. It's Bayor, whining about having to go to a training area in the rain. That's when she spots a cute little butterfly fluttering in front of her, which then lands right on her finger. She gets all flustered and starry-eyed. Her servant, however, tells her to stop messing around with such low-level mobs. But she fires back that it's nonsense, positive that even the legendary Lunar King must chill with cute critters from time to time. Right on cue, a new voice chimes in. Oh, you guys are talking about the Lunar King? Mind if I join the fan club? And of course, it's our boy's antelope sidekick, rolling up to crash the party. The servants just stare, completely clueless as to who this weirdo is. Manboy, being a total savage, straight up calls the girl hideous and tells her to beat it. The poor thing tries to tank the insult, but that ugly comment really set her off. She whines about being heartbroken enough to cry, but then declares she's just gonna have to end her instead. The servants immediately peg her as the evil-eyed gazelle, and Bayor's already figured out he's dealing with the Black Moon cult. Meanwhile, over at the Academy's training grounds, the whole crowd is getting antsy, wondering where the heck Bayor and Bayo are. Or steps up and tells everyone to listen up, cause she's got a big announcement. After 1,000 long years, the Moon Gods Festival is officially kicking off. Today, our moon creature tamers are gonna throw down to get the gods' attention, and for every victory, the rewards are gonna be absolutely insane. Just then, some mysterious voice chimes in that the sacrifices have to duke it out until only one is left standing. And boom, that last survivor gets crowned the one true lunar god of our time. Right on cue, Elru screams for everyone to get the heck out of there. But a split second later, a massive explosion rocks the entire place. She instantly recognizes it as a 7-star battle technique. Crap. She only managed to save her own skin and is panicking about what happened to the students. But when she scans the area, it looks like everyone's totally fine. The blonde is just standing there, completely baffled, trying to process what just went down. Meanwhile, the moon creature grumbles that it looks like its attack got straight up absorbed. It figures that the only one capable of a stunt like that is the Lunar King. Turns out, he wasn't just sitting on the sidelines. He was lurking in the shadows. Because they're on the moon battlefield, the lake shield was way more effective. But even so, blocking that blast drained a solid 40% of the shield's juice just to save these randoms. Still, he's taken aback. It's been a hot minute since he's felt this level of ticked off. All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning cracks the sky, and another moon creature teleports in. And yup, it's another supreme rank, 7-star powerhouse. This basically confirms the enemy has an emperor-level boss calling the shots. However, the blonde chews out her buddy, asking if that crazy move was really necessary since he put everyone on the line. The little yellow dude just scoffs that he's gonna be king, and kings don't sweat the small stuff, like the lives of a few ants. But the girl claps back that this is Twin Moon's turf, and their only mission was to keep the vice presidents busy, not blow the place up. Of course, O overheard that little exchange and calls her out, asking if the blonde isn't the summoner from Fascinating Moon. She remembers visiting their sect 5 years ago and seeing her throw down. So, what's with the surprise attack all of a sudden? The yellow creature pipes up saying, "Welp, looks like she's one of them," and now he's wondering what the game plan is. The blonde then announces that, out of the kindness of her heart, she'll give them 1 minute to get all the innocent students out of the blast zone. Anyone left after that timer hits 0 is fair game. Just then, the Lunar King strolls up, phone in hand, and casually asks if they're with the Fascinating Moon sect. He mentions it was pretty gutsy of them to just roll up and start blasting the place without so much as a heads up, and then asks what on earth made the two of them think they were walking out of here in one piece. And in that same breath, he summons the Crescent Star Spear. Naturally, everyone's jaws hit the floor. That weapon is a legendary, supreme rank artifact, and he just gives it a sideways glance, yanks the spear back, and lunges forward. But Oru realizes the spear is going haywire, and can't tell the difference between allies and enemies. At this rate, that thing is going to wipe out every single person here. Man, the entire sky lit up in an instant. The blast tore through the area, and when the smoke finally cleared, Ulru was already kissing the pavement, totally gassed. She was probably just as shocked as we are that she was still breathing, though. In the end, it seems the Lunar King decided she wasn't on the chopping block today. But those two poor saps in the middle? Yeah, they had 0 chance. You love to see it. Moon claps back, saying that even with that overpowered weapon, this whole mess was just the tutorial level. And for his grand finale, he drops a little warning. He better watch his back, 'cause the Emperor himself is coming to collect. With that mic drop, the yellow blob starts glowing, and Homegirl summons a whole solar system. And just like that, the Crescent Star's eyes snap open again. Oh yeah, Suiang is officially in deep, deep trouble now. He's already tanked 2 massive hits, and now his lake shield is running on fumes with only 4% defense left. He knows this next hit ain't just gonna scratch the paint, it's gonna wipe everything off the map. And the cherry on top of this disaster sundae, he's about to lose control of that crazy spear, which means it might just go on a slice and dice everyone's spree. Problem is, what else is he gonna do? So, the Crescent Spear unleashes a storm of slashes. Those two who were bracing for impact? They know they're totally screwed. The blonde is certain there's no way to block an attack that just leveled an entire city. Way off in the distance, the fallout is even raining down on the students. Then, out of nowhere, one of them looks up and is like, what the heck is that? It looked like there were 2 moons in the sky. Right then, someone starts screaming, yelling about what kind of idiot uses a create a full moon for 5 minutes skill. And get this, it's another blonde, this one with legs like a cartoon character, who just screams, "We are so boned now." The first blonde is all apologies, saying it was just a reflex to save her own skin. But her buddy fires back. Yeah, well now we have to fight the Lunar King under a full moon. And just as that sinks in, both of them jump out of their skin. A freaking giant bunny just popped into existence. The girl's instincts are screaming that it's a supreme rank summon, but something feels off. And her friend adds, "Yo, look, the crescent spear just got a visual update too. How are they supposed to fight both of those monsters at once?" The crescent spear winds up and just smacks the bunny so hard it rips in two. Dude! The other two are just standing there, completely baffled, wondering why the psycho spear just took out its own teammate. But before they can process it, it's already swiveling its attention right onto them. Meanwhile, outside the academy, a whole squad of servants is getting clapped, and they don't know what to do. And the antelope-looking lady says she can't hold out for another minute, so she calls in her ace, the evil eye gazelle, which proceeds to unleash a freaking laser light show. All the summoned fodder was completely useless, getting blasted to bits before they could even do anything. Totally annihilated. That's when Bei Yao pulls out her big gun, summoning an eagle dragon that materializes, absolutely massive, right in front of her. The antelope lady just scoffs, saying it took way too long to summon one supreme rank creature. "Cute," she says, as it gets immediately stomped into the ground. Her servant then summons a tiger, telling her to book it to the perimeter where she might get rescued. But the antelope lady looks like she's about to fall asleep from boredom. She yawns, asking if that's really all they've got, and once again, the gazelle powers up another attack. And dude, this time it was lights out for the servants as she let it rip. Even the poor girl trying to escape gets slammed and flattened. She struggles back to her feet, totally hopeless, knowing this is the end of the line. But, hold on. Turns out she was stepping on our boy's little butterfly, which just flutters up and stares her down. And for some bizarre reason, the evil gazelle actually starts backing off. Even the antelope lady's legs start to tremble. She has absolutely no clue where this sparkly little butterfly came from. Baya is just as confused about why this villain is suddenly terrified of a butterfly, but hey, it looks like it just saved her life. She doesn't get it, but she'll take it. This was her golden opportunity to bail. And with that, the envelope hits the deck, pretty much saying that, whoops, she couldn't quite finish her part of the job. Meanwhile, our boys Bore and Suiang are basically tasting the dirt. The water creature starts its final countdown, and White Flower is just hoping the water monarch isn't around, because if she popped up and that other guy got involved, things would get really messy. The villain then says they've had more than enough time, and it's a real pity they're about to check out like this. A vortex of doom starts swirling in his hand, and in a flash, the two of them are taking an involuntary swimming lesson. Suddenly, some clouds appear, and the duo starts to float. The knight knows he's never seen powers like that, meaning there's a wild card in play. They both turn around, and the villain demands to know who she is. Obviously, it's White Flower, arriving in absolute style on her personal little cloud. So, Jing asks why a supreme-level being is even helping them, but she groans that she's only saving them because she promised the Lunar King she'd give him a hand. The knight then puffs out his chest, introducing himself as a supreme-ranked entity called the Emperor of Autumn. White Flower just casually glances over and asks if that little dude named Duangantu is planning on joining the fun. The Emperor seems a bit baffled by her disrespect, explaining that his boss only shows up to fight opponents of an insanely high rank. She just grins and says, "In that case, it's perfect. My whole strategy is to beat up the weaklings and run away from the strong ones." The guy has had enough and launches an attack, telling her to shut her mouth. In that same instant, a giant block of water shoots up from the ground, and our poor girl starts to get dunked. However, she suddenly reappears on top of the water block, her body glowing with a fierce purple light. The Autumn Knight mutters that she must be a bodiless creature, just like him. Since that's the deal, he decides to use times that times move. All of a sudden, a massive vortex rips open the sky above her and begins to suck her upward. The entire area explodes, and he's feeling pretty confident that she's been deleted. But that's when he notices something weird. There were 2 moons hanging in the sky, and he knew right away someone had pulled an illegal move. In a territory like this, swarming with lunar creatures, he was at a massive disadvantage. But he figured he got lucky, offing the enemy so quickly. Now he just needed to hear a good explanation for why someone would do something so incredibly stupid. But then, a long-haired woman appears, asking where he thinks he's going. He whips around, and folks, the real final boss has just entered the server. White Flower casually mentions she didn't even need a full moon to completely steamroll him. Man, the knight totally panics and screams, "What did you just say?" But in the next second, he feels something is terribly wrong. A gigantic crystal horn had pierced clean through his chest. He was completely bewildered because a power like that was leagues above the supreme realm. The only kind of being who could pull that off is a direct descendant of a true emperor. And against that, even a supreme ranker like him stood zero chance. White Flower then tells him, just so he knows, she really didn't want to take advantage of the full moon. The guy starts to fade away, yelling for his master to be careful. And just like that, the creature vanishes into thin air, and White Flower wonders aloud if she might have drawn a bit too much attention. Yeah, maybe just a little, considering the apocalyptic level destruction all around her. She knows that guy's boss has to be nearby. The only problem is, she has absolutely no idea what to do now. Flashback to 3 minutes earlier in the training area, the crescent star was hanging in the sky. And just like that, everyone was already down for the count. Clearly, this girl wasn't pulling any punches, until suddenly, she felt a familiar twitch. That little bunny she'd sliced up was piecing itself back together. As long as the lunar moon was shining, its healing factor was cranked up to ludicrous speed. But the falling star wasn't having it and charged in again. Only this time, the little rabbit actually managed to block the attack. Man, these guys really love their world-shaking explosions that just wipe the entire area clean. Meanwhile, the Black Moon crew is trying to stay off the Twin Moon group's radar. The girl starts doubting him, but he just tells her to quit looking down on him. He swore he had intel on an agent in a super secure spot, right before a massive explosion went off next door. Turns out, the brawl between those two powerhouses had just crash-landed right on their doorstep. They immediately started freaking out, wondering how the Lunar King found them. He tried to calm them down, saying, "Hey, maybe it's not him." And then, the bunny casually strolls up, opens its mouth-ear thingy, and the king himself pops out. Everyone just froze, completely baffled and terrified. Suiang doesn't miss a beat, immediately demanding to know what the Black Moon and Spring Path folks are doing sneaking around his turf. In that exact moment, the water-wielding girl was absolutely petrified. She knew she stood zero chance against the Lunar King under a full moon. He then casually mentions he was just eavesdropping on these clowns and had no beef with her. But of course, the other guy starts screaming, yelling that he's here to declare war. Suiang just gives him a deadpan stare and goes, "Declare war? What's this nonsense you're spouting?" The dude threatens that the second the festival kicks off, he's going to obliterate every legacy Suiang has. Apparently, this all goes back 3 years, when the Black Moon's notorious stronghold was utterly annihilated, and the one responsible was none other than the Lunar King, who gave them the exact same look back then, as if he was a god staring down at a bunch of insignificant ants. "This," he declared, "is the true face of the Lunar King." Suiang, however, just looks confused. He has absolutely no memory of this rando, or doing anything of the sort. Besides, he's got this whole crescent star situation to handle, so he'll let this slide. He then adds that while watching an ant struggle is kind of pathetic, he's feeling generous enough to give them a chance. But they'll have to pay a little price for daring to provoke him. He's gonna sick the crescent star on them for a little hunting game. If they actually manage to survive, he'll grant them one wish. He then snaps his fingers, and the star instantly rockets toward them. And once again, a cataclysmic explosion vaporizes the entire area. Fast forward about 10 minutes, and you find them all sprawled out on the ground, muttering about how ridiculously overpowered that thing was. The water girl is convinced they need to start ghosting the Twin Moon's order, especially since, after seeing the kind of power Suiang's packing, she knows they wouldn't last a second. For now, their best bet is to go hunt some new beasts and see if they can dig up anything else useful. Suiang then looks around and realizes this little scuffle has completely wrecked the academy. What's really bugging him, though, is how the falling star just casually mopped the floor with so many supreme rank 7-star creatures. That thing was so absurdly strong it was winning against them without even breaking a sweat. All of a sudden, he hears someone sobbing as they run towards him before they dramatically throw themselves at him. It's White Moon, whining about how she had to go up against a 7-star master. She's crying about how she almost got her butt kicked and how it was super duper scary. She claims that if it wasn't for her, the whole entire academy would have been turned into a giant swimming pool. And then it hits her she forgot to change back from her deer form. But our boy just gives her a reassuring pat on the head and tells her it's all good. So, she's his +1 for this little trip to the Twin Moon Order to handle some business. And her mind immediately jumps to wondering if she's about to meet the parents. This, of course, sends her into a mini freakout, thinking they're moving at warp speed, and even though she's blushing like crazy, she can't help but feel totally giddy about the whole thing. The scene then zips over to the epic floating island of the Twin Moon Order. Down below, Kang Yu's crew is just staring in awe, muttering about how insane it looks. But Choi, ever the killjoy, reminds them to focus on the mission. The legendary treasure of the eastern region's great emperor is supposedly stashed here in the Twin Moon sect, and no matter what goes down today, they plan on looting the whole place blind. But the second they arrive, their brains short-circuit. This isn't a sect, it's a freaking metropolis. She immediately starts calculating how much insane cash these people must be pulling in daily. Meanwhile, some guy is just chilling over there, munching on a skewer. It's none other than Suiang, who's wondering what in the world a southern tamer is doing all the way up here. White Flower instantly recognizes her, warning him that the girl's name is Xiaoju and that he better watch out because she's a massive fangirl of his rival, Kang Yu. Apparently, she also loves to trash-talk him online. White Flower then gets a wicked idea, thinking this is the perfect chance to ambush her and force an apology. Our boy just deadpans, wondering if she's seriously about to throw down over some internet comments. He tells her to let it go and asks if there's anything else she'd like to do. She glances around for a hot second before her eyes lock onto a massive sign for an eating competition. Her face lights up, and she declares she's entering. Our boy feels a wave of second-hand embarrassment, but seeing as she's been a huge help, it looks like he can't really say no. Just then, the announcer screams that sign-ups are about to close. At that exact moment, Shoju saunters up and puts her name on the list. She'd heard there were some epic prizes and wasn't about to miss out. Hearing that, our boy's ears perk up. The first place prize is a vial of essence fluid, and the second place prize is a box of face masks. Our boy is floored by the ridiculous gap between the first and second prizes. He knows that essence is basically priceless. Still, he's scratching his head, wondering why they'd give away something so valuable in a glorified eating contest. She explains that, from what she's heard, the whole event was organized as a petty act of revenge against another organization they had beef with in the past. The feud started because they got into a butterfly collecting war, which spiraled into a massive competition between the two sects. As usual, our hero is completely in the dark about this drama, mostly because the original owner's memories are a jumbled mess. However, that prize has him seriously interested, especially since it means other beasts will be around, and with them, he could unlock more pages from his book. An announcer then steps up, welcoming all the brave souls who signed up. But you could cut the tension with a knife. Nobody was eager to compete against Choju. The announcer clarifies that each summoner can bring 2 beasts to the fight. She adds a little warning, though. Only supreme-level creatures can actually handle the ungodly level of spice. The staff starts bringing out the food, and the smell alone is so potent that most of the low-level beasts tap out on the spot. Obviously, White Flower is practically vibrating with excitement, while Shoju smugly tells her crew not to waste their breath because she's already won. She then summons a brilliant pink butterfly. She knows that even in a place like the Twin Moon Order, her butterfly is a top-tier, supreme-rank creature. But then, she spots the guy across from her and scoffs, wondering why this idiot brought a puny mid-rank beast to a pro-level competition. He probably doesn't even know that too much of this stuff. Will literally make his creature kick the bucket. Suiang saw the killer instinct in her eyes. She was playing for keeps. He knew he'd have to summon another creature. Nah, it couldn't be the Crescent Star. But if that times the case, he had a sneaky little plan brewing. The girl across from him was totally clueless about who she was facing. The announcer pipes up, gives them 10 minutes on the clock, and yells, "Let the chowdown begin." Her pink butterfly zips in, snags the first essence, and gulps it down in one go. Meanwhile, the other poor critters, bless their hearts, couldn't even stomach the stuff. White Flower, on the other hand, was just casually munching away, making Xiaoju wonder if that thing was secretly a supreme-ranked beast. But honestly, for her to be so cocky was just hilarious, cause there was no way in heck she was winning this. A mere 3 minutes later, most of the other creatures had already passed out. Her butterfly was stuffed to the gills after chowing down on 30 pieces. She was begging it to keep going, but the poor thing looked like it was about to pop. That's when she glanced over, wondering what on earth our boy was doing. There was White Flower, just chilling and eating like it was a Sunday picnic. Our boy just casually tells his opponent, "You know, you don't have to try so hard." Sho was completely baffled. Like, how was that creature showing zero signs of being full? To win this, she'd need to bring out 2 supreme-ranked beasts. The only problem was, she couldn't even keep both of them summoned for a full 5 minutes. And she was absolutely desperate for that Emperor essence. So giving up was not an option. She goes all out and summons the Green Moon Spirit. This beast just materializes on her back, grabs the entire dish, and starts inhaling everything. Our hero and his pet were both a little taken aback. and White Flower commented that the beast was going to get a serious case of the runs eating like that. Shoju was clearly straining to keep her summoned beast on the field, but she was still dead set that victory was hers. Her monster had already scarfed down a whopping 72 pieces, while White Flower had only managed 34. But our boy just smirked, feeling the time was right, and called out, "Moon in the lake." Suddenly, a massive vortex just swirls into existence right above the dish. Everyone's just staring, completely clueless, and then times poof asterisk, every last scrap of food vanished in an instant. Poor Shoju just stood there screaming, "That's impossible." But it was too late. The announcer declared that the results were in, and the winners were our boy and his deer. The poor girl was absolutely crushed, looking completely lost. The announcer then told Suiang to follow her to claim his prize. A private meeting for the reward? That seemed a little shady. Or maybe not. Turns out, she just recognized him as the legendary Lunar King and handed over the essence. The light bulb went off in our boy's head, his cover was blown. She explains that a lot of people already know about his signature white deer pet. The prize he gets is the essence of some ridiculously rare creature. All he had to do was make contact with it and take a quick whiff from the bottle. Right after, the announcer lady asks him what just happened. What he just got was an Emperor-class sky creature, the pink butterfly. On top of that, he unlocked 50 chances to capture a brand new creature. And now, he can unlock icons just by seeing times a lunar creature. I guess all that time we spent pampering White Flower really paid off in the end. With his new loot, he makes a beeline for the Twin Moon Sect headquarters. As he strolls through the place and gawks at the sheer size of it, he finally gets it. Asterisk. This times is the kind of respect that comes with the Lunar King title. Everywhere he walks, people are bowing to him, right up until he steps through a portal. When he opens his eyes on the other side, he's greeted by the sight of a girl just chilling on a moon in the sky. White Flower immediately recognizes her as a supreme being, and Suiang confirms she's the big boss of the entire northern region. Her title? The Curved Moon of the Blue Sea. She turns to face him and says, well, looks like the Lunar King has finally changed his mind. She then drops a bomb that the whole festival was delayed for 3 years because of the answer he gave Kang Yu. Yeah, that's the kind of stunt that really ticks off the old-timers in charge. Our boy once again realizes his predecessor's promises were a total scam, but he plays it cool, claiming he's totally here for the lunar festival that's about to kick off. But before the party starts, one tiny question pops into his head. How in the world is he supposed to throw down with a bunch of emperors and actually win? She's like, "Dude, why are you even worried? You're totally stacked." But our guy hits her with the reality check. He explains that the Black Moon cult goons are definitely going to try and gank him. She just scoffs, telling him to quit whining about a bunch of low-level trash mobs, and it hits him. Nobody knows he only scraped by last time because he got a lucky, full moon power-up out of nowhere. Talk about a fluke. Just then, a ring materializes right in front of him, and she casually explains it's a legendary relic from the northern moon god. No big deal. The deal is, the moment he slips this thing on, the festival officially begins. And with that little tidbit, the ring starts impatiently tapping against his finger. Our poor hero realizes she has way too much faith in him, and there's zero chance of backing out now. So, with no other choice, he accepts. Instantly, the ground beneath him dissolves into a swirling vortex of galaxies. A prompt announces the representative has been chosen and the ceremony will begin. Psych. The system detects an error and says it's trying again. The system clarifies that thanks to his mood dome, he's got the option to go incognito during the festival. Suiang looks around, wondering where the heck he's been zapped to, as the system offers him a full character customization, name, gender, even a complete makeover. But there's a catch. His ranking is on full display. Apparently, the whole point of this test is to see if he can stay anonymous while being blatantly overpowered. This means he'll have to summon a creature nobody has ever laid eyes on. So, he goes with the ridiculously poetic curved moon of the blue sea. Poof! He gets teleported again, this time landing in a grand hall with 3 massive thrones. And from one of the doors, a girl struts in, declaring that the moon will never fall, and the night is now eternal, before plopping herself down on one of the thrones like she owns the place. In comes another girl, chirping about how long it's been since she's seen Miss Shogatu, and how hyped she is for the festival to finally get started. Shogatu gives her the silent treatment as a short girl sleepily shuffles toward the last throne, looking like she's about to faceplant from exhaustion. The pink-haired girl comments that it's been ages since she saw the Queen of the West, who is currently engaged in an epic battle against a tiny flight of stairs. The second she finally conquers the throne, she's out like a light. But just as she dozes off, another girl walks in. Hold up, weren't there only 3 thrones? Where's this chick supposed to sit? She scans the room, sees only women, and immediately gets ticked off, clearly expecting a dude. Shogatu immediately calls her out, demanding to know why some ice type is crashing the moon festival. She claims the Ice Queen is going to ruin the whole vibe, but the new girl claps back that she's got a moon god relic, which is basically her VIP pass. That just leaves one empty spot, and the ice girl starts complaining, wondering what's taking the last guy so long. Another girl mentions the northern throne belongs to the Lunar King. The sleepy queen pipes up that this year's king is some kid who caused a huge scene 4 years ago, right before a weird, clog-like thing materializes. All the ladies jump out of their skins, and of course, it's our boy making a grand, ridiculous entrance. Naturally, they're all completely baffled, since they know what the Lunar King is supposed to look like, and then, out of the blue, Suiang has transformed into an absolute bombshell of a woman. Wait, that can't be him, right? Please tell me that's not him. Anyway, she gracefully takes a seat, leaving the other women totally confused about where the real Lunar King is. Shogatu figures if this is what happened, then the relic must have picked someone else entirely. But since this newcomer has no known connection to the northern seat, she's completely stumped. Man, I can't tell if that's really him in there, or if the curved moon of the blue sea is just puppeteering his body. Either way, he's figuring out that this tone thing is way more powerful than the relic, because it's messing with everything in this joint. Then they're all like, "Welp, after 10,000 years, it's festival time again." Voy chimes in, saying that before the big showdown, the moon gods are bored and want a little show. Everyone's got to pick a champion they trust, and until all the champions are, taken out, they're not allowed to throw hands with each other. And get this, the kings will get straight up deleted if they try to jump into the champions' brawl. Oh, and another thing, using a supreme level creature is a big no-no. With all the rules laid out, the order is given for everyone to present their champions. Now, Suiang is in a real pickle. He can't just summon his buddies from the Twin Moon Order, or his cover would be totally blown. All that work to become a total bombshell, just to get outed like some amateur? No way. The Ice Queen over there mutters that it's a real shame she has to play her trump card this early in the game. And just like that, she reveals the East's champion, an Emperor rank Crimson Butterfly. Suiang's thinking, yeah, right, she's definitely hiding something way stronger. Then Shogetsu from the central region summons another Emperor rank beastie called the Fallen Full Moon. Meanwhile, Sleepyhead, the rep for the West, just yawns about being too lazy, before casually summoning her own Emperor rank creature. So now it's just down to our boy and the pink-haired girl. The announcer's voice booms, giving them 1 minute to pick a champion or get kicked out. The smartest play would be to summon an emperor from the north, but surprise, surprise, he doesn't have one of those just lying around. It'd be even better if it was something connected to him personally. Then, thinking about White Flower gives him a flash of genius. He cracks open the lunar tome and is like, let's blow 100 openings. After burning through pretty much all his savings, he hits the jackpot, an ancestral emperor rank creature named Cloud and Dreams. He gets the basic info dump on her, but of course, that's not enough. The good stuff is behind a paywall. He's only got 5 seconds left on the clock. Finally, after spending every last bit of his winnings, he unlocks the ability to use her in the festival. And with that, he and the red-haired girl who turns out to be Kang Yu, his rival from 3 years ago, are now officially in the running. They both dramatically stretch out their arms. The announcement rings out. The North's champion is Cloud and Dreams, an Emperor rank creature. Kang Yu's totally thrown for a loop. She was expecting something straight out of the Twin Moon Order's playbook. Meanwhile, Suilang's attention is snagged by something else entirely. Kang Yu summoned a champion with the same name as the Sheath of Frostflower. The prefix is a dead ringer. Could this be what the Crescent Star was after? He wonders. Now that all 5 champions are locked in, the Moon Festival can finally kick off. And just like that, the teleportation sequence starts. Right at that moment, the sleepy girl suddenly snaps awake and demands to know how he summoned Cloud and Dreams. She's freaking out, saying it's impossible, and is right about to ask who he really is. But poof, just in the nick of time, our boy vanishes. He's zapped back to the twin moon order, where the curved moon of the blue sea is calling his name. She asks him, "Did you feel that just now? The festival has begun. The time has come for him to make his play for the throne." He's like, "Yeah, I know," and says he'll get ready before dipping out. She says her goodbyes, adding that by their next meeting, the festival will be ancient history. And he's just hoping that when it's all said and done, his contract will be finished too. The weirdest part? It sounded like he just casually asked her to wipe the Black Moon sect off the map. Looked like the kid was having an identity crisis, second-guessing his own power and getting spooked by the emperors. This had to mean his memories were finally rebooting, and oh boy, she couldn't wait to see the looks on everyone's faces. Just then, a crimson beam shot up from the city center. The whole moon went blood red, and when everyone saw their own lunar tokens glowing an ominous crimson, they all started thinking, "Welp, this is the apocalypse, isn't it?" Meanwhile, a servant runs up to tell Kang Yu the festival has officially kicked off, but she's totally shook, muttering that it's impossible. Because if that kid was really the moon's chosen one, then what was the point of her even being here? She was basically obsolete. The servant's like, "So, should I still tell all the disciples to bail on the competition?" But she's all, "Nah, scratch that. I've had a change of heart." She ordered them to put the internal clan beef on hold for now, and ship their 5 strongest warriors straight to the northern region. And you bet she was going personally. She had to see with her own 2 eyes what this so-called Lunar King was cooking up over there. The terrified servant girl squeaks, "Are you sure that's a good idea?" Sending the clan's 5 heavy hitters into this mess is basically serving them up on a silver platter, especially since it's all going down under a full freaking moon. That's a throwdown reserved for the emperors. Meanwhile, up north, our boy is just chilling, riding his majestic, oversized deer. The population of emperor-ranked beasts around the academy had gotten completely out of hand. Right then, some dude dramatically announces that the Lunar King has finally returned. It's King He from the academy, ranting about how he needs to bring justice because Kang Yu has apparently declared war on them. He gets the message that Kang Yu's 5 best and brightest are heading north to end the competition. Our boy immediately figures it out. This whole declaration of war is just a big, flashy pop quiz aimed right at him. He tells his companion not to sweat it. He'll just send the Twin Moon Order to handle the drama. He needed a nap, so he just asked for the event schedule. A few hours later, all his beasties are tucked in and snoozing. Our boy, on the other hand, is up late cramming, studying the competition list. Yeah, this festival was a certified death trap, but hey, it also came with some sweet, sweet loot for him. The spiritual moon sect and the fallen moon sect were basically allies, so they were probably just here for the snacks and the spectacle. The other sects were total lightweights, not even worth a second thought. The real headache was the 5 Leaves sect, because their champion was none other than Shoujo Gio, the guy who's rolling with 2 supreme-ranked creatures. And considering the true saints are on a whole other level, he figures even his crescent star might not make the cut. This was way too much for our poor boy, who had no clue how he was going to juggle all this. I mean, he was already rocking 3 ridiculously strong creatures, so it's not like he was a total noob. But having to throw down with multiple empresses at the same time? That's a whole different ballgame. He's seriously questioning if he'll even make it to the festival's closing ceremony. One of his few plays was to juice up white flour with a piece of lunar obsidian. Spotting her sleeping, he wonders why on earth she wears that necklace on her forehead all night. Figuring he'd help her get some better sleep, he decides to gently take it off. Suddenly, some kind of glowy transformation thing starts happening and he's just like, "Nope, time for bed." A little later, he jolts awake. It's still the middle of the night, so he's wondering what the heck woke him up. Oh man, she's transformed, and this is a code red level of dangerous for everyone. For him, for me, for the YouTube algorithm. Somebody send help. My dude was under some serious pressure, looking like he was about to short circuit. He's wondering if yanking that necklace is what triggered her glow up. He's thinking, if she wakes up right now, I'm a dead man. But even with that brilliant thought, his feet are still moving him closer like an absolute fool. The mad lad keeps creeping forward, completely oblivious to the danger zone, right up until her eyelids start to flutter open. She blinks awake, totally baffled by the scene, and Sula just freezes with a deer in the headlights expression, completely at a loss for words. He starts sputtering, trying to string a sentence together, but the poor girl is just looking at him with a giant question mark over her head, not getting any of it. Then she hits him with the big question, "Where's my necklace?" And just like that, he realizes the jig is up. He is so busted. He squeaks out that it's on the table, and while she's clearly not thrilled, her reaction is surprisingly chill. In fact, she doesn't seem bothered at all. She just lies back down, prompting him to ask if she's not mad that he, swiped her necklace. She's like, nah, I'll just put it back on when I get up. No big deal. What she can't figure out is why he's acting like a nervous wreck. Did something happen? She asks. He manages to stammer out that he's just a little flustered by the current arrangement. She's still not getting it, asking why he'd be embarrassed. That's when it dawns on our boy. She's spent 99% of her life as an animal. The concept of clothes is probably totally foreign to her. Then she tells him to hurry up and explain, because his awkwardness is making her super embarrassed. He finally blurts out that she was always beautiful, but seeing her in human form, well, it's so stunning that his body is having a hard time keeping its cool. And light bulb moment. The realization hits her like a ton of bricks, and her face instantly goes 50 shades of red. She's a completely flustered mess. Anyway, fast forward to the next morning. The sun's up, she's waking up, and our boy is telling her it's time to rise and shine. Looks like she's already getting the hang of this, but she's still a little puzzled. She mentions that he always seemed incredibly tense. All nervous and jumpy whenever he saw her. But this morning, he's all chill and happy, and our boy admits she's spot on. He explains that up until now, he's been faking it as the Lunar King, absolutely terrified of getting found out. But last night, he had a major breakthrough, so he thanks her, telling her she's the one who helped him finally calm down. The poor girl is still rocking that adorably clueless expression, but he just announces it's time to prep for the Moon God Festival. Looks like he's finally figured out a strategy to take on the Emperor. She, on the other hand, is just stoked they're going out, and that's good enough for her. He does have one small request though. Maybe put on some clothes first. Later, on top of a mountain, he tells her he has a question. He brings up the necklace she's wearing, asking if that's the thing that triggers her transformation. After all, when he took it off, she got super intense about finding it. But she explains it's just a keepsake from her mother. That's the only reason she guards it so fiercely. The whole transformation thing? That was because of the upcoming full moon and had absolutely nothing to do with the necklace. Well, now the poor guy is all kinds of confused. She changes the subject, asking why he brought her up here and what his master plan against the Emperor is. He explains they're at the very top of the event's highest tower, which has a perfect vantage point of the elimination area. That's the battleground where he's going to throw down with the Emperor. She nods, saying she gets it, but points out one tiny problem. There's no Emperor in sight, so how exactly is he supposed to practice? He replies that he's going to kick off a trial, since being the lunar god means he's got a direct line to the big guys upstairs. And with that, he summons a shimmering butterfly, which zips off towards the arena without a moment's hesitation. She's like, "Are you kidding me? This is the test? You just summoned one dinky little creature." But he just smirks and tells her to take a closer look. Suddenly, a whole cloud of butterflies swarms in. Turns out, the shimmering butterfly's main gig is being a total magnet for other butterflies. This means he can whip up a blizzard of them, and nobody will have a clue which one is the original. White Flower leans in, trying to get a better view. Then, bam! A flash of light, and every single one of them vanishes. She whips around, demanding to know what Suiang just pulled. He plays it cool, saying it's a little secret for now, but on the night of the full moon, she'll get her answer. This just ticks her off. She can't believe this Dan Ali guy is holding out on her and says, if that's how he wants to play it, he's not sleeping anywhere near her until he spills the beans. But right then, a system notification pops up, announcing he just sealed a contract with a ton of creatures. Apparently, my man just signed contracts with somewhere between 1 and 1007 shimmering butterflies. He knows this is the most busted, game-breaking part of having access to the lunar tome, and, thinking about it, he realizes he hasn't even scratched the surface of his potential power. And hey, if the gods are watching, maybe pulling off a miracle will get them to show up in person. Meanwhile, White Flower is just fuming on the sidelines until she overhears someone complaining about what a stinky, run-down dump this place is. The new girl looks around in disgust, saying it's straight up embarrassing they can't even find a single 3-star tamer here. Yep, these are the lovely ladies Kang Yu sent to clean house and wipe everyone off the map. The one in the red hood snaps back, telling her not to question the Empress's orders. She must have her reasons for sending them to such a backwater town. The blonde sighs, "Yeah, I know," but complains about what a drag it is, right before she feels a pair of eyes on her. The poor girl instantly starts shaking in her boots. She just realized a creature with a way higher level than her was staring her down. And while she was totally freaking out, the other redhead pipes up, saying she's got a bad feeling too, and whatever it is, it's way out of their league. It was probably the top dog of this whole area, so their best bet was to just steer clear. Meanwhile, White Flower was just chilling at the top of the tower, bored out of her mind. Our boy, on the other hand, was pretty impressed. Kang Yu sent a whole squad with supreme-level creatures. White Flower scoffs, explaining that he has no clue how rare an event like this is, which is why the Empress is going all in. He can tell she's still salty, so he asks if she's still mad. She just turns her head away, and he suggests they call a truce. But my man is getting the cold shoulder, so he decides it's time for a little prank. If she's gonna act all high and mighty, then he's got no choice but to unleash his ultimate move. He starts pretending to shout out to some imaginary people. He's all like, "Hey, did you guys know there's a certain deer around here who's into some very time-specific types of stories?" She completely loses it and tells him to shut his mouth. He trolls her, asking what's so bad about her reading material that it has to be a state secret. She just yells at him to shut up and says if anyone else finds out, she'll literally just log off from life. He tells her to chill out and says she should come closer so he can hear all the juicy details. He doubles down. "Stop asking questions and get over here, or I'm telling everyone." And that's when the poor girl realizes she's totally cornered. She's blushing like crazy, trying to stall, but she slowly starts to shuffle over. Our boy's like, "Ha ha, I was just kidding," but it's way too late for that. She lunges at him with a killer move. Miraculously, he dodges, and she stumbles to the side. Or maybe not completely times to the side. Actually, you know what? The direction doesn't really matter, because it looks like she still managed to sort things out anyway. She gets all up in his personal space, whispers some sweet nothings we're not privy to, and when she pulls back, our boy's practically vibrating. Then she lays into him, telling him to knock it off with the creepy opportunist act, calling it absolutely pathetic. She declares she's had enough of his nonsense and is bouncing back to the moon pavilion, warning him not to even dream of darkening her doorstep again. And just like that, she vanishes into thin air. Our dude is left feeling totally bummed because she just unloaded on him, stormed off, and then did a magic disappearing act. He's standing there thinking her whole threat was kinda lame, completely oblivious to someone sneaking up on him. He's still trying to figure out the bizarre logic behind her shyness, when a voice from behind pipes up, asking if she's interrupting a moment. Turns out, it's the number 2 big shot from the Twin Moon Order, the one they call White Rabbit. Suiang tells her to get on with it, while mentally high-fiving himself that White Flower pieced out at the perfect moment. White Rabbit reports that they put a serious hurting on the Black Moon sect, but the slippery devils managed to escape. He gives her a nod and says, "When the full moon hits, it's all going to be over." I mean, he already knew taking down an ancient organization like that wasn't going to be a walk in the park. So, he summons the moon in the lake, the water starts to glow, and rising from its depths is none other than the crescent star herself. He looks the crescent star dead in the, well, wherever her eyes are, and proposes a little business arrangement: lend him her power during the full moon. The price? He'll cough up the location of her long-lost sheath. Just then, it's like a switch flips, and she seems to sense something. Her eyes slowly crack open, and the second she's fully awake, a massive beam of light shoots out from the top of the tower. All the grunts from Kang's sect are down below, totally panicking and wondering what kind of god-tier being is throwing a party up there. The crescent star snatches her lance, and her transformation sequence is finally complete. Seeing as how he hasn't been instantly vaporized, our boy takes that as a solid yes. He immediately dumps 30 points from his magic book to get the 411 on the creature acting as her sheath, the one Kang's crew has. The trusty tome starts its search, but then hits him with a classic system message. Warning: insufficient authority. Turns out, some of the juicy details are going to be redacted. He's not getting the full scoop on this creature named Frostflower. All the system is willing to tell him is that this thing times the sheath for the crescent star. You know, just one of the 7 sacred weapons of legend. These 7 bad boys were the pinnacle of ancient craftsmanship and were all beast-type armaments. Each one packed a unique core ability that could basically power-level its wielder to the next realm. Ages ago, the crescent star got split up from its other half, Frostflower, during some epic throwdown out in the east. But, of course, the system just has to drop a warning on him. It says he's going to need to lock in a true contract with an Emperor-ranked creature just to have enough juice to not get flattened in this Eastern region showdown. He immediately puts 2 and 2 together. For a requirement that's steep, the creature holding the sheath must be at least Supreme Lord ranked. The real problem is how to get it from them. So he tells her, Frost Flower is in the eastern region, but the crescent star gives him absolutely zero reaction, stone cold. He tries again, warning her that to get it back, they'll have to go toe-to-toe with the Queen of Feathers from the frozen forest. That still doesn't seem to get a rise out of her. Then, all of a sudden, she spins around, clenches her fists, and our hero is just left there watching the show. Because right now, there is absolutely zero chance the Twin Moon Order could even scratch the Celestial Queen. She was on a whole other level, a target that made Kang Yu look like a warm-up act, and he was already a 3-year-long headache. But he could tell the Crescent Star was desperate, so he scraped together what little guts he had and said he'd only need 3 years. Give him that much time, and he swore he'd personally deliver an eviction notice to the Queen of the Frozen Forest. The Crescent Star just turns, giving him the ultimate bruh look, and our boy immediately starts sweating, wondering why his mouth just wrote a check his body couldn't cash. He's totally panicking that she won't buy his act, and true to form, this lady just stares, giving him absolute radio silence until she finally speaks. She says that for literally hundreds of years, the Seven Weapons crew has been locked in an epic beef with the butterfly moon goddess. She'd been throwing shade and holding a grudge this whole time, but something about this idiot's sincerity got through, and for a moment, she was actually happy he let her dream a little. At that exact moment, our boy's brain just blue-screened with pure, unadulterated rage. This woman was faking it. She was pretending to be on mute the entire time. She could talk all along. All that interpretive dance and silent treatment? Yeah, that was just her being a world-class troll. But hey, what's done is done. He decides to just swallow his pride and says he'll do whatever it takes to keep this dream from crashing and burning. But first, he needs to know if she's finally gonna, cooperate. She explains their beef is ancient history, and if he really wants to conquer the sheath, a true union isn't totally off the table. However, if he was thinking about making some little mini-mez, that specific activity was a no-go without the sheath. Hold up, what? Our boy is just as lost as the rest of us right now. Meanwhile, back in the Academy's welcome hall, some blonde is absolutely losing her mind, screaming that she has no idea what some kid was talking about. The other girl tells her to listen up. She'll only say this once. Get lost. Kang Yu had already dropped a declaration of war on their whole crew, so baggage like her needed to bounce. Her buddy pops up out of nowhere and basically tells her to shut her trap. Apparently, that girl is the direct heir of the curved moon of the Blue Sea, and not even a top-tier player like Kang Yu can just mess with her. The redhead steps up and is like, wait a minute, you're Princess Bayou, right? She then calls her out, knowing all about Bayou's so-called sacred body. She's basically calling her a baby who's a solid 10 years too green to be throwing down with the big dogs here. This sacred body is a cheat code that lets any lunar beast go full Super Saiyan under her command. The princess just smirks, saying if she's really gonna lose, they'll just have to see it to believe it. But then she drops the bomb. Her empire literally paid for this whole building. And as the princess, she's officially uninviting all of them, so it's time to pack it up. The redhead is about to pop a blood vessel, yelling at her not to test her. But the princess just gives a smug grin and flexes her aura all over them. Just then, who should appear but the silver bunny from our boys' squad, telling them to stand down because it's a direct order from the Lunar King himself. The redhead's eyes go wide, recognizing the girl is from the Twin Moon Order, but Silver Bunny doesn't even flinch, just repeating her demand for the princess to let them pass. The princess just flashes a smile and tells Sister Bunny it's all good. And just like that, Kang Yu's crew finally gets past the velvet rope. The princess then asks Silver Bunny what her rank is in the Twin Moon Order. She calmly replies that she's the second seat, and asks, what's it to her? The princess just says that in that case, the 12th seat must be just a little bit stronger than her. But she guarantees that in 3 years' time, she'll be powerful enough to take a shot at the number 1 spot. Silver Bunny just gives a polite, I look forward to fighting alongside you, while thinking to herself, wow, this chick's ego is off the charts. Still, once the trials kick off, everyone's gonna get a front row seat to this sacred body power show. The night before the full moon. So get this. Some ninja in training is hiding behind a tree as a squad strolls by, feeling all smug, because the guards are total low levels who can't sense her. She telepathically asks her crew, so, everyone having a good time? And a magical dewdrop on a leaf chirps back, totally. But, it adds, we gotta be slick. We're in the northern region, remember? Another voice chimes in, Dude, we're just here to get the tea on what went down with the Black Moon sect. They're not just nosy about who's gonna win the big showdown, they're also dying to know which beasts get the moon god's blessing. I mean, let's be real, right now our boy looks like a measly one-star tamer. How in the world is he supposed to throw down with an emperor? The first girl then asks why the dude up high is being so quiet. He finally speaks, saying, "The fact that the Lunar King is a one-star tamer is the single most terrifying part of this whole situation." Meanwhile, our hero is still chilling on top of that tower. "Bro, please log back in, the event is starting." All of a sudden, he spots a flash in the distance and realizes something's coming his way. And kaboom! There goes his tower. Down below, it's that crazy antelope lady, cackling that she finally managed to unalive that cursed guy. She gives a shout out to Black Whale for basically being her GPS and pinpointing our hero's location. The dude's just like, "Great, so what's our exit strategy?" She brushes him off, saying it's no big deal since she just took down the Lunar King. She's convinced the gods are about to slide into her DMs with blessings. However, that's when she gets a sudden case of the heebie-jeebies. High above, our boy congratulates the moon in the lake and immediately summons the crescent star. And what do you know? The crescent star has a major crush on him now and appears in a flash. He tells her to open her eyes, and the second she does, it's go time. Antelope realizes she's royally screwed, slams her hand on the ground, and rips open a teleportation circle. A split second later, she vanishes into thin air, leaving her two cronies behind. The guy starts screaming her name because not only did the psycho ditch him, but she ditched his beast too. The girl's antelope pet throws up a dinky little barrier, but Suiang just casually lifts a finger and sicks the crescent star on them. The attack obliterates the tower, and man, the two chumps just get deleted from the server. Meanwhile, Antelope thinks she's home free after teleporting so far away, right up until she feels something closing in. She dares to look back, and a massive beam of green energy is already on her 6. Another poor soul gets absolutely wrecked. Cut to the competition arena. Shoju is on stream, hyping up the crowd and yelling that the tournament is about to kick off. She's not missing a single second, so y'all better smash that like button. The little streamer is absolutely buzzing today, with like 100 times more viewers than she usually gets. It's all because the secret beasts favored by the Lunar King are finally about to be revealed to the world. On the main stage, other contestants are grumbling that it's too early to start since the full moon isn't even out yet. A girl tells them to chill out, because winning or losing is beside the point. As long as we get to see the emperors battle it out and make it out alive, she says, that's a win in my book. After all, the fight between them is just the opening act for the real show. Still, she thinks, it'd be awesome if that one annoying girl got eliminated. Letting her keep evolving would be a massive pain to deal with in about 3 years. With that sorted, the host thanks everyone for coming and says she's gonna run down the rules just one more time. First up, you had to be under 20 years old to enter. Secondly, you had to lock in your beast choice at the very beginning and couldn't summon anything else once the fight started. On top of that, any player could forfeit mid-match. Rule number 4, it was absolutely forbidden to attack the crowd or the other beastmasters. She declares that's the whole list, and now, the tournament will officially begin. And right at that moment, the princess practically begs her aunt to let her go first, but the aunt shuts it down with a, "Not yet," pointing out the sky was missing its full moon. Besides, she was a key player meant to back up the Lunar King when he finally throws down with Kang Yu in 3 years. Meanwhile, our boy is just chilling, watching the whole circus from a distance. The opening acts were on, but the headliners hadn't shown up yet. He could feel it. A few Emperor-ranked heavy hitters were on their way. Now Times was the real party crasher. They were probably just grabbing some popcorn to watch him duke it out with the Black Moon sect. The Crescent Star pipes up, asking if he can feel that. He's like, "You mean the Emperors?" She scoffs, saying it's way bigger than that. The actual moon gods had their eyes on him. And speaking of drama, K-boom. Something just went off in the arena. A giant alligator lets out a final roar as it gets wrecked. Its owner looks absolutely crushed, mourning the loss of his favorite pet. The blonde girl is literally about to nod off, complaining that these so-called fights are a total snooze fest. She yawns, asking how many of these pathetic matches they've sat through and if it's time for a real player to step up. Her friend just deadpans. This was the 5th one. With a dramatic stretch, she declares they're just wasting daylight. Since none of these clowns were gonna make a move, she'd get the party started herself. She leaps into the arena, shouting for anyone from the BU Empire with a spine to come fight her. The princess on the platform is seeing red, but her aunt warns her it's not her turn yet and to stay put. But of course, She couldn't care less and jumps in anyway. The ant is freaking out, yelling it's too dangerous, but the princess just waves it off like it's nothing. She's just looking to kill some time. Besides, she knows the Black Moon crew will be here soon, so why not have a little fun first? The blonde smirks, asking if the little kid is times she wants to dance with her. The princess just retorts that the full moon is coming, and she won't have time to play around then. So she's taking this golden opportunity to shut up those obnoxious southerners. Naturally, the blonde is absolutely fuming. The blonde snarls that she's going to pay for that comment. But just as she's about to pounce, a hand lands on her shoulder. It's the red-haired girl, who calmly says she'll handle this one. The blonde is confused, asking why she'd bother with a pipsqueak 3-star kid. But then, a devious thought crosses her mind. Maybe the redhead has a bigger plan. Perhaps a little accidental takedown was on the menu. Still, the blonde isn't having it. She complains that the redhead is being way too cocky, just swooping in and stealing her opponent. But all it takes is one ice-cold stare from her friend, and the blonde immediately shuts her mouth. The redhead sensed something was off with this princess. Her main goal was to make sure none of their 5-person squad got knocked out this early in the game, and that's exactly why she stepped in. The princess smirks, calling it a smart move, since it would have been a total bore to stomp someone so weak. At least this way, we can have a little fun, she adds. Without another word, the redhead begins her summoning. Out comes a supreme-ranked lunar pearl spirit, a supreme-ranked floating water creature, and another supreme-ranked beast, adorably named Leaf. She then turns to the princess and tells her to get on with it and summon her own backup, or was she thinking of tucking her tail and running? The princess just shrugs, saying her companion is a little backed up, so it might be a minute. Literally everyone is just staring, completely baffled by that comment. But the redhead just says, "That's fine, take all the time you need." The entire stadium is on the edge of their seats. Then, out of nowhere, the princess whips out a pill and casually pops it in her mouth. The blonde starts screaming that it has to be some kind of illegal juice, accusing her of cheating. But the redhead knows better. That's definitely not a performance-enhancing pill, but a freaking cultivation pill. The girl's like, "That only makes sense if you're about to power up," and right on cue, the princess's eyes snap open. And just like that, she levels up to 4 stars. The blue-eyed girl mutters that now she can probably unleash her beast's true potential, but even that's not going to be enough to beat Red. The princess, however, just smirks and says, "Oh, this is more than enough." In a flash, 2 beams of light erupt from her, summoning the Raid and Moon's soul in the sound of the crescent moon. The redhead scoffs, asking if she seriously thinks she can win with those times things, and warns that no one from the Empire is going to jump in to save her. The princess pauses for a second, and then just bursts out laughing, telling the redhead, she's a riot. "Seems you Southerners are completely clueless about the sacred body, huh? Well, class is in session, and you're about to get schooled." In that very instant, her creature vanishes, and in the blink of an eye, it's right in the redhead's face, and oh boy, it's about to deliver a knuckle sandwich right to her dome. A shockwave rocks the whole arena as the blonde spectator gawks, not even seeing it move. Her friend just tells her to chill out. The fight's just getting started, after all. It was never going to be that simple. The redhead casually blocked the whole thing with her plant creature like it was nothing. The princess's summons looked pretty ticked off and unleashed a whole barrage of attacks. The racket was so insane people had to cover their ears. But her opponent just yawned and asked if that was all she's got. Then, out of nowhere, the giant pearl materialized right in front of her. It fired off a direct shot, and yikes, it slammed right into the poor princess's gut, sending her flying across the arena. She crashed into the ground, shattering it to pieces. Before she could even get up, she got blasted again while her other creature was diving in from above. But the redhead's creature was ready for it, holding out a weird orb that suddenly reflected an image of the princess's own summon. And then, bam! The orb exploded right from its fingertip, landing a devastating blow smack dab in the creature's stomach. With that one hit, the poor thing collapsed to the ground, totally defeated. The crowd went wild, calling it a brutal takedown. The blonde spectator just sighs. That's the power of the Peach Moon Saint for you. It looked like the princess never even had a shot. But just then, a bubble envelops the princess. The Peach Girl declares the fight over, but wait, the damage she just dealt boomerangs right back at her. A blast sends her staggering backward, completely baffled as to how the heck that brat managed to reflect the kill shot she was about to land. Worst of all, her own creature couldn't even block the reflected damage. The poor girl starts to panic, totally flustered. Not knowing what else to do, she rushes over and casts a healing spell, slowly patching her summon up. And just like that, it's back to full health. Her friends let out a sigh of relief. Well, now she knows that Bubble Trap is a no-go. Looks like for now, she'll have to rely on the Pearl. Its attacks were insanely fast and packed a punch, making it a real pain to counter. But then, the mermaid-like creature on the ground starts twitching. And get this, it looks like it's starting to mutate or something, even after getting totally wrecked. It gets back up. Peach is just staring, wondering how that's even possible, as the revived creature launches an attack straight for the Pearl. The Pearl, caught off guard, ends up getting partially shattered. Peach had never seen a favored beast bounce back that fast in her life. Could the sacred moon body really be this broken? She thinks. The princess just grins and says, "All right, playtime's over. Let's wrap this up." Just then, the full moon starts to climb into the sky, and her creature lets out a massive roar. Everyone knew what that meant. It was about to get a serious buff. But this was just getting ridiculous. Peach's brain was short-circuiting, trying to figure out how a sacred body could ignore a 3-rank power gap. From a safe distance, our boy was just kicking back, taking in the whole spectacle. He had to admit, activating that sacred moon body was seriously slick. Her creature ballooned to a colossal size and pounced at Peach, winding up a massive tail swipe. It slammed into the arena floor, and the poor girl flinched. But, surprise, the real targets were her summoned creatures. Then, out of nowhere, the princess's monster just yeets itself into the air and basically starts flying. Peach is just standing there, completely baffled, wondering what kind of cheat code the princess is using. Hovering above, the creature unleashes another devastating tail swipe from the sky. But then some rando in a hood just appears and calls her out, saying she's way too arrogant for someone whose only trick is a fancy body. He's basically saying she's a low-level scrub who shouldn't even be in this fight. He casually holds out a hand, and, zap, a bolt of lightning fries the poor girl on the spot. She's writhing in agony as the princess's creature finally keels over. The girl is super bummed, though, since they were so close to uncovering the Lunar King's secrets. That's when she notices her phone is a total brick, and so is everyone else's. Suddenly, a bizarre bunny materializes in the arena and immediately starts dishing out slaps with its ears. The hooded guy yells out the name Tinta, and a colossal black wall shoots into the heavens. Then, a similar, but clearly supreme-ranked, bunny boss spawns in the middle of the arena. He sizes up the protagonist's bunny, commenting that it looks like a lunar rabbit, but something about it seems a little off. He then proceeds to ask if it's a dude or a dudette, and if it can even talk, seeing as he's getting the silent treatment. He grumbles that this won't be much fun. Then, something starts rumbling in his stomach, and he pulls 2 gnarly spiked balls out of his ears. Our bunny lets out a furious roar and lunges at him in the same breath. But oh man, here comes the counterattack. It connects, and the poor bunny gets absolutely rocked in the stomach. My dude, she got blasted clean out of the arena. The hooded guy just smirks, saying they're getting closer. Meanwhile, our boy is just chilling on a rooftop, vibing with his butterflies like nothing is happening. Whiteflower asks him what in the world they're supposed to do. He just says, "For now, everyone just needs to chill." He explains that the bunny's healing factor is even more broken than the sacred body, but suddenly, both the moon and the crescent flower seem to sense a disturbance in the force. High above the arena, the lightning moon princess is charging up a world-ending attack. And once again, the city is about to get completely leveled. Almost everything is vaporized, except for a lone barrier they had managed to erect. It was a last-ditch countermeasure they'd set up for exactly this kind of a psycho is trying to nuke us situation. But she's still freaking out about the Lunar King. The crazy thing is, the castle he was in appears completely untouched. The lightning moon princess is losing it, screeching that it's impossible. How could an attack of that magnitude not even make the Lunar King flinch? But our boy is the one who's truly terrified. His moon in the lake defense had already tanked several attacks from the crescent star. This time, however, that blast from the lightning moon princess almost completely wiped out his energy reserves. Right at that moment, the crescent star steps forward, says, "I got this," then shoots into the sky to float right in front of the moon. She raises her hand as if she's asking the moon for a favor, leaving everyone on the ground wondering if this is some kind of epic counterattack. Just then, the lightning princess pulls out 2 weapons. They fuse together and morph into 2 other women. These guys were practically drooling at the chance to take on the crescent star, since she's basically a legendary weapon. They go full Leroy Jenkins, yelling about how she was only a big deal back in the day because times hadn't shown up yet. But right at that moment, a little twinkle appears on her face, and poof, the clowns get deleted in a flash. The fight barely even started, and two so-called supreme ranked creatures were already sent packing. The hooded dude coughs up a bit of blood, having a classic "oh crap" moment as he realizes this isn't going to be the easy win he imagined. That's when he spots something materializing in the sky above them, and the Thunder Princess quickly throws up a shield. And here we go again. The Crescent Star's attack comes crashing down, absolutely shredding the terrain. It's pure chaos everywhere, and a massive downpour starts soaking the whole area. Meanwhile, the folks on the stage are surprisingly chill about the whole thing. I mean, half the arena just got vaporized. Then, all of a sudden, the assault just stops, and the massive blade in the sky pivots towards the crescent moon. Suiang is completely blown away, especially since he hasn't even seen her true power when combined with the sheath. Peach puts two and two together and realizes that if she can dumpster 3 members of the Black Moon Association this easily, then things probably aren't going to be a walk in the park for Kang Yu either. At the same time, the princess is getting escorted off the stage. She's just gushing about how the Lunar King is on a whole other level of awesome. However, the Crescent Star snaps Suiang out of it, warning him not to get distracted because even that nuke of an attack can only be fired off one more time under this full moon. He just gets hyped, saying that getting to use it even one more time is already overkill. He then points at White Flower and tells her it's her turn to get in there and stall for as long as possible. And, as usual, she's not exactly jumping for joy at being told what to do, but our boy just tells her to stick to the plan. They're just setting the stage for the Times Real Times Emperors to show up. And that's when something catches his eye. He was curious to see what she'd look like under a full moon. So, who exactly is on their way? And just how dangerous are they gonna be? Meanwhile, the mages are patting themselves on the back, thinking a 3-on-1 beatdown should be more than enough. Then, behind the Black Rabbit, something starts to emerge from the ground. He whips around to see what the heck is going on. And it's our boy's little bunny, back on her feet and fully healed. The guy realizes she's got some insane regeneration and just grins. Now this is gonna be fun. She lunges right at him, but he just scoffs that she's still too clumsy. With that, he starts spinning his ears like helicopter blades. Man, this girl does not hesitate to throw down. But wait, there's something else dropping in from above. He manages to slice her ear, but it just grows back in the blink of an eye. He's starting to get seriously confused, wondering what kind of beast can just regrow entire body parts like it's nothing. So, he kicks it into high gear and dices her up 3 more times. But a second later, she's perfectly fine again. The poor dude is giving it his all, but it's just not working. And now he's getting gassed out, realizing he can't actually finish her off. He starts thinking that maybe the best play is to just trap her and bounce. With that, he flings his ears into the air and declares he's ending this right now. He then unleashes a massive, full-power attack right on top of her. And once again, a huge explosion erupts, obliterating everything in sight. Peach is just staring, amazed that the entire ground has been ripped to shreds. Or more accurately, he just dug a massive crater. The enemy gloats that now that she's buried a kilometer underground, there's no way she's coming back. Meanwhile, our boy is seriously impressed with his bunny's toughness. But now that she's been buried alive, he figures he's unfortunately gonna have to call in the Crescent Star for a rescue. But just then, he notices something weird. The ground in front of our fluffy black rabbit starts to shake. And would you look at that, crawling back out of the crater like a B-list horror movie villain. Man, she's looking a bit grape-flavored. Well, would you look at that? The enemy finally clocks that she's leveled up to a mid-tier bunny. He's totally baffled, having never seen a creature just spontaneously switch species. But according to our hero's trusty guide, getting all emotional can apparently fast-track the evolution process. And that's the uh-oh moment when he figures out she's just going to keep getting beefier from here on out. Meanwhile, the other guy is having a full-blown tantrum, whining that he'd never stoop to fighting a weak little lunar rabbit on even terms. So he throws a hissy fit and charges in for another ear slap, but this time it connects with a solid thud and does absolutely nothing. Well now, it finally sinks in that she's had a serious glow-up. He decides to go all in and try to end this little spat, once and for all. But whoa, something just diced the dude. Turns out, she unleashed a mini nuke with her ear that just erased the whole scene. Off in the distance, our mysterious hooded dude is looking rough. His ink is literally melting off. He nearly jumps out of his cloak when someone sneaks up on him. Even I'm getting the heebie-jeebies. Just look at this menace approaching. Under the full moon, White Flower makes her grand entrance. And thank goodness, she's keeping things advertiser-friendly. The dude is absolutely floored to see she's a humanoid beast. The light bulb finally goes off, and he realizes who clapped that water emperor. The colossal Thunder Princess starts flinging some spells, but White Flower just casually pops up a shield like it's no big deal. Mr. Hood tries to talk big, saying she's all alone and should just surrender, but White Flower basically tells him to shut his pie hole. She's just here to bait him into summoning his final pet, so he needs to quit dragging his feet. But the chump whips out a scroll and starts unrolling it, bragging that he can steal the ultimate move from every creature he beats. He claims she'll have to face down more than 10 supreme-level beings, and after she's toast, they'll decide which one gets her spot. But White Flower is completely unimpressed, calls him a loudmouth, and says it's time to show him what's what. She lifts her arm, declaring this next move is a full moon exclusive. Get ready for another blinding flash of light. Or maybe not. She morphs into the Princess of the Clouds and whips out 2 katanas. The other lady instantly recognizes them as top-tier Imperial gear. White Flower gives her a death glare for like 1 second. And in the blink of an eye, she's already behind her. Dude, that hit had to be a critical one. The poor woman got turned into confetti, and poor Peach couldn't even track the movement. For real, the Cloud Empress's power level was way more terrifying than she ever could have guessed. Turns out, it was just the shield of that annoying, unkillable mage that got shattered. She figures from the way it poofed that it must be some kind of damage-nullifying creature. The scroll zips back to him and basically tells her not to get cocky. So, then, he summons a shiny winged butterfly, which actually seems to get White Flower's attention. And just like that, a barrage of light beams comes flying right at her. She dodges the first blast like it's nothing, but it bounces off a wall and zaps her from behind. And with that, her outfit gets a little ventilated. Luckily, we're keeping it PG here, but then the whole sky just erupts into a massive explosion. She teleports behind the scroll and taunts him, asking if he's done playing with those second-rate techniques. The poor schmuck is just trying to figure out what just happened. But White Flower just schools him, telling him to stop leaning on minions weaker than himself. And then, she slices that scroll to ribbons for good. For sure, it's definitely down for the count this time. Once again, the hooded man has to eat his defeat. White Flower points out that if he'd just listened to her in the first place, he wouldn't be in this much of a mess. He finally gets it through his thick skull that he was a fool for thinking he could ever take on the Lunar King. So this dude tells the Lunar Palace they better sign the transfer contract, while the Fox Girl and her little water buddy are just watching the whole show go down. The droplet is all like, she's destined to be the next Snow Queen. The Fox, on the other hand, says there's no way in heck someone like her could become an Ice Queen. Then suddenly, this insane aura erupts. Bro, the entire city is getting wrecked. Our boy is just casually getting a lift from some butterflies while White Flower gets sent flying. He asks if she's up against an emperor, and she's not even sure. But one thing is crystal clear. This person is already halfway to that god-tier level. And then, out of nowhere, a giant green orb materializes in front of her. A single foot pokes out from inside, and this super lazy-looking girl just strolls on out. Both Peach and the Fox Girl seem to recognize her as a heavy hitter from the Supreme Palace. They're all wondering why the Black Moon would summon a boss-level character like that. The system pings with an alert. The moon of the palace has a super high concentration of Emperor's blood and is the absolute strongest in the supreme rank. The princess calls the woman shameless, saying it would take the entire Twin Moon Order working together just to take her down. She seems completely bored out of her mind until her eyes suddenly lock onto something. The Thunder Girl asks what's up, and she points out that the moonlight here feels totally unnatural. Also, there were a ton of glowing butterflies, which made 0 sense since they were in the northern region. The guy asks what she's even talking about. She just shrugs it off, saying it doesn't matter. Half the butterflies are here, but it's not going to make a lick of difference. The only thing that matters is the opponent standing before her, who she recognizes as White Flower. She starts charging up power in each hand, and suddenly, her hands morph into vicious claws. White Flower just gets into a stance, no words needed. Then, she vanishes in an instant. The two of them collide high above the arena. They're zipping back and forth so fast that no one can even see what's happening. People are losing their minds that White Flower is actually going toe-to-toe with her, and Suiang had no idea she was packing this kind of power. This was a supreme-level battle on a scale he had never witnessed before. Mortals like him couldn't even dream of intervening in a fight like this. The moment White Flower hits the ground, the woman preps an explosion and fires off a massive barrage of green light. The poor girl looks completely clueless, like she has no idea what to do. And man, she gets absolutely swept away. What is this? My friend? She literally sliced a mountain in half. It looks like White Flower switched to her spiritual form to barely dodge, but that was way too close. Our boy nearly got vaporized without even realizing it. Once again, his trusty bunny saved his hide, or he would have taken that blast right to the face. And the bunny just reforms itself as Suiang realizes. The more emotions it absorbs and the longer it's under the full moon, the stronger it's going to get. This means it's nowhere near its limit. And once again, it throws itself right back into the fight. Meanwhile, poor White Flower is getting completely thrashed. The green girl is the moon of the treasure palace, but I'm just going to call her Treasure to keep it simple. At that exact moment, Treasure snags the bunny out of midair. She sneers, asking how they have the nerve to pull such a sneaky attack. And man, she slams it into the ground. White Flower slowly moves in. She readies her two blades, looks down, and unleashes a massive explosion right at her opponent. The hooded guy yells for the Thunder Girl to help. She raises her hands to the sky, trying to gather all her power. But strangely, the clouds just seem to vanish. She's completely baffled, having no clue what's going on. And right beside her, a greenish figure is just staring. She's like, when the heck did that crescent-shaped punk show up? But immediately tries to power up again. She's all fired up, thinking she has to be the hero and save the girl. And yet, in a world-class troll move, the crescent moon just gives her the cold shoulder and strolls off. Boom! Another explosion for the highlight reel. The bunny and White Flower nope out of there, while Treasure starts monologuing, asking how two worthless peons even had the nerve to try something. She starts cooking up a little doomsphere in her hand, dropping the classic villain line. Now, you will know true fear. A whole barrage of sickly green moons gets spammed out. For the second time, White Flower gets shredded, but it's no biggie, she just phases through it all in her ghost form. The poor bunny, on the other hand, is catching all the heat. So naturally, White Flower uses the giant fluffball as a living shield. Classy. Turns out her ghost mode has a cooldown. If she overuses it, she'll start taking real damage. So for now, she's just gotta tank the hits and pray her regen holds up. The only problem? That health bar ain't infinite. She figures she's bought herself a minute, tops. But then, she spots something out of the corner of her eye. A whole volley of attacks comes flying in from the rear, intercepting the green death moons. Treasure is completely baffled, like, what in the world is happening? And of course, it was the crescent star, finally deciding to crash the party. Treasure throws a fit, whining about how that darn star showed up just as she was about to claim her victory. But for White Flower, this was the opening she'd been waiting for to end this once and for all. She dramatically stretches her blades out, and they just poof into thin air. Then she strikes a pose, hand on her head, and sends out a little mental ping. Our boy's just watching, thinking, what is that ridiculous pose? But hey, whatever it is, it's working. You can feel the power level skyrocketing. She starts sucking in all the ambient energy like a vacuum cleaner. From way over there, Treasure is clueless. A freaking tornado starts swirling up behind the rabbit, and Treasure is finally thinking, okay, who the heck is this girl? That's when White Flower drops the bomb. She's the one, the true moon chaser. She adds, and hey, if you manage to live through this, I might consider taking you on as my student. Treasure just busts out laughing. She's like, honey, I'm old enough to be your mom. Meanwhile, a nasty green and black portal opens in the sky, and Treasure gloats that everything's about to be vaporized. But White Flower isn't impressed. She just sticks out her arm and summons a giant, glowing deer to charge right at it. Yes, a deer. This spectral Bambi fully materializes and just headbutts the doom portal. Kaboom! Another mini explosion, and the whole battlefield is covered in smoke. The audience is completely blind, no clue what's happening. Then you've got this hooded goon laughing his head off, saying, it's hilarious. The Lunar King stood no chance against him. No idea what that clown is rambling about, especially since our main character is just standing there, chilling, looking completely unfazed. He glances up at the sky, as if asking the gods if they enjoyed the show. But then he declares that the appetizer is over. And now it's time for the main course. The whole crowd starts freaking out, because the sky has suddenly gone pitch black. The moon itself starts to get eclipsed. Suiang reflects that his heart's been pounding like crazy lately. But right here, Right now, on the verge of fighting the Emperor, he feels a bizarre sense of total calm. White Flower has to ask, "Are you really that confident?" And he just replies, "I literally can't imagine a scenario where I lose." White Flower is stunned, like, "For real?" He's just like, "Yep." He admits it sounds arrogant, just like the old Lunar King used to be. Apparently, these Black Moon folks have stirred up some old memories, though they feel more like trippy hallucinations than actual memories. He's seeing flashes of his childhood, growing up with the girls from the Northern Palace. He remembers how they always took such good care of him. He thinks back to when he was just a kid. So, to prove his memories were real, he literally wrote a book in English. But then, poof, some mysterious entity just wiped it all clean. Turns out, there was no old version of him. He's always been this guy, just born into this world with a full set of memories from his past life back on Earth. But at some point, his brain got a hard reset until about 2 months ago when he bonked his head and everything came flooding back. Still, that little incident proved one thing: there are some seriously dangerous beings lurking around. And just like the Black Moon folks yapped about 3 years ago, he had a super important pet. He knows this little guy is the master key to becoming God's apostle. Suddenly, a massive paw starts dropping from the sky. It's got horns, long hair, and you won't believe this. I was totally expecting some hot demon girl, but nope, it's just a freaking giant goat. And when I say giant, I mean this thing is colossal, staring down at the whole arena like it's a snack. The arena's barrier is still up, but it's looking pretty flimsy. Our boy knows the second that thing shatters, a whole lot of people are gonna get wrecked. The giant goat is not impressed, calling the Black Moon cult a bunch of washed-up losers for summoning her over something so trivial. Then she asks, "So, who's the target?" The cult leader begs for her help to take out God's apostle. She just scoffs, completely unimpressed. "You guys can't even handle a backwater region like the North?" Wow, the organization has really hit rock bottom. But hey, since she's here, might as well have a little fun before it's all over. Meanwhile, Suiang is just chilling, looking all cool with his butterflies. And then, out of nowhere, he whips a vial of liquid out of his pocket. He casually tells White Flower it's some Wing Fang Tong body fluid. Yeah, you heard that right. And our boy, with all the confidence in the world, just lets a single drop fall. Nobody has a clue what he's up to, least of all his enemies. Naturally, they're all scratching their heads, like, why'd he just waste that on the ground? But he just smirks and says it's to help them find an easier path. White Flower is still totally lost, having no idea what he's rambling on about. And then, it happens. A low buzzing starts up behind her. The whole crowd turns to see what's up. In the distance, a weird yellow cloud is barreling towards them. Our boy reveals he's always been the master of the Moon Book. And as the official apostle of the northern region, his job was to round up all the butterflies and sign a contract with every single one. A few days back, he sent out a little memo to all the ones already under his command. And just like that, butterflies from every region started making a break for it. Even the ones already contracted to other people? Yeah, those contracts got snapped. And for the ultimate distraction, he called in a swarm of butterflies from all over the north. This entire scheme was just the opening act for his throwdown with the Emperor. And right on cue, he finally cracks open the book. The girls are freaking out, wondering if the Lunar King is seriously about to summon an Emperor-level creature. The tension is thick. Everyone's dying to see what he's got up his sleeve. Then, all at once, the butterflies start peeling away from him. Some rando in the crowd calls them idiots, yelling that the butterflies are running away, but Peach knew what was up. This place was about to become an Emperor-class war zone. He glances up at the sky and calls out, asking if a certain moon goddess is watching, and if this little festival opener was enough to get her excited. 'Cause if she's tuned in, it's showtime, time for a miracle. The goat's thinking, okay, these bugs are weak, but this many of them is just a huge pain. As much as she'd love to just flatten this kid, she holds back. She knows if she goes on a rampage and wipes out this many lunar creatures, she'll be on their bad side forever. And our boy is just grinning, thinking everything's falling into place. After all, he'd already locked in a contract with over 1,300,000 butterflies. All of a sudden, the whole dang book starts spazzing out, and here he was, just hoping for one more page. He knew this was the most stubborn page in the history of the Moon Book, but he never guessed it was hiding the juicy details about the 7 legendary weapons. Turns out, this book was packed with secrets that got wiped from his brain, and he knew that with the OG power it was supposed to have, he'd be way ahead in the game by now. Then, out of nowhere, he feels a tingle. And just like that, the page flips. A brilliant golden energy shoots into the sky, and the fox totally freaks out. She felt the vibe of a terrifying emperor and is like, "What in the world is that?" Then, poof, Kang Yu just materializes out of thin air, revealing she'd been lurking there the whole time. She drops a bombshell, saying the Lunar King is definitely toast at this festival. With that, she starts to fade away, claiming, "There's nothing left to see here, folks." And just like that, she's gone. The fox is just baffled, wondering how long that sneaky girl was literally breathing down their necks. Just as Suiang's butterflies start swarming together, a colossal wing materializes in the sky, and the crowd in the arena just hits the deck. Bun is straight up bawling, blubbering about how she never thought she'd see a miracle like this in her lifetime. The hooded dude asks the goat lady if she's got any chance against that times thing. She just lets out a weird giggle before whipping around, tears streaming down her face, wailing, "There's absolutely zero chance of beating that monster. We had a good run, but the Black Moon cult is officially done for. There's no win condition for us anymore, so it's time for everyone to pack it in. We've got to close the curtains on this show because we're relics of the past." The guy is totally lost, not getting why she's so terrified. And the goat explains she's been around the block, but she's never even heard a whisper about a true times apostle of the gods. However, it looks like there's one standing right in front of her. What's now dominating the field is the legendary butterfly that guards the palace. The hooded dude is just staring, wondering what kind of emperor-level beast this is. It just flaps its wings once, and a massive earthquake rips through the entire region, knocking absolutely everyone off their feet. Even the mighty thunder giant gets dropped to her knees. Only Nadium Boy's critters manage to stay standing. Meanwhile, the poor fox is just catching a stray for being nosy. Nobody told her to get involved. She knew right then that nothing in the entire central region could even compare to this level of power. And dude, if that goat was a giant, this thing was the size of a whole planet. The poor goat just sighs, saying it's an honor to get wiped out like this. She just stands there, facing it down, hoping that after she bites the dust, she'll become part of the moonlight and vibe through all of eternity. Yikes. I think she's officially lost her marbles. Meanwhile, our two knucklehead protagonists are knocked out cold on the ground. It looks like our boy is finally downloading the memories of being the actual lunar god. And this whole scene gives him a serious case of déjà vu from something that went down 3 years ago. He had wrecked everything in sight, and apparently, not much has changed. Back then, he was already known as the Lunar King, and this time, the whole ordeal didn't give him amnesia, which means summoning this absolute unit of a creature had nothing to do with that memory loss bug. He then starts to panic about the catastrophe he just unleashed. The entire barrier was completely shattered, but it looks like everyone just took a little nap. So, chances are, the moon and the lake pulled off one last clutch save to protect them. The creature he summoned probably has no clue he's running on a wiped hard drive. And if there's one lesson he took away from this whole showdown, is that he needs to jog his memory and remember who he really is, like, as soon as possible. The sorry remnants of the Black Moon cult watched their leader get absolutely wrecked, even after he burned 20 years of his life just to survive the last hit. But Suiang, being the ultimate troll, just tells him the whole fight was completely pointless, and the old dude actually agrees, muttering it was true because the gods weren't even tuning in. Our boy's like, "So why'd you throw your life away, Gramps? Did you really think that festival was gonna be your personal charging station?" The old geezer just busts out laughing, telling the Lunar King not to ask such a boneheaded question. Turns out, he was also from the Moonlight clan, so, duh, of course he wanted to dethrone the strongest dude of this era. He says as long as there was a sliver of a chance to win, he was all in. Too bad the whole thing was just a cosmic prank pulled by the gods, cause the power gap between them was basically a freaking canyon. Our boy then hits him with, "So why were you trying so hard to be the god's little pet?" He tells him to forget all that drama and just admit today's beatdown was pretty fun. The old man, surprised, asks if he actually had a good time too, and if he was at least strong enough to be a minor inconvenience. Suiang's like, "Oh yeah, totally." He claims he went all out in this fight, and now that the dust has settled, there's no point in trash-talking a dying man. With that, the old dude starts to fade away, muttering that it's nice to peace out while believing such sweet, sweet lies. But wait, plot twist. He tells Suiang to listen up, because this next bit is about his amnesia. In that legendary battle from the past, he also summoned the big boss guardian, the 8-winged butterfly. The resulting brawl literally wiped 1/3 of the entire northern continent off the map. But here's the freaky part. Nobody even questioned what happened. It's like the whole world got hit with a forget-me stick. He laments that whatever went down back then was definitely not a simple scuffle, and warns Suiang to watch his back. Apparently, the gods' plans for him are way more twisted than he can imagine, and with the old man's final words, the Black Moon cult was officially kaput. Suiang, however, wasn't exactly popping champagne. His whole amnesia problem had jack squat to do with the Black Moon cult, and whatever entity was powerful enough to delete a third of the North was way, way out of his league. He balls up his fists, then immediately chills out. Right now, there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. But weirdly, even though the main crisis was over, his heart felt like it was full of lead. Still, maybe for just a little while, he could finally catch a break. And with that thought, he faceplants right in front of everybody. Fast forward a few hours, and the fox is freaking out, saying it's insane that just the leftover energy knocked them all out cold. The only bummer is that they totally missed the grand finale. But then, her jaw drops. She spots a massive, glowing deer just chilling in the sky. And get this, a little bunny is walking on the clouds, asking this Kermit Green sky goddess what she thought of the show she just orchestrated. She's bragging about how the opening she created during the battle was absolutely spectacular, but the giant deer basically tells her to stop messing with the Moonlight Festival, and that from now on, she's grounded within the Northern Territory. The little bunny goes quiet for a hot second. Then she puts on her best pouty face, whining that the deer is being a total meanie. She starts to bounce, claiming it's all a big misunderstanding and that she never interfered with the festival. After all, the winner was the kid with the moon god's cheat book anyway. And hey, at least now they don't have to scout for another perfect candidate, right? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this story gets my brain twisted sometimes too, but I'm pretty sure we're just watching two gods bickering in the sky about the mortals they're messing with down below. Turns out, that majestic deer is the current big shot goddess, and she's just staring down at poor White Flower, who's totally knocked out on the floor. She spots our boy standing there with his arms wide open like a total doofus, and she actually cracks a little smile. 30 minutes tick by, and the fox girl, who's basically just audience chan at this point, is completely blown away that she just witnessed actual gods chilling right in front of her. She finally spills the tea. That deer is the mastermind who forged the 7 legendary weapons. Her name is Calamity of Pure White, and she's been totally MIA since the last festival. And apparently, wherever they're from, the deer and the bunny are mortal enemies. The little droplet chimes in, saying beings that powerful couldn't care less about a bunch of mortals. It's probably best to just play dumb, act like they saw nothing, and never breathe a word of this to anyone. But of course, someone just has to ask what they're whispering about. One of the girls from the prayer group pops up out of nowhere, asking if a divine creature really just made an appearance. Our two stooges are totally spooked because they didn't even sense her coming. The little bird on her hand chirps up, saying not to worry, the divine being has already bounced. But the fox isn't buying it. She just points and tells the girl to cut the act and reveal who she really is. She introduces herself as just a simple mortal, the administrator for the pet division of the Twin Moon Order, which, by the way, belongs to our boy. She claims she never expected to see two folks from such a faraway empire all the way out here. So, she came to say sorry, and apparently this little guy on her hand has something to add. The bird suddenly locks eyes with them, and judging by their shocked faces, this ain't your average parakeet. The fox girl immediately drops to her knees. She seems to recognize that intense gaze. The little bird then shoots into the air and starts glowing like a freaking light bulb. Whoa! And now it's a giant, majestic beast. Turns out, that's the Guardian of the Moon, another member of our protagonist's crew. She lays down the law. They trespassed in the north without her permission, so they're banned for 1 whole year from setting foot there or snitching about what they saw. And if she hears so much as a whisper, she'll personally see to it that both of them get deleted. She explains that her hands are tied when it comes to the Moonlight Festival, but the North is her turf, and she has full authority to punish any trespassers. Oh, now the Sagittariuses in her name makes sense. Holy smokes, her attack just summoned a futuristic cannon made of pure constellations. And man, she lets it rip with a massive blast. For a second there, I thought she was gonna vaporize those poor saps on the ground. But nope, it slams right into the Moon Goddess Palace. The whole place gets blasted clean, and all the resident grandmas are shaking in their boots. But then, the palace's own guardian shows up. She tells Sagittarius to take a chill pill, insisting the Moon Goddess Palace meant her no harm. And then she demands to know who gave that little troublemaker permission to sneak out and cause all this drama. Right on cue, the princess we saw at the very beginning of all this makes her grand entrance. Someone mentions the fourth concubine is getting kicked out in 3 days, and she just calmly agrees. Apparently, her new title comes with a free stay in some abandoned ruins. Honestly, even I'm having trouble keeping up. The palace goes boom, one girl dips, and this one gets expelled. What is even happening? Who even knows at this point? Staring at a picture of that girl, she wonders why everyone keeps insisting the northern region doesn't even exist. She's desperate to know what really went down 3 years ago, and if he, the legendary moon god, Suiang, finally has an answer for her, and for her nephew. Meanwhile, back in the arena, our girl is finally starting to come to after being knocked out cold. He cracks open his eyes and finds himself in some bizarre sky where his loot is supposed to be. But when he glances to the side, he spots something seriously weird. Big thanks to whoever liked this video, you're the real MVP. So, our boy snaps awake, and he's just floating in some trippy cosmic cloud zone. He's looking around, all dazed and confused, like he just woke up from the weirdest fever dream ever. Then, a shadow emerges from the mist, and it's a freaking moon rabbit. He's probably thinking, what in the world is a lunar bunny doing out here? And then, like a genius, he reaches out to pet her. That was, without a doubt, the wrong move. She instantly karate chops his hand away and calls him a total creep. Suiang has seen some wild things by now, but apparently, a trash-talking rabbit still throws him for a loop. This rabbit, who we learn is named Tien, then launches into a whole lecture about how high-level beasts can talk, but the low-level scrubs can't. Suiang isn't buying a single word of it though. He points right at her and says, "Cut the act. What are you really?" And that's when Tien drops the bombshell. She's not just any moon rabbit. She's the current moon god, the floating moon princess Tien, and the reigning champ of the last moon god festival. And plot twist, she's been the director behind all those cryptic dreams he's been having this whole time. Tien then makes him a business offer. Join her Golden Butterfly Palace crew. She's basically in full recruitment mode, like, hey kid, you want to take down the Lord of the Cold Moon? I can make that happen. Then she morphs into her human form to sweeten the deal. She gets all up in his personal space, putting a hand on his face while dissing his current beasts, calling them budget bin knockoffs. The bunny he has? She calls it a defective model, with a bloodline so watered down it's barely there. She's offering him the works, insane power and perfect babies with gorgeous, top-tier beasts, the whole premium package. But our boy Suiang, and I gotta give him major props here, actually grows a spine for once. He shoves her away and shuts the offer down cold. This is the same guy who usually bumbles his way through everything. But when it comes to his friends, he puts his foot down. Tien just scoffs, saying some other idiot from the Imperial Rabbit Palace acted just like him before eventually caving and joining her. She's pretty much saying, they all come crawling to me eventually, in the most menacing way possible. That's when Suiang really pops off. He grabs her hand and calls her out on her nonsense, asking if she's really this all-powerful moon god who can orchestrate dreams. So, why can't she just rig the festival to win? Why is she trying so hard to recruit him unless she's actually scared he might beat her? He tells her she has no right to judge his comrades and declares that one day he's going to crush all her little minions and take the throne himself. Tien, as you'd expect, does not take rejection well. She just bursts out laughing like a complete maniac. She transforms back into her rabbit form and pretty much declares all-out war. She says the Imperial Rabbit Palace is about to awaken and will send 10 invincible lunar eclipses to come after his soul. Then the dream world starts to crumble. She gets in one last zinger about how they're now mortal enemies, and just like that, Suiang gets yeeted back to reality. We cut to 10 days after the Emperor battle, and the city is still feeling the aftershocks of that insane fight. We spot a couple of mysterious scouts checking out the damage, a girl and a guy in white cloaks doing some serious reconnaissance. The girl is literally shaking from the leftover energy in the air, saying that even after 10 days, the aura left by those beasts was still nightmare fuel. Apparently, these two are from some shady organization that's calculating everyone's odds of winning the festival. They've got a whole probability spreadsheet going. And Suiang is currently sitting at a whopping 0%, an 8% chance. Which sounds pretty pathetic until you realize everyone else is failing even harder. The girl from the western region is rocking a 0.018%. The Cold Moon Lord from the south gets 0.03%. And our dear friend the Cloud Princess? A big fat 0% chance. The spooky part is They mentioned 3 years ago a full moon just hung out for 30 whole days, and their divine spirit has been on a permanent siesta ever since. It turns out, one of these so-called apostles is apparently the one who put the god to sleep, and these percentages are basically the betting odds on them finishing the job. Meanwhile, our boy Suiang is finally dragging himself out of his 10-day coma nap. He wakes up with his head in the moondeer's lap, staring at a 5-star view, which is awesome until she starts screaming at him to get his lazy butt up. The guy just wants to hit snooze, but his system pops up with the bad news. All his shiny new abilities are locked because his body is too wimpy to handle them. Apparently, he needs to hit the 7th rank or summon a casual 100 billion butterflies at once to use his emperor-level creature again. Talk about a serious grind. The moondeer smacks him upside the head for ignoring her, leaving him with a nice little souvenir bump. But this absolute menace just rolls over, buries his face right back in her lap, and starts nuzzling her. Assets. Suiang then asks how long he was out. Crescent Moon chimes in, telling him it's been 10 days, which makes him totally freak out because he completely forgot she was even there. Crescent Moon gives him the full scoop on what's been going down. The academy is getting rebuilt, and the northern region is all quiet on the western front, but the central region is getting absolutely demolished. The 7 stars are wailing on something called the 10 pillars, and the Moon God Palace has maybe 2 weeks left. Tops. If those pillars fall, the legendary guardian of the Imperial Rabbit Palace will be rebooted. This guardian turns out to be none other than Fu, the Jade Chancellor, who was the champion of the previous Moon God Festival. She was originally on Team Moonshine, but she backstabbed them to become Princess Tyne's #1 heavy hitter. Suiang's brain is short-circuiting trying to process this. If she won the last festival, then why the heck does she need a do-over? What got her benched in the first place? When he asks about it, Crescent Moon gets all flustered and refuses to spill the beans, clearly hiding some juicy gossip. This, of course, makes Moondeer super jealous, because now she's convinced Suiang and Crescent Moon are sharing secrets. She starts writing romantic fanfiction in her head and gets so worked up that she just beats the ever-living daylights out of Suiang. The poor dude gets tossed outside the tent, wondering what cardinal sin he just committed. So, while Suiang is plotting his epic revenge on Moondeer for that unprovoked beatdown, he notices something way more important. 2 shady hooded figures are dragging away that green-haired girl from earlier. Now, I'm no expert on restraining people, but those rope ties look way too creative for standard procedure. One of the guys is shoving her around, barking at her to move faster. As Suiang is watching this mess unfold, a light bulb goes off in his head. Since her contract with the Holy Sun was just a temp gig, she probably didn't bite the dust when he got totally vaporized. So now she's getting snatched up by these mysterious creeps. Just then, Bayu shows up asking about his future plans, which totally blindsides him because, honestly, he's been living by the seat of his pants, just trying not to die. But now that Princess Tyne has officially declared war on him, his game plan is pretty straightforward. Get jacked, beat the snot out of everyone, and crash the Moon God Festival's final stage to knock that high and mighty divine spirit off her pedestal. He gets Bayu to play tour guide since he's never been. Meanwhile, a little scheme is brewing in his head. This could be the perfect chance to investigate those ruins from 3 years ago and unscramble his messed up memories. Bayu can't help but notice he's a far cry from the stone-cold, intimidating apostle who used to roll with divine spirits. Nowadays, he seems a lot more, shall we say, human. They take off on a ginormous bird, and Suiang is floored by how ridiculously advanced the Azure Moon Empire is. They've got restaurants, hotels, and even freaking hot springs built into their flying Uber. Our boy's personal zoo is having the time of their lives in there, splashing around in the water, just vibing and soaking up the sun like total freeloaders. And then there's Suiang, standing there like a lost puppy, wondering how in the world these ancient folks built all this. Moondeer sees him spacing out and asks what he's doing, telling him to get his clothes off and jump into the hot spring already. This completely short-circuits his brain, and now he's just standing there thinking, is this cool? I mean, yeah, they're my beasts, but they're also, female. So he launches into a full-blown mental debate, trying to convince himself it's no big deal. After all, there aren't supposed to be any secrets between a beast and its master. In the end, he just says screw it and decides to go for it. Right then, Moondeer figures this is her golden opportunity to find out what this idiot has been hiding. So, she starts laying on the charm. In her mind, she's got a foolproof plan to make this dummy talk. She shifts into her full human form, catching our boy completely off guard with her strategic assets. A moment later, she feels something times, and asks our boy if he'd care to explain himself. At this point, Suiang is glowing like a tomato. The only excuse he can sputter out is that even if they all see him as some legendary hero, when you get right down to it, he's just a normal guy with normal, biological responses. And Moondeer is like, "Hey dummy, I caught you red-handed, so what's with the attitude?" Then things escalated into a scene you'd typically find on a website that asks for your credit card info. So, let's skip ahead before YouTube brings the hammer down. So, we jump forward a bit, and our boy is looking totally wiped out with a suspicious mark on his neck. Crescent Moon is eyeing him and asks, "What's the story with that war wound, genius?" And our boy, smooth as ever, fumbles his words, insisting it's just a mosquito bite before making a quick getaway. Crescent Moon just sits there thinking, man, this dude is such a player. Once he's alone, Suiang is stewing, thinking he should just form a contract with Moondeer right now and remind her of the pecking order between master and beast. But he's way too puny to pull it off. If he tried something like that in his current one-star realm, he'd probably fail and never be able to summon her again. And if that happened, he couldn't enjoy special moments like today. The scene changes to our boy strolling through the northern region of the Bui Empire. Even though he saw the empire from the sky on his way in, he's still blown away by how lively the place is up close. Bayu explains that the empire's recent glow-up is all thanks to its leading lady. Apparently, 10,000 years back, tech was basically sci-fi level. But then 2 absolute units had a legendary throwdown that zapped every single electronic gizmo on the planet. And just like that, civilization got yeeted back tens of thousands of years, with hundreds of millions of people getting wiped off the map. Naturally, those 2 power-tripping tyrants got a slap on the wrist for it, but the world was already a dumpster fire. Suiang is absolutely gobsmacked that one little spat could cause a global apocalypse. Meanwhile, on another channel, Crescent Moon is internally roasting him, thinking, this clueless moron doesn't even know about these legendary troublemakers, yet he swears he can get my scabbard back? She's also sweating bullets because the Ice Queen only showed up to this party because she epically failed to wreck the Imperial Rabbit Palace last time, and you better believe she's been nursing that grudge for a solid tens of thousands of years. Anyway, after they touch down, Suiang tells his posse to go chill while he takes Moondeer on a scenic little date. His crew is just standing there, completely baffled, remembering the absolutely terrifying Lunar King from back in the day. And now this dude wants to go frolic in the flowers with his pet? They're all whispering, "Dude, what happened to that whole I'm a terrifying god vibe he had going on?" So, Suiang strolls over to a spot called the Heavenly Abyss and has a major aha moment about why they call it the Twin Moon. Turns out, there are literally 2 freaking moons mirrored in this gigantic canyon. He then tells his entourage to park it and make sure nobody tails him. But, of course, some shady-looking spies are already camping out and watching their every move. These mystery lurkers are trying to crunch the numbers on why the Lunar King would suddenly pop back into the old Moon God Palace's turf. Time to whip out the old thread-o-meter again. Apparently, the Cloud Princess was holding the #1 spot on their most likely to wreck our day list. But now their spidey senses are tingling with a divine spirit aura that makes her look like a fluffy kitten. One scout volunteers as tribute to go check it out while the other hangs back. The plan is, if scout #1 gets totally smoked, they're to crank Suiang's danger level up to 100% and basically send a spam email to every dream realm in the north to come gank him. So, Suiang and Moondeer are taking a little stroll deeper into this so-called heavenly abyss, and even though the sun's out, the whole place has this super creepy, you're about to die vibe. Moondeer is like, are we lost? But he's all, nah, we're good. He's just getting some seriously bad juju from the area, which, makes sense, since this was the Moon God Palace's old stomping grounds, and now it's a ghost town. He figures if any real shenanigans were to pop off here, the Azure Sickle would totally sniff it out, seeing as they're practically neighbors with the Azure Moon Empire. But the place is deader than a doornail right now, so he's thinking, maybe if he retraces his old steps, he might just find a breadcrumb trail leading back to his missing memories. Meanwhile, Mr. White and Red Cloak over there decides it's showtime. He does a dramatic finger snap and summons this giant black goop ball in the sky that starts raining down nasty-looking sludge right on top of them. Suiang's playing detective, scanning the area, and realizes there are 0 footprints. Gotta hand it to the Twin Moon folks. They're good at keeping their lawn pristine. Then he just freezes mid-step. causing poor Moondeer to bonk her snoot right into the back of his head. He's just staring, completely dumbfounded, because sitting right there is his old diary. His brain is just buffering, trying to figure out how in the world it ended up here. He's guessing he probably kept it for safekeeping, then rage quit, and ditched it here after his amnesia made his own handwriting look like alien scribbles. He makes a mad dash for the diary, but a brand new challenger, the Lady of Autumn Calamity, literally pops out of thin air and yoinks it first. She's casually flipping through the pages like she's browsing a magazine, calling it some kind of divine spirit's instruction manual, and complaining about how none of it makes sense. Suiang and Moondeer are both on high alert, trying to get a read on this mysterious gatecrasher. Suiang's danger dar is going haywire, but he can't scan her power level, so Moondeer and Crescent Moon just say, "Screw it," and go on the offensive. But let's be real, that attack was about as threatening as a wet noodle, and the lady just gives them the ultimate "I'm not impressed" face. Our mystery lady helpfully points out that they're brawling in broad daylight, which is basically the ultimate debuff for moon-type tamers. She's all like, "I have no beef with you," end quote, yet, and tries to dip with his diary. But Moondeer is having absolutely none of that. He tells her, "Fine, get lost, but a dude's gotta keep his diary." That's when it clicks for Suiang. His lunar grimoire isn't pinging, meaning this chick is probably some OP emperor-level boss. Translation: she ain't a moon type. So, how in the world did she sneak past the Azure Sickle's high-tech security system? And there goes the peaceful exit strategy. The lady decides she'd rather just root around in Suiang's brain and starts firing off some gnarly black thorns from her fingertips. Moondeer, the ultimate ride or die, throws up a protective shield for our boy. But those thorns shred through it like paper and slam right into her. Suiang is forced to whip out his legendary Crescent Moon sword just to parry the attack. He's sitting there thinking, "Thank goodness for this sword's invincibility plot armor, or I'd be a human pincushion right now." Meanwhile, poor Moondeer is down for the count. And it's dawning on him that this is the brutal reality check you get when moon types try to throw hands with an Emperor-class baddie during their off hours. The lady basically tells him to just give up, because moon types only get their miracle working powers during a full moon, and right now, he's just a dude with a glowy sword. Then, just to absolutely demolish our boy's hopes, she reveals that the Sagittarius Palace can't detect a thing because some divine spirit gave her a cosmic do not disturb sign. Apparently, they could be having a full-blown rave on sacred ground, and nobody would even notice. Suiang is using his big sword as a crutch, looking like he just went 10 rounds with a meat grinder. But even on the ropes, he's got the audacity to trash-talk her literary taste, telling her his diary is just cringe-worthy teenage angst, and she'll get brain rot trying to treat it like a holy text. She's just clutching the diary, sporting a super creepy grin, and muttering about how once she's done a deep dive into his memories, none of this will matter. And that's when the gears start turning in her head. If the legendary Lunar King was here before and just showed up again today, maybe he really did get a case of amnesia. This revelation hits her like a freight train, and she just bursts into tears. She starts grilling him. "Was it you? Did you see times that thing, times with your own eyes, and only lose times sometimes of your memories?" Yeah, she's going full-on drama queen. Then she declares an all-out, no-holds-barred, eternal war between the divine teaching of the afterlife and the twin moon teaching. And at that point, she just completely loses her marbles. Her outfit starts ripping apart as mouths just pop up all over her body. She stomps forward, leaving a giant red tree in her wake as she goes full-on battle monster mode. Suiang's thinking, great, they know what causes the memory wipes, but that's cold comfort when you're about to become Monster Chow. She just points a finger and unleashes a nasty red whirlwind right at him. Moondeer, being the MVP, dives in to take the hit for him. The poor thing gets absolutely wrecked and is left crumpled on the ground. This finally pisses Suiang off, and he starts swinging the Crescent Moon. He fires off 4 green energy blasts at the lady, but his aim is garbage and they all miss. But then, the monster lady notices something strange. It looks like Moondeer was already nodding off times before times she even landed a serious blow. Deciding to finish the job, she points right at Moondeer's body, triggering a massive red explosion right on top of our furry friend. Suiang just has to watch this horror show, realizing what a massive difference the time of day makes. A top-tier moon-type creature is getting absolutely clowned on by a single, run-of-the-mill emperor just because the sun is out. The lady tells him to just quit struggling because he has 0 chance, but then casually admits she can't exactly one-shot an apostle like him, either. She tries to cut a deal, offering to call it a day and settle their 3-year-old beef later, but only if he lets her peek at his memories. But Suiang's response is to point that crescent moon right back in her face. So, she just shrugs and is like, "Welp, so much for negotiations," before the mouths all over her body start spitting a storm of black thorns at him. But surprise, surprise, not a single one gets past his defenses. And as he's blocking, Suiang's thinking, "Thank goodness this lady loves the sound of her own voice. It bought me some precious time." Turns out, all that beast chow he snagged during the eating contest wasn't just for a post-battle snack. It's juicing up his Lake Mu shield, letting it regen at a sweet 5% per second. Now that's some big brain planning right there. But he knows, just turtling up isn't gonna cut it. He's gotta figure out a way to put her down, and fast. Meanwhile, the Spike Lady is getting seriously ticked off that her endless barrage is doing squat, screaming her head off about how this should be impossible. Suiang's arms are about to give out from blocking a million attacks when suddenly, the crescent moon goes rogue and deflects a spike all by itself. Apparently, the weapon is alive and kicking, and it's here to help. It asks him straight up if he wants to save Moondeer. Because if he does, he needs to get his head in the game and stop spacing out. So Suiang keeps parrying, and the villainess just keeps getting saltier. Her spike storm kicks into overdrive, and she starts trash-talking him, saying he's hit his limit and is just some regular dude. Nothing more than a puppet for the Golden Butterfly Palace. She starts getting real dark, hinting that the turret won't even find what's left of him. But before she can finish her villain monologue, she spots something different. Suiang's holding the crescent moon, and it's pulsing with a wicked blue aura. He lets it rip with a massive swing that not only hits her, but completely obliterates the giant red tree behind her. She's looking pretty rough and is completely baffled about what the heck just went down. The crescent moon chimes in, telling Suiang that she's finally tapped out her energy reserves, then asks how long he's gonna let this woman run her mouth. Like, isn't he supposed to be the legendary Lunar King, the guy with plans to take on the Ice Empress and the Imperial Rabbit Palace? That one hits Suiang right in the feels. He realizes the talking sword has a point. He's just been standing here taking a beating when he should be fighting like the badass Lunar King everyone thinks he is. Meanwhile, the villainess is back on her soapbox, ranting about how moon types have always been the absolute worst, calling them a bunch of arrogant jerks who don't care about anyone. She's like, "And after the moonlight split, did any of your tyrant buddies manage to hide or cheat their final curtain call?" She tells Suiang the era of moon-type dominance is ancient history, and it's time for him to wake up and face the music. But then, something just clicks inside Suiang's head. He closes his eyes and is like, "You're probably right, and that's exactly why I'm here." He's going to claim that throne, bring back the moonlight, and put a stop to all these hidden tyrants trying to pop their heads out. He declares that this is the very reason he was born in this era. And, bam! A massive yellow beam of light blasts through the clouds, wrapping him in a protective barrier. The lady is totally bugging out, wondering what's going on, while Suiang casually pulls up his system menu. He's got a whopping 700 tickets saved up. It's time for the ultimate gotcha spree. He dumps all 700 tickets in one go. A vortex of purple cards swirls around him as new beasts get unlocked. No Emperor tier pulls, but he did snag some super rare ones. But instead of making a bunch of new friends, he decides to just cash it all in for raw tamer energy. The purple cards dissolve into a whirlwind of pure power that flows right into him, and he's thinking, if I can just absorb all this juice, he's probably gonna hit something close to the 6th rank. But let's be real, even that ain't enough to take down an Emperor-level beast when you're rocking just 5th rank power. So, he pulls a total madman move. Instead of powering himself up, he yeets all that juicy energy straight into the Golden Butterfly Palace. As the power drains from his body, he shuts his eyes, thinking, alright, with this much juice, the Golden Butterfly Palace has got times to clutch this. But then he peeks at his system window and sees the 8-winged lunar ruler is unlocked, at a whopping 0.001% progress. Ouch. Suiang is just staring slack-jawed at the screen, trying to process how his massive energy dump barely nudged the progress bar by 0.001%. Apparently, that butterfly palace has an appetite like a black hole. All his energy is gone, and now he feels like the universe's biggest clown. But the lady is over there sweating bullets as she watches golden rays wrap around Suiang. Turns out, the energy didn't go into the Golden Butterfly Palace at all. It got funneled into those 100 billion flickering butterflies he summoned earlier. All of a sudden, the sky goes dark, and a full moon just pops into existence. That's when it clicks for the lady. Suiang can literally mess with the sky itself. This dude is way more than just some apostle. He's on a whole other level of dangerous. Suiang looks at her with total confidence and says, I told you to give back my dear the easy way, and now, you get the hard way. A golden beam blasts right through her, and her body starts to dissolve into a flurry of red leaves. And get this, even as she's literally turning into confetti, she's smiling and telling the Lunar King that she's the one who actually won. Suiang, looking like he just went 10 rounds with a truck, is just standing there thinking, how the heck do you call that a win when you're a pile of leaves? He finally collapses from pure exhaustion, muttering that he just needs a little nap. But of course, in the world of Manhwa, the problems are never over. A new voice pipes up from the shadows, and who steps out? A goat girl, casually holding one of those crimson leaves. She's monologuing about how the 7 sisters were smart to have her lay low, because if both of them had attacked at the same time, Suiang's crew would have been totally wiped off the map. She glances at the wiped-out Suiang, thinking that even though he pulled off a miracle by breaking his apostle limits, it's game over now. The so-called invincible Lunar King is about to meet his final curtain, right here, right now. The goth girl is a little confused about the whole random moon thing, and then she spots Moondeer just chilling on the ground. Moondeer wakes up with a yawn, asking if she slept all the way till night. But as soon as she's on her feet, her danger senses start tingling. This new chick is another Emperor-level threat. Goth girl starts doing her classic villain power level assessment. The deer girl? A total non-issue. The crescent moon? All out of juice, so it's basically a nightlight now. Her only real worry is the Sagittarius Pallas Terran, but she calculates she's got a good 5 minutes before that one becomes a headache. So, she figures she just needs to wrap this up in 1 minute. Nah, on second thought, 10 seconds is plenty. She snaps her fingers. A sinister black umbrella materializes in the sky, oozing with dark energy. And when Moondeer asks if it's going to rain, the goth girl smirks and introduces herself with the most extra title ever, the 9th dream of the divine teaching of the afterlife. She declares that by her hand, the era of lunar shine is officially over. Then the rain starts to fall, and it immediately starts eating away at the very ground it touches. Suiang looks up, thinking, great, acid rain from hell, and he's running on 0% mana to do anything about it. But just in the nick of time, he gets wrapped up in a puff of white smoke and yoinked to safety. Goth girl instantly recognizes the move as the Misty Sphere technique from the White Deer clan. That's when Moondeer tells her, you just made 2 big mistakes. First off, calling her a 0 threat was a major blunder. And second, you just don't go messing with a White Deer clan member in the dead of night. Moondeer then whips out 2 swords from her chest and strikes a pose, using some fancy technique called the Misty Image Cloud Noble. But our resident goth girl is totally unimpressed, calling her an insignificant highest-rank beast before firing off some black goo in her direction. But just as the attack is about to land, poof! Moondeer dissolves and reappears right behind Goth Girl, landing a clean cut on her hand. Goth Girl is completely floored. She couldn't even touch the 7th sister before this. So how on earth is this so-called highest-ranked beast keeping up with Emperor-level speed and actually landing a hit? Her brain starts doing mental gymnastics, trying to write it off as some cheap parlor trick meant to scare her. Because logically, a highest-ranked creature has absolutely no business outclassing an emperor in a fight, but the bleeding gash on her hand says otherwise. And this deer girl is radiating the unmistakable aura of a supreme beast. So now she's just trying to process what in the fresh heck is going on. She's still standing there, mind-boggled at how Moondeer could possibly surpass an emperor, but then just decides she's bluffing. Goth Girl regenerates her arm like it's a party trick and grins, while unleashing a move called Night Shadow Grasp. Suddenly, Moondeer is getting sliced up all over, and you can bet Goth Girl is feeling incredibly smug about the whole thing. She even starts monologuing about how the Misty Sphere, a White Deer clan specialty, can only be properly wielded by those who've hit the Imperial rank. And since Moondeer is just a supreme rank, she should be completely helpless against a true emperor. Goth Girl then traps her inside this nasty pink barrier covered in black spikes that immediately begin to crush inward. It looks like Moondeer gets completely flattened and drops to the ground. Goth Girl starts celebrating, calling her an insect who dared to stand in her way. She's soaking in the victory until she remembers she just beat a supreme-ranked beast, which means there are exactly 0 bragging rights to be had. But then an incredibly intense aura washes over her. She whips around to look for Suiang, assuming the foggy sphere is toast. Except it's Moondeer's voice, calm and collected, announcing that the 10 seconds are up. She failed to keep her word, and she's getting a little tired of all this drama. Then the real show begins. She starts to glow, her antlers sprout, and her hair begins growing at a ridiculous rate. It's practically sweeping the floor, and just like that, she's back to 100% health, without a single scratch to be seen. She asks Goth Girl if she realized that even though her mother is gone, she'd still be royally ticked off, that her parting gift was destroyed, and that her anger has sometimes, very times, severe consequences. And would you look at that? Goth Girl is finally starting to sweat bullets. She's now wondering if Moondeer was just chilling inside that foggy sphere the whole time. Moondeer explains that, for the Snow White deer race, death is kind of a flexible term. She even apologizes in advance, saying that after what's about to happen, she'll have to take a long vacation for a while. That's why she's been in such a talkative mood. And with her speech over, Moondeer just blinks out of existence, moving too fast for the eye to follow. It finally dawns on Goth Girl that the seventh sister made a massive error in judgment, and she needs to warn the others, like yesterday. Although, maybe this is for the best, since it'll keep the others from getting dragged into this mess. Then, Moondeer proceeds to turn Goth Girl into confetti. The crescent moon watches on, wondering if this is the true power of a completed mist sphere, and realizing Moondeer might be out of commission for who knows how long after pulling this stunt. Meanwhile, mysterious pink streams of energy start to lift Suiang's body into the air. The crescent moon swoops in and snags him out of midair, and it finally clicks. Now she gets why the Snow White Deer Palace just up and vanished tens of thousands of years ago. Turns out, those chumps had some gnarly final moves. Fast forward an hour, and Suiang is having a dramatic reading of his own diary on a rock. He gets so triggered, he starts shredding the thing to bits, which totally wigs out the crescent moon. He's like, "We gotta bounce," and when she questions him, he just casually drops that his memory will reboot eventually, no biggie. Anyway, after bodying those two so-called emperors, another memory fragment decided to pop up. He's putting two and two together and figures the afterlife doctrine probably scrambled his brain, so maybe completely unaliving them will fix the issue. Crescent Moon is over there thinking he's just big mad because Moondeer ditched him, and this whole afterlife doctrine vendetta is just him lashing out. So they pop out of the heavenly abyss, and look who's waiting. Bayu and Silver Rabbit, looking all kinds of awkward. Suiang immediately trolls Bayu, asking if she survived the last Moon God Festival by just playing intergalactic dodgeball, and boy does she start sweating bullets. He just turns his back on her and drops a casual, "I don't know what you're scheming, but let's try not to end each other next time, Kay?" Silver Rabbit and the masked girl are just standing there, completely baffled, as Suiang strolls off, lost in thought about how Moon's face-off changed the Azure Sickle. That dude definitely saw Goth Girl pop in, but decided to just sit back and watch the show instead of helping. Silver Rabbit's brain is doing gymnastics, trying to figure out what kind of cryptic warning the Lunar King just dished out to the tyrant of the Twin Moon teachings, and what the heck just happened in there. She's thinking he's way more terrifying now than he was 3 years ago. It's like he finally downloaded his True Self DLC. As Suiang wanders off, his brain is busy unpacking some recovered memory files. Turns out, this world ain't just the 5 boring old regions. Nope, there are also these super-secret sacred lands. And here's the kicker, these sacred spots are supposedly bigger than the entire freaking planet, which, makes absolutely zero physical sense. Even weirder, you've got these tyrants who could literally sneeze the world into oblivion, just chilling and ruling over regular folks like it's Tuesday. And his question is actually a good one. How has this place not been blown to smithereens yet? He also got a lore dump about the Moonlight Palaces. Apparently, before the last Moon God Festival, only 6 out of the original 12 were still standing. You had the Emperor Rabbit Palace, the Maiden Palace, the Sagittarius Palace, the Twin Palace, the Aquarius Palace, and the Peacock Palace. But then the Emperor Rabbit Palace went full-on traitor, wrecked one of the 7 wonders, which was the Aquarius Palace, and then just bailed. So, going into the festival, they were down to just 4 palaces. Now, there are whispers that the Golden Butterfly Palace is about to make a comeback. Meanwhile, over at some foggy lake on the northern border, Mir is literally walking on clouds towards a misty orb with some funky blue stairs. 3 girls are waiting for her: Cloud Maiden, Luna of Sorrow, and the Cloud Princess, who are all calling her Great Aunt. The Cloud Princess immediately jumps in, asking if Moondeer has unlocked her blood memories yet. She's all hyped up, saying they want to crash the Moon God Festival, repping the Snow White Deer clan, and absolutely demolish all the owners of the 7 strings. She starts rattling off their hit list: the Cold Moon Lord, the Western region's double gift, and the Lunar King, acting like they can just roll over them thanks to Moondeer's OP bloodline. But Moondeer just shuts her down with a get lost. The Cloud Princess is like, "Whoa, did something happen out there to make you so salty?" Then she gets all smug, saying there's no rush since they'll have plenty of time to become besties later. She then introduces herself as Tamer, the half-blood Cloud Princess who's just a stone's throw away from 9 stars. And back at the Moon God Palace, we find out this place has been run by drop-dead gorgeous women for thousands of years, with a juicy rumor that any baby boys are immediately shipped off to the southern and western departments. And even though the Imperial Rabbit Palace totally crushed it at the last festival to win the throne, the Holy Maiden wasn't having any of it. She and 10 princesses ganged up on them, stuffing all their power into 10 shady-looking shadow pillars. And today, the 6th one is starting to crack. It's shaking like a leaf, spewing bright yellow light and lightning everywhere. Then one massive bolt zaps a chain, and ping, it snaps in two. Out pops one of the 7 Emperor-ranked moon stars, a slick-looking moon dragon, who immediately starts roasting all the tamers around him. He's calling them a bunch of insects who'd get flattened by a gentle breeze, let alone a real punch. This dragon is just so let down by how wimpy the Heavenly Maiden's descendants have become. Some blue-haired tamer nervously mentions the 6th princess is on her way. But a girl named Zhao speaks up, asking if they should really just let this slide, because if these shadow pillars keep breaking, all 10 of the Imperial Rabbit Palace's lunar eclipses will be running wild. The Moonlight Dragon just yawns and says not to sweat it. But Zhao has major trust issues, asking if he's really not going to force her to buy him those, special interest manga again. You know, like that time when she was 6? Or make her visit the bathhouse daily so he could get his fill of eye candy. The dragon swears he's a changed man. Then Zhao mentions all her cultivation resources have gone missing, and the dragon casually admits he ate them as a light snack. Meanwhile, our boy Suiang is cruising toward the central region on a flying killer whale, rocking a disguise mask and his usual cloud of butterflies. A few other passengers are whispering that he's just some cringy fanboy cosplaying the Lunar King. They figure there's no way the real deal would ditch the northern region with all this drama going on. The Crescent Moon asks him if he's absolutely sure about this plan. Strolling into the central region, all by his lonesome, is basically asking for a beatdown from every moon faction out there. Suiang explains that it's not that he doesn't trust the Sagittarius Palace, but chilling in the north right now is completely pointless. He got a letter from one of the 4 lunar phases, who claims she found a way to power level him and wants to meet in the central region. Since this lady used to be under the Aquarius Palace's thumb and has some serious beef with Princess Tyne's whole squad, he figures she's probably on the level. He's got a mask over his eyes and is seeing everything through the hive mind vision of his butterflies, which, apparently, is way more practical than using your own 2 eyes. His main goal is to meet this lunar phase and get enough juice to summon the 8-winged Lunar Emperor one more time. With the moon deer on vacation for who knows how long and the crescent moon running on empty, he's basically a sitting duck if another emperor shows up. Just then, the transport gets rocked by huge explosions and starts to nosedive. And our boy already knows that aura, it's an emperor-ranked beast. He's literally thinking, my luck cannot possibly be this terrible. Everyone's screaming their heads off until a stream of dark energy shows up. It's another one of the 9 dreams from that divine teaching of the Afterlife group. She calls herself the Gloomy Stream and says she's here to inspect everyone bailing from the northern region, right before she puts them all to sleep with a memory wipe spell. She then explains that the Lady of Autumn Calamity and the Pitch Black Knight both got taken out in a recent battle. So, their target is 100% in the north, and she's planning to stick around until she figures out who it is. So, Suiang tries to pull off a cool summon, but instead, he just face plants, and his pretty little butterflies scatter like dust. Then some weird memory goo starts playing his life's blooper reel, demanding the deets on what went down 3 years ago and how her sisters kicked the bucket. And boom, we get hit with a massive lore dump about their divine teaching of the afterlife. Turns out, these guys used to be big shots, ruling huge chunks of land under some divine spirit named Beyond. But then they got a little too big for their britches, crashed a moon god festival, and got absolutely clapped by some nightmare fuel creature. Beyond barely made it out alive and had to yeet itself back to the spiritual world, while all its followers got dumped on a deserted island and basically ghosted by everyone else. Years later, they feel their divine spirit's power levels spiking, thinking, he's back, baby. Beyond was on the verge of a glorious comeback. Everyone was popping the champagne, but then the power just fizzled out, and beyond took a permanent dirt nap. Ring any bells? Yeah, it's the exact same script that played out for the 12 palaces of moonlight. So now, only 9 emperors are left the 9 dreams, trying to use the chaos of the Moon God Festival to play detective and figure out what the heck actually happened. Because once this party's over, their shot at a comeback tour goes poof, forever. Meanwhile, our gloomy stream is busy rummaging through memories, desperately searching for any trace of Lord Beyond, trying to solve the 3-year-old mystery that screwed everything up. After a solid 30 minutes of memory spelunking, Gloomy Stream is getting seriously ticked off because all she's finding is useless junk, random memories of girls playing with pet rabbits and tinkering with robots. She's like, seriously? No one remembers the entire northern region just vanishing? Which is apparently the juicy gossip she was hunting for. Then, her eyes land on the crescent moon, and her interest is suddenly piqued. Ooh, a highest-ranking weapon type? Now that's worth a peek. She decides to dive headfirst into its memories, even though she's totally not supposed to check out memories from the last year, since the psychic backlash from the Golden Butterfly Palace's arrival could mess her up bad, even secondhand. But she's all cocky, thinking, pfft, I can blitz through these memories in a flash. What could go wrong? And so, our girl starts her deep dive into the Crescent Moon's memory bank. What she figured would be a quick in-and-out job turns into a 20-minute marathon, and she's barely scratched the surface. Now she's all confused, wondering just how ancient this weapon is. Like, there's no way this thing is older than her. Right? Right? Then, a single yellow memory pops up in a sea of blue, and suddenly blood starts leaking from her eye. Uh-oh. The memory flashes back to the Twin Palace ages ago, where the Crescent Moon's scabbard, a chick named Frost of the First Moon, is saying her goodbyes. Her time's up, and she can't make it through the next Moon God Festival. So, naturally, she wants to go out with one last, epic brawl. They call her the Turn of Moonlight of the Twin Palace, and apparently, she was the baddest weapon type around, able to slice actual stars in half with a single swing. Just the psychic pressure from this ancient memory is enough to absolutely wreck the Gloomy Stream. She's bleeding out her eye, and it finally clicks. She just tapped into the memories of a straight-up tyrant who snacks on stars for breakfast. Now she's in full-blown panic mode, screaming internally, why did nobody tell me there was a beast in the northern region who could go toe-to-toe with the tyrant of the Twin Palace? She's about to peace out and save her own skin when she spots Suiang just chilling there and realizes he's a dude with amnesia. So now she's stuck. Run for her life, or risk it all to peek into his memories. I mean, what if he's the one who saw the divine spirit? This could be her one and only shot at the truth. The gloomy stream melts into a puddle of dark goo and slithers over to Suiang, reforming into the shape of a woman. She reaches out a hand to touch him and instantly gets a jolt. Oh snap, this is the Lunar King. She's totally freaked out but also kinda hyped, wondering if she can power through the fear and peek at his memories. She might finally uncover the truth about what nuked her divine spirit's power 3 years ago, on that fateful full moon night. Suiang blinks awake in this bizarre dream world, plastered with blue memory windows, and his system immediately pings the gloomy stream. Turns out, she's the 6th of 9 dreams from the divine teaching of the afterlife. An emperor-ranked nightmare, no less. He instantly realizes she's trying to dig through his past, and that her entire organization is investigating the incident from 3 years ago. They're not gunning for him specifically, just anyone from the northern region who might have caught a glimpse of what went down. So, of course, he got roped in. He's just wondering how his luck is so trashed here that he's catching strays while trying his hardest to fly under the radar. So now he's stuck, being a spectator as his own memories get hacked, starting right from when he joined the academy. The real juicy memories, like when he dismantled the Black Moon sect and founded the Twin Moon Doctrine, are locked away even from him. So, he's kinda curious if this Emperor-class snoop can actually dig that deep. He's got some mixed feelings about it. On one hand, if she actually finds the truth, he'll finally get to see the real story. On the other hand, she's absolutely going to pay for this little home invasion, and he'll have to suffer through all his old cringy moments when he was a completely different person. The gloomy stream dives headfirst into his memories and immediately hits the jackpot, that one night, 3 years ago, under the full moon. She sees Suiang standing there, his form shrouded by clouds, and whatever she witnesses just completely shatters her. Her mind starts screaming about some absurd, merciless, hopeless being, and she figures this must be payback for her organization's past sins. The memory world implodes, and she gets violently yeeted back to reality. Convinced she has to escape and warn everyone, She concludes Suiang definitely iced the Lady of Autumn Calamity and the Pitch Black Knight, and that he's way off the charts, beyond labels like vessel or apostle. Her new game plan is to rally all 9 dreams and try to jump him with their combined might. Apparently, ganging up on him is now their one and only purpose for existing. Suiang wakes up, wondering why she noped out of there so fast and what on earth she saw in those final memories to scare her that badly. Luckily, he managed to send out his butterflies before he blacked out, and they've already gathered hundreds of millions more in the vicinity. The central region is apparently teeming with way more butterflies than the north, so he's feeling pretty confident he can take on anyone here. But then, because his luck is a troll, everything goes completely sideways. The transport gets blown to smithereens, and everyone is suddenly plummeting through the sky. Turns out, the gloomy stream fled right into an active war zone, where the shadow pillars are under attack. And then, the Moonlight Dragon shows up. He's just one of the 7 lunar stars controlled by the Imperial Rabbit Palace, and he's the guy who accidentally vaporized their ride while fighting. The dragon quickly realizes he's got to eliminate all the witnesses now. This, of course, throws everyone into an even more messed up situation. Suiang drops his disguise, and his system IDs the Moonlight Dragon as Emperor rank. It can't pull up the details, though, since this dragon wasn't part of the winning team from the last festival. Suiang's just thinking his luck is getting absolutely ridiculous, bumping into Emperor rank monsters everywhere he goes. But hey, at least the gloomy stream can escape in the chaos. Plus, his butterfly army is about to arrive in overwhelming numbers. So, it's about to get interesting. You know, this whole disaster might actually be a blessing in disguise for our boy. First up, we get a breakdown of the new Emperor-class power rankings. Turns out, most of these Emperors are basically on a divine leash, stuck with contracts that only let them go wild in very specific situations. They're split into 3 tiers. Tyrants, who can literally delete regular Emperors just by existing. Then you have your senior Emperors. And finally, the ordinary Emperors, who make up a whopping 90% of the population. The Tyrant class includes some absolute units like the Azure Sea Sickle, whose arrows just casually punch through entire worlds, and the Ice Unicorn Empress, who's basically a walking, talking climate change machine. And let's not forget the Spring Tyrant, who's got every single sea and ocean on speed dial. Apparently, these guys can turn entire planets into space dust if they really feel like it. The Moonlight Dragon? He's in that weird special ordinary category, which means he's a raid boss for his tier. I mean, the dude managed to speedrun the entire Moon God Palace in just half a month. So after waking up from a 1,000-year nap, the dragon's brilliant idea is to wipe out all witnesses because he oopsie-doodled the transport ship. He's not trying to kick off a full-blown war with the Sacred Lands faction until all 10 of his Eclipse buddies are awake. So what does our scaly friend do? He starts charging up some giant yellow laser beams to absolutely vaporize the falling whale. Meanwhile, Suiang's feeling pretty cocky. His butterflies are buzzing, and his system shows he's got 6 million points available instead of his usual 10,000. His Lake Mu shield is almost back to full health. So, if he can just face tank that first hit, he figures he might actually stand a chance. The dragon fires off his lightning slash, and Suiang can only barely shield himself. So much for helping the other passengers, but just when it's all looking grim, a new challenger appears. A mysterious lady called the Moon Phase. She's rocking a crescent moon on her hand and pulls some insane time-bending move to rewind everyone's health bar by a full 24 hours, basically just hitting the big undo button on all that damage. The Moon Phase immediately spots the gloomy stream and calls her out for crashing the Moon God Festival times and dragging innocent people into her drama. Apparently, she's a slow learner, so the sentence is a swift boot to the afterlife. And just like that, the gloomy stream just pops, and her eyeball goes flying. The Moonlight Dragon tries to book it, but the Moon Phase is having none of that. She warns him that blowing up a sacred land transport to eliminate witnesses is going to get some very powerful people very, very angry. The dragon, of course, gets all indignant. He's all like, "Who do you think you are with that attitude?" But Moonphase just ignores him, turns to Suiang, and says, "As per our agreement, I'm taking you somewhere for a quick power leveling session. It doesn't matter how many enemies pop up, they're not going to change the outcome of the Moon God Festival." She tells him to stop asking for miracles, and that he needs to get strong enough to solo the Imperial Rabbit Palace before he can come back. Next thing you know, Suiang is trudging through a massive snowstorm on some frozen road, sneezing his head off. So, our hero finds himself in a brutal blizzard, nose running, shivering like a leaf, and wondering what in the actual heck just happened. This climate is totally insane, and the monster auras in the area are giving him a whole different kind of chills. He realizes he's somehow been teleported to the eastern region, which, for a normal tamer, is basically a bigger death trap than the sacred grounds themselves. One second he was on a ship about to get blasted by a dragon, the next he felt the moon phase's overpowered aura, and now, he's completely alone. No crescent moon, no backup, not a single thing going his way. He yells for the lake moon to throw up a water barrier, his last-ditch effort to keep from becoming a human popsicle. Finally, a moment of relief from almost freezing his assets off. But with his butterflies unable to handle the sub-zero temps, he can't even use his slick mask disguise. On top of that, his lake moon shield is draining faster than a phone battery on 1%. If that thing breaks or he bumps into another enemy, he's toast. He needs to find shelter, like yesterday. But he's got all the directional sense of a rock. Just then, he spots 3 figures creeping closer, which turn out to be the local ice people. 3 girls with skin like porcelain and eyes that look completely over it all. At first, they just walk right past him, which is kinda rude, but then one stops and basically tells him it's a bad idea to be this far from the mine. She asks what his genius plan is for when it gets dark, telling him to get his butt back to the camp and thaw out. Suiang is completely floored because he thought the Ice Nation had a strict no outsiders policy, but apparently the internet rumors were fake news. He fesses up that he's lost and asks for a little help. One girl just tells him to follow the direction with the juiciest moon-type aura. When they ask if he's for real a moon-type, he confirms it, saying the cold just turned his brain into a slushy. After they take off, it hits him just how dangerous that was. Apparently, there's a whole moon-type camp here. This really messes with his head since he never expected to find moon pea veins way out in the eastern region. Half a day of trekking later, he finally drags himself to the Moontide camp, which is just a sad collection of tents. He's gassed, and his lake moon shield is about to give up the ghost. But the moon-type aura here is way thicker than at the Tamer Academy. Just breathing the air starts recharging his energy and his shield. He figures it's probably thanks to that moon-type mine the Ice Girls mentioned. He also clocks that the Ice Nation doesn't seem to be keeping these tamers as prisoners. This whole setup is making him super curious about what's really going on. A high-ranking moon-type creature, a beige moonflower, is giving him the stink eye from a distance. He's thinking his awesome crescent eyes should have a big effect on moon beasts, when he suddenly finds himself surrounded by a welcoming committee of creatures. A whole mob of creatures come stampeding towards Suiang, making a huge racket. He's completely baffled by the chaos, so he just tells them to line up and speak one at a time, and they actually do it. Then they start spilling all their drama. This one wants him to call her an Uber home because her master sold her out, and now she has to work here for 3 years to earn travel money. The problem is, the eastern region uses a totally different currency, so their money is basically worthless here. And even though the ice people don't cage them, they wouldn't survive for 3 days in this climate on their own. So yeah, they're pretty much stuck. Suiang listens while his lake moon acts as a universal translator, then says he gets it and will pick them up later. But first, he wants to know how a crazy rich moonite mine even exists in this frozen hellscape and how it works in these freezing temperatures. A creature called an echo fly flutters over and addresses him as the head of the teaching. This catches him off guard, being recognized in such a remote place. She explains she's from the Twin Moon teaching and was gathering intel on the enemy, but she got lost and ended up here. She recognized him by his signature eyes and figured something huge must be happening for a big shot like him to show up. Eckley spills the tea that this mine is currently run by the Purple Cherry Eye, who is one of the 3 representatives of the lunar heavens. She just assumes he's here to reclaim the mine, which totally flusters Suiang, since this is the first he's hearing of it. He plays it cool, saying it's classified info, and just tells her to keep talking. She lays it all out. Only moon-type beasts can actually dig up the moon crystals here, which is why the ice people are playing nice with them. Not only do they earn some cash for the road, but they also get to snack on crystals to power up. So this place is a weird mix of a prison camp and a voluntary training ground for high-level beasts. So, Suiang asks the million-dollar question, how is this mine even operational in this godforsaken climate? Eckley drops a juicy rumor she heard, that at the very, very end of the mine, there's some kind of mind-bending moon-type life form just chilling there. She warns him that the moonlight concentration inside is absolutely bonkers. Weaker creatures just pass out after 1 kilometer, and even the top-tier beasts start hitting a wall around the 3-kilometer mark. Suiang's big brain immediately figures this isn't just about concentrated moonlight. Nah, This is the kind of pressure that comes from something way, way more powerful. Whatever's lurking in the depths is the secret sauce keeping this whole mine running in the eastern region. He tells Ekeli he's going in solo, protagonist style, and promises to bust everyone out when he's done. She's just thinking to herself that whatever this guy is chasing is about to flip the entire world order on its head, and after a whole 1,000 years, someone is finally stepping up to challenge the undisputed ruler of the eastern region again. Meanwhile, deep in the mine, Suiang is casually strolling past crystals, thinking how these low-grade energy rocks are basically a dime a dozen back in Twin Moon territory. He's still scratching his head over the ridiculous pressure. No normal Emperor-level dude could maintain a massive mine like this year-round. His butterfly squad is flying escort for him. But after just 1 kilometer, his vision starts getting fuzzy, and the whole world begins to spin. He whips out the Lake Moon for a shield and keeps trudging on, but his system suddenly flashes a giant death warning, basically screaming at him to leave or get ready to respawn. My guy's only walked 1 kilometer, and the pressure is already terrifyingly high. But luckily for him, the Lake Moon is doing its job and keeping him from becoming a pancake. He pushes on for 10 more minutes until he hits the 3-kilometer mark, where the pressure feels like being 10 kilometers underwater. He's wondering what kind of final boss could be hiding deep down to create this much force, realizing that one wrong move means an instant game over. Without his main crew, Moon Deer and the Crescent Moon, by his side, he feels completely nerfed as just a first-rank tamer. He's about to bail, but then he has a flashback to all the powerful foes he's already clapped. If he doesn't get a power-up, there's no way he can even compete in the Moon God Festival. He figures if he gives up here, he's not worthy of being called the Lunar King. So, he sits his butt down to start the classic training montage. Ever since he awakened the Golden Butterfly Palace, he doesn't need to waste his tamer energy just to keep it active, which means he can finally pour all that sweet, sweet power into himself. This mine, with its insane moonlight juice, is the perfect XP grinding spot. A few hours later, he's basically a human disco ball, surrounded by a massive energy sphere from constantly absorbing power. A giant beam of light blasts down from the sky, pierces through the mountain, and bam! Suiang hits 2nd rank. He's completely shocked because he thought the flashy, colorful auras only showed up for 4th rankers. Apparently, his natural talent is just that broken. His physical stats, spiritual energy, perception, and even his lifespan all got a massive buff. The Lake Moon's durability also leveled up, which means he can now push deeper into the mine. In the meantime, we get a classic lore dump about the 10 shadow pillars, all tucked away in sealed lands guarded by the Moon God Palace. If those seals ever break, some ancient, spooky moon god is gonna pop up. For the last 1,000 years, every hero who tried to bust these chains got absolutely wrecked by the 10 pillar princesses. But right now, the 7 moon stars are absolutely steamrolling, having already obliterated 9 pillars. The very last pillar is smack dab in the northern region, which the 7 moon stars had been avoiding, like the plague. They were probably terrified of the northern folks, but after wrecking 9 pillars, their patience ran out and they finally charged in. We cut to the Winter Moon Bride getting jumped by a trio of senior emperors, the Worried Swan, the Floating Moon Robe, and some goon from the Sacred Bee Clan. She's calling them out for their zero honor, 3-on-1 gang squad. The Worried Swan just retorts that, as long as the last pillar is standing, the seal will hold just fine. In a flash, the Winter Moon Bride gets yeeted away to the sacred lands up north at Misty Lake. The Floating Moon Robe explains she didn't just off her because they used to be pals. She'll play bodyguard for a month, but after that, the Winter Moon Bride is on her own. The Floating Moon Robe then casually mentions she's the leader of the 4 moon phases and can literally see the future odds on who will win the festival. She starts a prophecy, saying victory belongs to that man, and then, compared to him, even the Lunar King of the last era was. But she trails off. Instead, we snap back to our boy, who after half a month of hardcore cultivation, 10 kilometers deep, has finally hit the 4th rank. He's thinking that at this power level, he should be able to fully command the highest-ranked beasts, if he can even find one to make a contract with. More importantly, his current strength should be enough to blast through to the end of the mine in a single go. Hitting the 4th rank has totally rewired how he sees the world. He can now clearly perceive the flow of auras and is dead certain the soul-crushing pressure is coming from some kind of living thing. And he can count on a single hand the number of creatures he's ever encountered with this kind of spiritual power. He spots a brilliant light ahead and realizes he's almost at the finish line. The Lake Moon shields him with maximum protection as he steps into a room filled with crystals. Right in the center lies a red-haired girl with horns. The moment she opens her eyes and looks at him, Suiang is at a complete loss for words. She asks how in the world he managed to get down here, and then suddenly, the entire world around him begins to collapse, with massive cracks spiderwebbing across reality. Suiang is gasping for air, absolutely terrified, thinking it's just an illusion from her overwhelming aura, tricking his mind into seeing the apocalypse. He gets a grip, calms down, and a smile spreads across his face. He's thinking this was definitely the right move. Now, he's basically guaranteed a spot in the final stage of the Moon God Festival. His system identifies her as the Elder Emperor, the flickering Flame Queen, who's in an ultra-weakened state. I'm just gonna call her Dragon Girl. She used to be the boss of the Aquarius Palace and was the only senior emperor in history ballsy enough to challenge a tyrant during a full moon. After she lost to the Ice Empress, she poofed from existence for thousands of years. Suiang introduces himself as the Lunar King and declares he's here to bust her out. She's like, "Oh really? And where exactly do you plan on taking me?" Then she starts grilling him, asking if he's the guy who defeated Purple Cherry. Are the Alarm Swan and Snowy Sky dead yet? What about the Ice Empress? With the power of a mere insect, you dare call yourself the Lunar King and try to recruit me? Her aura pressure is so intense, it starts to crack his barrier, and he realizes his Lake Moon shield is on the verge of shattering. The Dragon Girl is bound by glowing energy chains and screaming. Suiang pieces it together. The Ice Empress sealed her power. He gets bold and decides to call her bluff. She picked a fight with a tyrant way out of her league, got herself chained up, and she's still trying to pull the boss lady act. She totally flips out, asking how a weakling like him plans on saving anyone. Even with the Ice Empress taking a nap, the three skies are still around, and if they show up, she'll be fine, but he's gonna be a red smear on the floor. Suiang just turns away with a smirk and says, "How tragic. Is the great and mighty emperor actually scared of the three azure skies? When I said I'd get you out, I didn't mean we'd run. Nah, we're gonna clown on all three of the azure skies first, then stroll out of the eastern region like we own the place." The Dragon Girl just deadpans at him for a solid few seconds, probably wondering if he's the dumbest man alive. Suiang holds out his hand with this cheesy, heroic grin, but the Dragon Girl literally recoils, yelling that she doesn't want to catch his terminal case of stupid. Suiang's face just falls, realizing his epic speech totally flopped. So, he plops down to meditate and tries to power level to the 5th rank. The Dragon Girl watches him from her throne, thinking, okay, so he's not a total scrub since he actually made it here past my aura. But in over 1,000 years, she's seen way too many wannabe heroes, high on their own hype, making promises they couldn't possibly keep. Ice dwellers with wanderlust, beast tamers who took a wrong turn, and all sorts of eastern prodigies. Every one of them had a legendary backstory that ended with them getting flattened by a tiny fraction of her power. She's sealed this whole cave with her aura. Nobody gets out, basically turning this place into a roach motel for heroes. She finally asks him what crew he runs with and who his boss is. When Suiang tells her he's from the Twin Moon Church, she just gives him a blank stare. Never heard of it. She scoffs, finding it hilarious that a measly 4-star Lunar King even exists when the last guy was basically born with 5 stars. She keeps pressing him. Who's your lord? Suiang, getting real tired of her interrogation, finally snaps that he founded the Twin Moon Church himself. He's not just the Lunar King, he's the northern representative for the Moon God Festival. And if she's half as legendary as he thinks she is, she should have felt the shockwaves from what went down in the north half a month ago. He zaps his ring over to her, and she instantly recognizes it, the ring of the King of the North, the official kickoff for the Moon God Festival. Suiang then casually asks about that previous Lunar King with 5 stars from birth, saying it sounds pretty overpowered. But wasn't that dude just a natural-born beastmaster or something? Then Suiang just erupts with this insane aura, revealing that while the Twin Moon Church has a palace lord's power, he's the actual master of the Golden Butterfly Palace. The Dragon Girl has to shield her eyes behind the throne from the blinding light as Suiang strolls towards her, explaining his beef is with the Jade Rabbit Palace and the 10 moon eclipses, and he's gonna blow past the previous Lunar King to lead Moonlight to the ultimate win. He holds out his hand again, saying he's about to jack something from the Ice Queen and kick off a war with the entire eastern lands, and asks if she's in. This time, she actually reaches for his hand, but a massive energy blast erupts, flinging her back as the chains snap back into place. She says, it doesn't matter what kind of big shot lord is hiding inside him. How is a 4-star nobody supposed to punch through the Eastern Land's defenses? Even if he makes a pact with her, he's still all talk. If he really wants her on his team, he can come back when he hits 7 stars. Suiang hits her with the big question. What's the plan once she's free? Is she still gonna throw down with the Ice Queen and those 3 Azure Skies clowns they're supposed to be taking out? The dragon girl snaps back, asking if that old bat from the Archer Palace forgot to mention she has zero beef with the Eastern lands. On top of that, the Ice Sovereign and Lady Lotus of the Heavenly Waters are practically best friends forever. The memory makes her tremble as she explains she only went after the Ice Sovereign because she pulled some absolutely unforgivable stunt. She was about to say, if it weren't for Lady Lotus. But they both sense company, and a massive explosion rocks the surface. The whole place starts shaking like crazy, and the Queen says, that's one of the 12 heavenly shields of the Eastern land. She tells him they've been made, and he needs to scram since his contract with the Golden Butterfly Palace can only handle a single, run-of-the-mill overlord. Suiang's thinking, oh, I can times more times than handle it, but instead says, I'm not bailing. We have unfinished business, you trailed off. This Lady Skywater Lotus you mentioned, she's the guardian of your Aquarius Palace, right? And everybody knows the Jade Rabbit Palace steamrolled you guys. But you're saying the Ice Queen was involved. So, did you two break out of the Eastern region together or something? You gonna spill the details? Just then, a giant bird swoops in, but our boy just keeps on talking. He presses her. If this whole mess was really the Ice Queen's doing, would you really be satisfied just roughing her up a bit? He lays it on thick. You think that's worth the thousands of years you've been rotting in this hole? The giant bird lands, and a system message pops up for our boy. New favored beast unlocked. The bird starts squawking. Which idiot are you chattering with now? Dragon girl? It warns her. If you try another escape attempt, the Ice Queen won't be nearly as forgiving as last time. It reminds her that she's strictly forbidden from getting revenge on the overlords. And get this, the giant feathered jerk is an emperor rank, and apparently one of the 12 heavenly shields of the East. At this point, our boy has had enough of the overgrown canary. He flat out tells it, you're loud, get lost, which Mr. Birdbrain here obviously took personally. It puffs out its chest and declares, since the Aquarius Palace refuses to play nice, then I shall accept your revenge on behalf of the Golden Butterfly Palace and obliterate the traitors. The Queen is stunned, but Suiang just grabs her by the scruff. He hoists her up, yelling, what are you waiting for? You're just gonna let the Jade Rabbit Palace get away with wiping out your people and betraying you? You're gonna swallow this disgusting pity from the Ice Sovereign? Don't you want payback? Make a contract with me so I can summon you to this world, and then we'll tear them all down. The Jade Rabbit Palace, the 10 moon eclipses, the 3 celestial azure beauties, and especially that Ice Sovereign. The huge bird unleashes an energy beam, but our boy just tanks it like a champ and sends the blue chicken flying. His system dings, showing the dragon girl has been added to his pet panel. He can summon the Empress once he hits level 6. The catch? That requires 7 stars, so he's got to grind to that level to unleash her power as his own. The bird struggles to its feet, screeching, how dare you make a contract with her? You plan to beat the Ice Queen with your pathetic 5 stars? You can't even summon the Empress. Lightning cracks across the sky as Suiang calls on the lake moon, erecting a barrier that expands in a flash. The bird's beak hit the floor, squawking in disbelief, asking if this mad lad actually just vacuumed up the whole mine. But even this bird brain pieced it together, white hair, split moon pupils, he had to be the Lunar King from the Twin Moon Church. Then our MC flipped the script, asking the feathered messenger if it was really times ready to kick off a war with the Eastern lands. See, he'd chugged all that energy from the mine just for a temporary power-up. But hey, he decided to just send it anyway. Now he's chilling at the 6-star realm, but one flex of that power instantly burned through 10% of his juice. And this shiny new 6-star form he's rocking? It's on a strict timer 5 minutes, max. And once the clock runs out, he gets downgraded back to a 5-star scrub. But don't worry, it's all going exactly according to his master plan. He gives a shout out to the dragon girl, and just like that, she materializes. Decked out in red crystals with eyes blazing with power, prompting the Ice Nation girls to immediately drop to their knees. They're all whispering about how after 1,000 long years, she has finally returned to this world. She casually puts a hand on his shoulder, calls him master, and no, not times that times kind, you degenerates. Meanwhile, in her head, she's thinking, the second we signed that contract, I knew what this lunatic was plotting. In a whole millennium, she's never seen a madman of this caliber. He's actually planning to throw hands with the Ice Mistress herself. And what's crazier is that this dude isn't even an apostle. Suiang just casually congratulates her on being free and asks if 5 minutes is going to be enough time for their little party. She's like, "It's not my full power, but I can make it work in 5 minutes." They seal the deal with a handshake. A massive wave of energy explodes from the pair, and the bird finally realizes this is a code-red disaster. It's got to squawk a report to the three azure beauties, like, yesterday. An energy-based crescent moon slashes across the sky as Suiang floats there, casually asking if she's found what she's looking for while pointing at a nearby castle. He's all about efficiency, so he suggests a full sweep and starts scanning the place with his magic. Deep inside the castle walls, a pale-skinned girl's senses start tingling, and Suiang can't help but wonder if she's actually a legendary 8-star tamer. Suiang is just thinking about how many other hidden bosses are lurking in the eastern lands when the dragon girl drops a bombshell. That's the current Ice Princess, the temporary contractor for the three celestial azure beauties. The gears in Suiang's head start turning, and he realizes this means they're going to have to throw down with her if they ever want to leave the eastern lands. Then it clicks, this is the same 3-meter-tall ice girl who was running around in a disguise. Suddenly, both of their system windows pop up with a big, fat warning. Attacking the monarch is a no-go unless she does something that seriously endangers their squad. The Ice Princess's voice booms out, asking if he's seriously trying to pick a fight with her. But at the same time, a voice inside her head is screaming, "Let me out already! I've been ready to rock for the last 30 seconds. Plot twist. Turns out there's a whole other personality co-piloting the Ice Princess, an 8-star, ice-type tamer who's always frosty and just chilling inside her body. Apparently, she's lonely and misses some lady named Mrs. Three-Legged Snow White, who's been off visiting family at the Three Kings Spring for more than a year. The other personality, Sakura Blossom, snaps and furiously tells the whiny fool to zip it. Sakura Blossom's inner monologue is going off, thinking it's way too convenient that these guys showed up right when everyone else is away. At the current Ice Princess's power level, it would take a solid 3 minutes just to fully summon her to the driver's seat. Meanwhile, Suiang is floating around, casing the joint for loot, when he spots a sketchy dark aura coming from one of the towers. He's puzzled why they haven't called in the three celestial azure beauties yet, but he knows the score. The second he makes a move on the Ice Princess's treasure, the Moon God Festival restrictions will vanish, and the real fight will kick off. He turns to the dragon girl and says, "We've got 4 minutes left," assuming no one interrupts our little shopping trip. But if a brawl breaks out, his mana bar is going to be running on fumes. So he pulls a fast one, calling on the moon to seal an item from a chest, which immediately zips right back into his greedy little hands. The Ice Princess is all, "What in the frozen heck?" While Sakura Blossom thinks, "Oh no you don't, we can't just let him dip." Suiang is jetting across the sky, muttering about the night being almost over, when suddenly a voice calls out to him. But our boy is too busy admiring his new loot, a black pearl that feels as dead as a doornail, with 0 energy. His handy-dandy looter's guidebook identifies it as a piece of the waxing moon sword. It's Frost, the blade ring. Turns out the whole shebang is a 4-part collectible set. A wicked black blade ring, a mysterious purple heart, a chilling blue soul, and a golden blade lock. To even boot up Frost, he needs to get his hands on that blade lock. The heart piece belongs to the waning moon, who's just vibing amongst the stars. The soul is with some twins from the White Moon House out in the western lands. And that final blade lock? Yeah, that belongs to the Ice Queen herself. Suiang is absolutely stunned. The waning moon conveniently forgot to mention that Frost was a 4-piece puzzle. And since the Ice Queen has been around since the dawn of time, she's gotta know the secret of the 7 swords and is probably carrying it around with her. Still, at least he saved the Fire Queen and snagged the blade ring, so the trip wasn't a total wash. The dragon girl yells out that she's flying with everything she's got. But it's not a full moon, and the sun's about to crash the party. They're gonna get caught at the border, and his current power level is looking seriously underwhelming. Can he seriously throw down with a supreme rank enemy right now? His system flashes a big access, denied for the 8-wing lunar monarch at his current cultivation level. The dragon girl is only on the table from 6-star rank, and his other summons have their own annoying restrictions. After they sealed the deal, their status panels merged, so now she can totally snoop on all his pet info. The second those 5 minutes are up, his rank is going to tank back to 5 stars, and he won't be able to call her for backup anymore. The dragon girl practically shrieks, "Yo, why didn't you mention you had a pet with a waning moon physique?" Suiang just brushes it off, saying it's useless without a full moon and would get flattened by an emperor anyway. They suddenly find themselves in a pocket dimension, where she's still flipping out about the waning moon physique. She agrees it's pretty much a paperweight when the moon isn't full, but then drops a bombshell. It's actually a distant relative of the moon concubine. She schools him, saying the waning moon physique isn't flawed at all. In fact, it's absolute perfection, the greatest masterpiece of moonlight ever. Just then, the clouds start to burn away into a vibrant pink, and they both stop to stare. Far below, the Ice Nation girls are still kneeling when one of them announces that the pink-haired lady Sakura Blossom has finally awakened. Cut to Suiang, floating in midair and screaming like a baby as flower petals swirl around him, while Sakura Blossom hovers on a pair of massive wings. She tells them to just surrender since it's already game time. Her speed is absolutely terrifying. She's thinking to herself that he's not moving another inch from this spot. She demands he return what he stole from the Ice Mistress and follow her to face judgment. She even dangles the offer of sparing their lives if he plays nice. But then, the Dragon Girl pops up right beside them. She declares she'd rather get wiped out right here than ever go back. The seal on the Jade Rabbit Palace is about to crumble, and she's gonna be the one to personally tear them down. Sakura Blossom scoffs, asking if she's really trying to defy fate. She points out that the Ice Sovereign is already at the Moon God Festival to get payback for the Aquarius Palace. All she needs to do is sit tight and wait for it to be over. Then the Eastern lands will steamroll the Jade Rabbit Palace and the 10 moon eclipses all at once. Sakura Blossom then grabs the Dragon Girl's hand. She says she refuses to let her die so ridiculously, especially since they can't even get past her. Seriously, how do they ever plan on reaching the Jade Rabbit Palace? Suiang jumps right between them, smacking her hand away and declaring that dealing with the Jade Rabbit Palace is their business, and gatecrashers from the Eastern lands need to butt out. He claims he's totally clueless about the drama that went down between them, but she better get lost or he's gonna wipe them all off the map, including the Ice Queen. Sakura Blossom flips out, calling him a pathetic little apostle. After the moon shattered, only one of the 12 wonders is even left. The moon race is practically extinct, and this Moon God Festival is probably their final going-away party. How dare he use that tone with her in broad daylight, but then she gets photobombed by a blinding light from behind. In some other pocket dimension, the Lunar Rabbit's eyes snap open, and Suiang gets a system update. The moon's reflection gleams in Suiang's eyes as he announces it's about to make its grand entrance. Meanwhile, over on the northern coast, the Elder of the Moon, entangled in stars, is having a meltdown, demanding to know what's going on. The Heavenly Maiden is kneeling beside her, totally confused and crying, explaining she just got wiped out in battle but panic slammed a skill right as she died and got respawned. But she's still a nervous wreck with major brain fog and accidentally popped the skill again. The Elder says it's a short-term buff, 5 minutes at most. With her measly honor rank and that knockoff full moon, she can only affect others on her level, so no big deal should come of it. Sakura Blossom squints and asks what kind of bootleg moon this is, while Suiang thinks he was only able to sense it because of all the chaos here. This cheap, artificial moon has zero effect on high-ranking overlords, and there are only seconds left before the Dragon Girl gets booted from the server. All their hopes are now riding on the Lunar Rabbit. Sakura Blossom just cackles, asking what a mid-tier Jade Lunar Rabbit is supposed to accomplish. Is this seriously the best the Lunar King could do after all that big talk? Did he honestly think she wouldn't see through this pathetic honor rank party trick? The illusion will only last 5 minutes and won't change a thing about the battle's outcome. Suiang just casually turns to the Lunar Rabbit chilling behind him, saying his pathetic 1-star rank was holding it back from its true potential, but he knows that waning moon form is capable of way more. He points right at Sakura Blossom and gives the rabbit 10 seconds to power level past her. He then summons the Lake Moon, who promptly barfs up everything she's ever absorbed. The Dragon Girl immediately recognizes it as the moon-type mine he devoured earlier. The Lunar Rabbit starts scarfing down the rocks like it's an all-you-can-eat buffet, while Sakura Blossom just stares in utter confusion. Suiang declares that this is his last trump card, so it better get stronger and evolve. Right now. The Lunar Rabbit keeps inhaling those massive rocks, mentally screaming at Suiang that it's not like his other contracted pets. The Jade Lunar Rabbit's true strength was being nerfed by his master's pathetic 1-star rank. But now, it's skyrocketing to a 6-star level, almost hitting 7. Could it actually defeat a lord on this full moon night? Sakura Blossom is hesitating, maybe getting hit with a wave of nostalgia. But she knows the Dragon Girl is about to vanish in seconds, and then they'll be in some serious trouble. She wonders if this full moon is a legitimate sign from the moon god. Did he actually know things would play out exactly like this? It's not about luck, strength, rank, or probability. It's just inevitable, because miracles only happen for those who sincerely believe in them. She hits Suiang with one last question. Why did he turn down the offer to join the Dark Moon concubine back in the day? He just says he didn't have a reason to. Since that fool called his beasts worthless trash, he gave her the proper response. His rabbit is anything but trash. Wasn't she the one who said the waning moon form wasn't a weakness? Oh, he's about to make the Jade Rabbit Palace and the 10 moon eclipses learn the true meaning of regret. The dragon girl just stares at him, letting his words sink in. Finally, she agrees he's right. Clenching her fists, she declares that the waning moon form is times not times a flaw, and with newfound resolve, she says that Lady Winterwater Lotus, the guardian of Aquarius Palace and the original wielder of the waning moon form, was never flawed to begin with. Suiang is completely floored, asking, "Wait, what did you just say?" Lady Winterwater Lotus, one of the 7 wonders, has the waning moon form? And just like that, all the pieces click into place. So that's times how the Jade Rabbit Palace managed to crush the Aquarius Palace. There wasn't a full moon that night, and without it, the waning moon form is basically useless. The dragon girl confirms it, saying Lady Heavenly Water Lotus was practically a god on full moon nights. She's always believed in that power, but admits she can't take on the Dark Moon camp alone. She absolutely hates feeling so helpless. Seeing this, Suiang makes a solemn promise that one day he'll help her face them. A smile finally breaks through her despair. She flies over and wraps him in a hug, while Sakura Blossom fumes in the background, asking if she's really that hung up on this. The Flame Queen completely ignores her and explains that right before the final showdown with the Jade Rabbit Palace, Lady Heavenly Water Lotus pulled out the crystal of life from her own body. The very source of the waning moon form's power is right here. With that, she vanishes in a burst of flames. Suiang calmly notes her disappearance and that his rank has dropped back to 5 stars. He figures she put a contract on him, so if he kicks the bucket, she suffers too. That's probably the only reason Sakura Blossom didn't try anything. But this brief window of opportunity is all he needs. He summons the Lake Moon, and a massive crystal materializes before them. Sakura Blossom is stunned, asking what in the world that is. Suiang just smirks, thinking, "This, my dear, is the throne of the Lunar King, guarded by the Queen of Flickering Flames. This is the exact spot where the crystal of life from Lady Lotus was kept." He calls out to the Jade Lunar Rabbit, who instantly stops munching on rocks and whips its head around. The rabbit gets the memo, snatches the carrot with its ears, and starts chomping down on it like there's no tomorrow. Sakura Blossom freaks out, yelling for it to spit it out immediately. She's panicking, asking what he's doing, but our boy just coolly replies, "How are we supposed to stop it? This is a miracle, courtesy of the waning moon body." And right on cue, the rabbit begins to glow with an insane aura that even shocks Sakura Blossom. She's just thinking, what in the hell is happening to the Jade Rabbit? Just then, a system window pops up, notifying our boy that the Jade Rabbit has evolved to a high rank. Its new title? The Great Hammer Rabbit. And even our boy is a little shocked by how quickly the little guy jumped all the way to a supreme rank. But then the system window starts to glitch out, making our boy wonder if the rabbit's power-up went haywire. In that tense moment, the rabbit emerges from the mist, but it's back in its weakest lunar rabbit form, leaving both our boy and Sakura Blossom completely speechless. Our boy is trying to figure out what the heck is going on, while Sakura was totally expecting some kind of giant, monstrous transformation. So when it stays tiny, she immediately assumes the evolution was a total bust. She turns to Suiang and says, "See, you never should have trusted that rabbit with a throne." Suiang just turns to her and asks, "What do you mean? A failure?" Then he lets out a laugh. "This is the most perfect evolution possible." Sakura just stares at him like he's completely lost his mind. And that's when the system window finally pops back up. Flashing the rabbit's shiny new rank, Suiang gives a nod to the dragon girl, assuring her he's totally gonna wreck Tien's crew, just like he said. Then he swivels to Sakura and gives her some friendly advice. "Don't even think about it, lady. Your precious 10,000-year undefeated streak is about to meet its fluffy, adorable end." She just stares down at the bunny, thinking, is this moron seriously threatening me with a cotton ball? But then her jaw drops when she realizes the little furball is just shrugging off her world-ending aura. Suiang just keeps talking, saying he's not here to cause a ruckus since his real target is the Ice Queen, and then he just casually tries to walk away. Oh, Sakura is not having any of that disrespect. She skyrockets into the air, flapping her massive wings like she's about to delete the whole area. And there go the mountains. Poof. But when she gears up for round 2, her wings suddenly feel like they're made of lead. She's like, what in the world is this pressure? And immediately rules out Suiang because, come on, that dude's a total weakling. And that's when she spots a blinding light coming from the freaking rabbit. Turns out, the bunny is busting out a technique called Palace's Guardian, literally creating its own personal full moon. Meanwhile, Suiang is internally screaming, I have no idea what's going on. But hey, not only did the rabbit keep its old tricks, this evolution dished out a whole new set of skills. He's absolutely convinced with this kind of firepower, getting out of the eastern region will be a piece of cake. Sakura is just completely floored, trying to compute how that little fluff nugget is packing so much heat. So now they're locked in an epic stare-down, their power clash sending shockwaves across the entire planet. And while all that's happening, remember that blonde dude? He's chilling by the sea, telling his angel buddy that the moon's about to vanish in 5 minutes, and the angel's just like, cool, does that mean we can finally go home? Back on the battlefield, that giant bird is in a full-blown panic, frantically flapping around and screaming his lady's name. Sakura is actually complimenting the rabbit, admitting she hasn't felt a sting like that in 10,000 years, and she knows they're both still just warming up. She dusts herself off, starts to leave, and casually dismisses the fake moon as a cheap trick, promising she'll settle the score for real next time. As she strolls off, her bird minion spots her injuries and just about has a meltdown. How is this even possible? His all-powerful lady, who hasn't taken a scratch in 10,000 years, is actually hurt this bad? Just then, a huge explosion rips through a city in the southern region, while Suiang is just chilling under a giant tree. He's just reflecting on how the rabbit's fake full moon has fizzled out, and his little lake moon has hit her power cap. He's still blown away that his newly evolved lunar rabbit could actually go toe-to-toe with a monster like Sakura. I mean, seriously, the rabbit was running on a bootleg full moon and still put up that much of a fight. He psyches himself up, promising to go all out next time he faces the 3 celestial beauties. And right on cue, Kang shows up, and Suiang's face just screams, oh, not you again. A little later, he's taking a tour of Kang's secret sect, and his jaw is on the floor because the place is ridiculously gorgeous. Kang explains that the whole area is guarded by massive plants, home to 7 special marbles and entire peach orchards. Turns out, a lot of these giant plants are actually living, breathing, favored beasts. She mentions some are even supreme rank, which is why the southern region gets like 10 times more tourists than the northern and western regions put together. She smugly asks if it's not the most spectacular thing he's ever seen, and Suiang has to admit, yeah, it is. But then he points out how completely bizarre it is that 2 sworn enemies, who promised to throw down in 3 years, are just casually taking a scenic stroll together. Kang just brushes it off, saying it's a special case since both the Lunar King and the western region's Gemini Ba decided to visit the southern region at the exact same time. Suiang's eyes pop open as he asks if Gemini is for real here. According to the intel he got from his Lunar Book back in the eastern region, the blade spirit of Frost Blossom is supposed to be chilling over in Bakeson's place. Kang brings up the upcoming full moon, mentioning how all the Moonlight Beastmasters, including Baying, are gearing up for this celestial ascension thing. Then she asks if he's planning to jump in, too. Suiang just blinks, totally lost for a second, before it clicks. Oh right, she has no clue. Sakura yeeted him across the continent, and his big rematch is still a lifetime away. Obviously, she thinks he's just another tourist. He plays dumb, asking like a total noob. So, what's this ascension deal? Kang just laughs it off, saying she figured he was just too caught up in his own business to know about the southern region's main event. She gestures off in the distance, telling him since he's already here, he might as well see the spectacle for himself. His eyes land on the southern region's holy site, the heavenly peach ring, with a bunch of people crawling up it. He's like, wait, asterisk, that's times the big ascension? He deadpans that it just looks like a glorified mountain climb and wonders why any self-respecting 8-star beastmaster would bother with it. Kang explains that the ring is just the starting line for a sacred path that stretches over 10,000 meters into the sky. And get this, no one has ever reached the actual summit. Suiang's jaw just about hits the floor. She nods grimly. Yep, the absolute highest anyone ever got was 9,999 meters, and with every passing year, the climb only gets tougher. Since no one has ever conquered it, it's pretty much a given that no one ever will. Suiang, playing the curious tourist, asks why. Kang explains it's because every creature gets a rank from the Peach Lord. Each meter on that ring represents a spot on the leaderboard, where the Peach Lord has basically copied the auras of the strongest climbers to ever step on it. So the higher you climb, the more insane the pressure and resistance get. But if you manage to push past those auras, your main beast's aura gets imprinted onto a 1-meter section, basically leaving a ghost for future generations to see what true power looks like. Below 5,000 meters, the leaderboard shuffles around pretty much every year. But once you get past that, especially near the peak, it's nearly impossible to bump someone off their spot. From 8,000 meters on up, it's not just a pressure test anymore. You have to literally fight a projection of the previous record holder to advance. She points to a massive ranking board for the climb. Only 9 names are displayed. The absolute legends of the legends. The previous Lunar King is only ranked 6th, and he was considered the strongest beast tamer of his entire generation. She casually mentions she's sitting at rank 8. Suiang's eyes widen, but she just chuckles and tells him not to look so stunned. She says she's perfectly happy with her spot, since the top 6 are all 9-star beastmasters. We're talking literal demigods here. She adds that Being's current record is from 2 years ago, so she's probably here to push her limits again. Suddenly, the Dragon Girl's voice chimes in inside Suiang's head. She says, "The first Cloud Princess holds the top rank. Reaching 9,999 steps was a feat beyond extraordinary, and I often wonder what she saw at that final step." Suiang internally asks if this first princess was the so-called Apostle of the Sea of Clouds and Mist. But the Dragon Girl scoffs, saying that calling her a mere apostle is a grave insult to her legacy. In her time, she forged a pact with the Supreme Emperor of the White Deer clan, and together, they dominated the entire world for 10,000 years. She warns him that if he isn't absolutely confident he can take down an Overlord-class opponent right now, he better not even think about trying the climb, or he'll blow his cover. Right on cue, Kang holds out her hand with a grin, asking if Suiang wants to give the legendary climb a shot. The scene cuts to Being, who's standing there, lost in thought about her ancestors holding the 2nd and 3rd spots on the leaderboard. Even with their bloodline divided, she was the one who inherited the Gemini title. She turns to a girl with green hair, let's just call her Star for now, and asks if smashing past the 9,000-meter mark this time will finally be enough to prove her strength. Star just replies coolly that this ascension isn't just a walk in the park. She's getting called out as a descendant of Rheasin who can't possibly hit 9,000 meters, but Gemini just scoffs, saying they'll only know once she tries. Star's just reminiscing about the time she hit 9,966 meters. So yeah, she knows what an insane realm 9,000 meters really is. Past that point, every single step is like taking an overlord's full power attack straight to the face. Then, Star spots a commotion and sees Kang strolling in with Suiang. JB is completely floored, wondering what in the world he's doing here, while Star's just thinking, damn, he's leveled up. Cue the flashback to half a month ago, when Star was supposed to teleport to the Eastern Domain with Suiang. While at a space node, she was suddenly hit with a familiar aura, one just like her master's from 10,000 years ago. So, she bailed hard, forcefully jumping right out of the teleportation stream. Meanwhile, in the western region at that exact same time, a massive sword appeared right in front of Gemini that spooked her, even as an 8-star beastmaster. Later, just to get recognized by Star, Gemini showed up here. Star's just thinking how in only half a month, Suiang is rocking the aura of someone who's been brawling with supreme powerhouses. What kind of insane training arc did he go through to leap from a measly 1-star to a 5-star peak? The Dragon Girl asks Suiang if he's seriously thinking of climbing as a 5-star. She's annoyed, telling him there's no way he can do 9,000 meters because 8,000 meters is already a ridiculously huge gap for him. She then asks if he's even thought about what happens if he fails. The Heavenly Peach Ring list is broadcast to the entire world, including all the Holy Lands. Ty's camp is going to get a front row seat to his entire lineup and all his trump cards. Why not just come back after you break through to 7 stars? But Suiang says he has to do it now because he's fresh out of time. Once the Moon Goddess Festival hits this stage, getting months of peaceful grinding time is impossible. So, this is his only shot. But he has one question. What's the actual loot those big shots on the list got after they made the climb? She tells him they got everything. Chances, fortune, experience, epiphanies, fame, and even the attention of the gods. For 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even millions, or hundreds of millions of years from now, future beastmasters will gawk at their former glory and be stunned by their era. Suiang says she's totally misunderstanding him. He only cares if the actual prize is worth the massive gamble, and what the world would look like if he managed to pull off an unprecedented miracle. Hyping himself up, he says this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and he's aiming straight for the top. The dragon girl just calls him a complete moron, yelling, "Even 9-star demigods can't pull that off. So how can a piddly 5-star beastmaster do it?" JB then tells Star, "This is perfect, since her previous owner is right there too." So, the entire southern continent gets to see who's truly worthy of having her in this era. That night, the host announces they're witnessing this worldwide race with a very interesting matchup, Gemini versus the Lunar King, two of the most powerful beastmasters of this generation. Will someone finally surpass the legendary Kang? The dragon girl asks if he's really gunning for the top spot. Suiang just nods with total confidence, saying he's fully aware of how insane it'll be, but he's got this weird feeling that something is waiting for him at the very top, like he was destined to show up here. He has this powerful conviction that he's going to blow past everyone. It's not just a feeling, but the moment he saw that list, he knew he had to do it. The dragon girl thinks he's a certified idiot, but that's precisely why she followed him, hoping to witness a miracle. With that, Suiang takes the first step. As Suiang begins his epic climb, it unleashes a shockwave so intense, it would have turned any civilians into a fine red mist if not for that handy-dandy protective shield. That massive flex immediately snags everyone's attention, with the crowd buzzing about how he's already rocking a supreme rank right out of the gate. Suang's just thinking that the gap between high and supreme rank beasts is colossal, and if they're using high rank beast breath for these challenges, then literally anyone could waltz up this thing like it's a Sunday picnic. He carries on with the climb, Gemini following in his wake. The dragon girl clocks Gemini shooting, glances his way, and teases that she might have a little crush, but Suiang immediately shuts it down. His eye is on the prize, the top, not getting into a petty competition. And if she's worried about Gemini's pointy sword, he'll cross that bridge when he gets to it. Down on the ground, a blue-haired girl pipes up, asking if they're just going to let the Lunar King stroll on up. A voice roars back that she's been told 1,000,000 times. The old and new Lunar Kings have absolutely nothing to do with him. The rabbit adds that if Gemini gets smoked by the current Lunar King, that's her own failure to live with. But if a Lunar King can't even break 8,999 meters, it means he hasn't mastered Overlord power, and that's when it's their time to shine. The blue-haired girl flinches and nods, saying she never dreamed her mediocre self would get tapped by the third eclipse to become an apostle. But now, she's feeling a surge of confidence. Sure, she's about to carve her name into the history books. The hooded figure is brooding over how the goth girl and her posse all met their end in the northern domain, and she's dead certain Suiang was involved. She's just waiting for him to faceplant. Because if he can't command Overlord power and shatter that 8,999 meter ceiling, the full moon will fizzle out and the whole miracle will be a bust. Meanwhile, Gemini cruises past the 3,000 meter mark. She's thinking the aura here is no joke, and she can't push higher without summoning a supreme beast, which gets her wondering how Suiang is doing. She debates looking back, but curiosity gets the better of her. She peeks, and he's still just chilling at 1,000 meters. The crowd below is totally confused. They're all thinking, isn't he supposed to be the Lunar King? Why is he moving at a snail's pace? They're starting to wonder if he's a cheap knockoff. On the stairs, Suiang casually asks the lake lady if she's had her fill yet, thinking she's been acting super weird at every stage. She'd stubbornly refuse to move, insisting on sucking up almost all the moonlight aura before taking another step. While he's getting increasingly baffled and ticked off, the moon lake finally absorbed enough juice and began to evolve. Suiang was floored, thinking he had no clue she could still level up as a high-ranking creature. He's getting pumped, wondering how powerful she'll become, and if she can keep this evolution train going, since this place is basically an all-you-can-eat buffet for her, given that she runs on moonlight, and the Heavenly Peach Arena has it in spades. And that's not even counting the top-tier Emperor rank aura waiting higher up. Of course, the crowd just sees him grinning like a loon, and assumes he's finally snapped. The girl from his own faction is cringing so hard, thinking if her master keeps up this idiot act, he'll single-handedly destroy the Twin Moon Order's reputation. Elsewhere, a lady in a pristine white dress is watching the whole competition unfold in her crystal ball. She sees Gemini hitting the 5,000 meter mark, while Suiang is dawdling at only 3,000 meters. People are getting antsy, figuring if this pace continues, he might not even clear 8,000 steps before the full moon's timer runs out. But he knows this too. and he's got a trump card ready for when the moon fades. That's a problem for everyone else. For him, it's just a prime opportunity. So, after taking a long break at the 5,500-meter mark, Moon Lake finally leveled up to supreme rank and unlocked a whole arsenal of brand new abilities. But the skill that really made our boy's jaw drop was refraction. And let me tell you, this thing is straight up busted. Basically, it just yeets 90% of any attack's power into the void, leaving only a pathetic 1/10 to tickle you. Suiang's just standing there, pretty sure he's hallucinating, because the math on this new skill is just not mathing. Your average supreme rank beast couldn't even leave a 1% scratch on her shield. He's already theory crafting that this thing could probably face tank a few Emperor-level nukes down the line, which is just bonkers. Anyway, fast forward to the 5,600-meter mark, our boy casually turns around and asks Moon Lake if she's still hungry for more energy. She's over there patting her full belly like she just demolished an all-you-can-eat buffet, telling him to quit lollygagging and get a move on. Meanwhile, back on the ground, the peanut gallery is absolutely losing it, trying to figure out what kind of cheat code he just activated. I mean, the same dude who was crawling like a baby before the 3,000-meter mark is now basically Usain Bolting his way past 6,000. Some girl in the crowd is guessing that the Lunar King must have summoned his #1 beast, but they can't see it because their power levels are just too low. Then another one starts freaking out, wondering if he's running out of time since the full moon is about to dip, and Gemini is already way up at 8,500 steps. And speaking of Gemini, she is having a terrible time up there. Even with her High Emperor beast and that fancy pants weapon from the White Sage clan, she's still getting absolutely wrecked. But you gotta give her credit, the girl's got grit. She pushes through and hits 8,900 steps. But right as she's about to take one more, bam. She gets blasted by a massive shockwave that nearly sends her to dreamland. Now she's all beat up and bleeding, but she's still refusing to tap out. The girl literally starts crawling up the remaining steps, mumbling to herself about how she's gonna be this year's champion. And when she is, Star will have no choice but to be hers. After what feels like an eternity, she finally makes it to 8,999 steps, locking her name onto the leaderboard. The crowd goes wild. Even Kang is giving her a slow clap because, hey, what she pulled off was genuinely impressive. The second she hits 8,999, she just collapses. As they're carting her off on a stretcher, she's all like, I did it. I've joined the big leagues, right up there with the strongest beast tamers of our time, like Kang and the others. Then she turns to Star, basically begging for a head pat, and asks what she thinks. Star stays completely silent, but in her head, she's thinking, yeah, you did okay, I guess. But isn't it painfully obvious you couldn't even break the 9,000-meter mark? As a descendant of Leusukin, if you're actually happy with this pathetic little accomplishment, I might just have to end you myself. Then she looks over at our boy, chilling at the 8,000-meter mark, curious to see what kind of show he's about to put on. Up at the 8,000-meter point, Suiang is thinking, all right, from here on out, it's all High Emperor-level big shots. But who cares? He's got Moon Lake as his personal bodyguard. Thanks to her shield, he's feeling absolutely nothing, not a single thing. As he's strolling up, he's calculating that from 5,500 to 8,000 meters, Moon Lake's progress bar has only gone up by a measly 5%. So yeah, it's probably going to be a hot minute before she evolves again. Just then, he hears the driving girl's voice pop into his head, and she is completely flabbergasted. This is insane. I've never seen anyone climb this thing like it's a walk in the park. That Moon Lake of yours is a real monster. Is she some kind of ancient beast? Uh-oh. Calling her ancient was definitely the wrong move. Moon Lake immediately fires back. Who are you calling old, lady? And just like that, so get this, all three of them are having a full-blown, ridiculous squabble while scaling what's billed as the world's toughest climb. Meanwhile, down on the ground, the peanut gallery is buzzing about how Suiang hasn't taken a single breather for the entire 8,000 steps. Naturally, they're all wondering if he's actually got the juice to break past the 9,000-meter mark. Some random dude chimes in, calling it impossible since the full moon's about to clock out for the night. And as every gamer knows, that's the classic debuff for all lunar-type beasts. Right on cue, Kang is staring at the moon, thinking, yep, that guy's not wrong. It doesn't matter what your power level is. This is the Achilles heel for all lunar types. And once the sun decides to show up, just chilling above 8,000 meters becomes a nightmare, let alone trying to conquer the 9,000-meter peak. Glancing over at our boy, she's thinking, I have absolutely no clue what's going on in that head of his. So, Suiang finally reaches the 8,500-meter mark, standing before this massive tree, when suddenly a pink vortex just pops into existence, and floating out of it is this butterfly-themed lady, and Suiang casually asks if she's the one responsible for the insane pressure at the 8,500-meter level. And here's the kicker, folks, this isn't even her final form, it's just a cheap copy, a mirror image. But our boy doesn't even blink. He deals with her in a flash, turning her into a light appetizer for Moon Lake. With that mini-boss out of the way, he glances up at the fading full moon, his power source, and then back at the endless staircase ahead. Down below, the crowd is totally bewildered, wondering why the Lunar King suddenly hit the brakes after moving at lightning speed. One girl speculates, maybe his battery's running low, 'cause the full moon is fading and the sun's coming up, or hey, maybe he's just rage quitting. But just then, some lady points up, and there's our boy, plopping down to meditate or something. Turns out, he's telling his summons that they're camping here until he can level up to the 6-star realm. Back on the ground, the spectators are convinced the Lunar King is throwing in the towel. They're all moaning about what a lame ending this is to his legendary run. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl is having a meltdown, screaming, "Just drop dead, you Lunar King." A little later, we cut over to Gemini, who's staring at a freaky pink lightning bolt in the sky. She's completely baffled, wondering how in the world that thing got here. And right at that moment, we see that pink lightning bolt zap our boy. And some narrator-type voice comments on how pathetic the whole scene looks. Our boy's eyes snap open to find a rabbit standing over him, declaring that he's the one who's gonna off the current Lunar King. Suiang is casually flipping through his Lunar Book when a system notification pops up, announcing it has detected a new beast. And it's a high Emperor rank, no less. Our boy looks up and asks the rabbit if he really came all this way just to get deleted. Naturally, this royally ticks off the rabbit, who sputters that he's not some 7-star scrub. He's the Supreme Lord of the 3rd lunar eclipse. Thank you very much. But our boy could not care less. He just calls the rabbit noisy and asks if he brought any friends. Then he casually mentions there's been someone else lurking in the shadows this whole time. The rabbit just looks confused, probably thinking, what is this moron even talking about? So the rabbit throws a punch at thin air, unleashing a massive shockwave that forces a hooded figure out of hiding. She's apparently from some beyond sect, dramatically ditches her robes, and declares that since Suiang spotted her, he must be the culprit she's looking for. She announces she's here to take out the Lunar King, but the rabbit tells her to get in line, 'cause he called dibs. Down on the ground, some lady is freaking out, asking what the plan is. Are they seriously just going to let them throw down up there? If the Lunar King gets messed up, the entire southern region is going to have to deal with the fallout. Kang just tells her to chill and wait a second. The fact he hasn't screamed for backup means he's got this handled. She's starting to wonder if this whole delay was just to set up this exact moment to flex on everyone. I mean, if this was his master plan from the 8,500 step mark, that's some next-level trolling. The hooded woman chimes in, telling the rabbit it's pretty much game over for both him and the Lunar King now that the moon is clocking out. She turns to the rabbit, giving him one last warning. But our boy, he just starts laughing his head off. He's asking how these two clowns are fighting amongst themselves for the privilege of taking him out. He gets up and calls both of them absolute trash. Then he orders them to get out of his face in 10 seconds. Naturally, this sets off both the white-haired lady and the rabbit. The rabbit immediately launches an attack, and the people on the ground are thinking that if a blast like that hit them, the entire southern region would have been wiped off the map. Meanwhile, our boy just casually walks out of the dust cloud, and the rabbit is completely shook. He's trying to process how an attack that should have one-shotted him did absolutely nothing. And guys, you know what's up. It's that busted Moon Lake shield working its magic, negating 95% of the rabbit's attack. Our boy just looks at them and says, "Only 9 seconds left." This, of course, just makes the white-haired lady and the rabbit even more furious. The white-haired lady is thinking to herself that this whole situation is bizarre. Suiang just tanked a hit from an Emperor-level beast and is standing there like it was a stiff breeze. She turns to the rabbit, asking him to form a temporary truce. The plan is to take care of Suiang first, and then they can go back to trying to kill each other later. She brings up that the Twin Order has a white road figure on standby who could save Suiang in a flash, making all their efforts a complete waste. The rabbit looks at her and tells her to take a hike. He wants no part of her plan. He points over at our boy, saying, "As a lunar beast tamer who has climbed this far, you really think he's the type to run away?" Meanwhile, the Crystal Lady is just watching the drama unfold. The rabbit says if Suiang is just going to stop at 8,500 meters and get rescued in front of the entire world, he'd much rather watch that epic fail than just kill him here and now. The white-haired lady agrees. If the Lunar King retreats now, the humiliation would be a fate worse than death, so he has no choice but to fight them to the end. Meanwhile, our boy's over there thinking about how that last hit gave his cultivation a massive XP boost, and now he's just one step away from the 6-star realm. He's thinking all he needs to do is provoke them a little more, and he'll get that sweet, sweet level up. He chimes in. Only 3 seconds left, which once again triggers both of them. On the ground, everyone's pointing up at the sun. The pink-haired girl is thinking to herself that it looks like 8,500 meters is the Lunar King's absolute limit. Kang is standing there, thinking this might be the final battle of the Moon God Festival. And then there's our glorious troll, still poking the bear. He keeps taunting the white-haired girl and the rabbit, and his tactics are working perfectly. The rabbit looks absolutely livid. The white-haired lady summons a giant hurricane in the sky that sends shockwaves across the city, and they both hit Suiang with a massive combo attack. They're totally sure that this has to be the end of him, but once again, when the dust settles, our boy is standing there completely unharmed. A system window pops up saying Moon Lake absorbed 98.6% of the attack. How ridiculously overpowered is this shield? It even catches our boy by surprise. He's thinking about how the shield just ate a combined attack from 2 Emperor-level beasts and still only lost 2% of its health. That's when he spots Star standing right in front of him, weapon in hand. Meanwhile, Jimmy is absolutely losing her mind, staring at Star and demanding to know why she picked him when she was the first to reach the 8,999-meter level. Up on the platform, Star glances back, remarking that he looks like he's in a world of hurt. Our boy is just standing there, completely baffled about what she's even doing here. Star explains that she caught a whiff of her aura and came to check out the pathetic descendant of her old master, and she asks Suiang if she's disappointed. Star fires back that it's worse than disappointment. She's here to take back what's hers, since Suiang has absolutely no right to possess it. Our boy just pushes himself up, smirks, and says she couldn't have timed it better, holding out his hand and inviting her to climb to the very top with him. This completely blindsides Star, and Jimmy is still freaking out, screaming about what that moron could have possibly just said. Even the rabbit is totally lost. The rabbit practically yells at our boy, asking if he seriously just invited her times to the summit and if he's completely lost his marbles. He calls him a total fool for even dreaming he could outdo the ancient demigods when he's only at a measly 5 stars. But then, in a shocking twist, Star places her hand on our boys, unleashing a colossal shockwave that rocks the entire battlefield. She actually accepted his insane offer, and just like that, he's blasted into the 6-star realm. Star admits she never expected him to be the one holding the blade ring from the eastern region. Our boy casually reveals it was just a down payment for their engagement gift, while Jiminy is still on the ground, having a full-blown meltdown over Star choosing him and forming a formal contract. Our boy doesn't even spare the white-haired girl and the rabbit a glance as he strolls right past them. He's just casually chatting with Star, laying out his master plan to crush Kang after his ascent. And after that, he'll just pop over to the eastern region to snatch the blade lock back from the Ice Queen, all while the white-haired girl and the rabbit are frozen in place, unable to even twitch as the pair passes by. They're left standing there like a couple of statues, just gawking as he and Star head for the stairs. The rabbit finally snaps out of it, his mind racing, thinking that what our boy just pulled off was completely and utterly impossible. Because even with the moon completely gone, the Lunar King somehow still has the juice to keep climbing, and he's just floored by this revelation. Now we're back at the 8,999-meter mark, and our boy is breezing through it like it's a walk in the park, not even breaking a sweat. Jimmy is stunned by how ridiculously calm and collected he is at the 8,999-meter mark. She remembers that this level is the absolute peak for High Emperors, recalling the beast she fought at the 8,999th step. That thing was a High Emperor, and the sheer pressure from it was enough to nearly end her. So she's wondering how in the world that idiot is just strolling forward so casually, as if the crushing pressure doesn't exist for him. Now our boy is eyeing the final stairs, thinking, so this is 9,000 meters. Suddenly, he feels an overwhelming force, and his system window flashes a warning. Moon Lake shield is at 60%. Suiang just stares at the notification, realizing that a mere glimpse of that oppressive power tanked his shield energy all the way from 93% down to 60%. Right on cue, the two idiots from before launch a pincer attack on our boy. They're both cocky, convinced that now that the moon has vanished, our boy is totally powerless, and no matter how many tricks he has up his sleeve, he's a nobody without the full moon's light. In the daytime, he's no better than some run-of-the-mill beastmaster. Down on the ground, the pink-haired girl glances at Kang, noticing she's coiled and ready to jump in at a moment's notice. But our boy is having an internal monologue, thinking, what is all this nonsense about day, night, and full moons? That pathetic, fake moon from earlier. You call that a full moon? Seriously? If that's the best your moonlight can do, how is it any different from a cloudy day? This absolutely floors the two morons. But our boy isn't done roasting them. He tells them they were wrong from the very beginning. Their entire idea, their concept, their whole perception of reality is fundamentally busted. He asks, who says the moon can't rise after it sets? Who made the rule that a fallen full moon can't be pieced back together? And what if he decides he's just going to drag it back into the sky anyway? He yells at the two clowns to open their eyes and witness the time's real time's moon from 10,000 years ago. This was the true power of the Moon God Palace, the Aquarius Palace, one of the 7 wonders of the world. Our guy gives those two goons one last look and says this is just the warm-up for his real ascension. He leaves his lunar rabbit behind, giving it one simple order. Don't let these idiots get past and interrupt him. And once again, the rabbit's ridiculously cute appearance throws everyone for a loop. They're all thinking, how is this little fluffball gonna stop us? But then it starts to glow and transforms into its drop-dead gorgeous battle form. She gives her new human form a quick once-over before shifting her gaze to the enemy rabbit and the white-haired girl. The people on the ground are completely clueless, wondering what in the world is going on. How did two high emperors get totally spooked by a single glare from that thing? Kang was the first to piece it together, realizing the rabbit was a humanoid beast, but even she couldn't tell what power level it was on. So, the white-haired girl takes one good look at the bunny in her human form and has an immediate, I'm so screwed moment. Without a shred of hesitation, she books it, sprinting for the very edge of the southern region. But our newly evolved bunny girl just stands there, cool as a cucumber, watching butterflies swirl around her. She casually plucks one from the air, and it morphs into a legit lightning bolt. With literally zero effort, she yeets it toward the fleeing white-haired girl, and the path of absolute carnage this thing carves is just bonkers. The lightning catches up to the girl in a flash, piercing clean through her heart. Seeing this, even Suiang was just standing there, speechless. He's thinking, so times this times, is what the dragon girl meant by a perfect bloodline. His bunny basically shed all that gentle moonlight energy to embrace the full moon's raw, untamed power. This, apparently, is its ultimate evolutionary form. The bunny shifts her focus back to the enemy rabbit, and now the guy is absolutely losing his mind. He realizes that if he so much as twitches the wrong way, he's going to be deleted from existence. But panic makes people do stupid things, so he tries to make a run for it anyway. Our badass bunny closes the gap in an instant and sends him sailing with a single punch. This poor fool goes flying all the way back to the city's protective shield, smacking into it so hard it actually cracks the darn thing. Kang immediately scrambles to reinforce the barrier because she knows if that shield fails, the number of civilian casualties is going to be astronomical. She pours every last bit of her power into holding it together, but even with her best efforts, one fragment breaks through and heads straight for the people below. But it changes direction at the very last second. The bunny is now perched on a tree, looking down at Kang. Then she just casually turns around and heads back to Suiang as if nothing even happened. Meanwhile, our boy is all set to make his final push to the highest level. He takes a few steps forward and calls out to the dragon girl, telling her that their time is now, and it's time to show these clowns what real power looks like. At the same time, meanwhile, way the heck up at the edge of the northern region, some crystal chick is binge-watching this whole drama on her magic orb. The second she spots the dragon girl, she almost drops her mystical iPad, thinking, how in the world is she still kicking? This is the very same lady who yeeted Suiang over to the eastern region just for some shiny mineral deposits. But right now, she's completely baffled about what kind of overpowered nonsense our guy managed to accomplish over there. And just like that, our boy casually strolls past the 9,000-meter mark, finally getting his name on the high scoreboard. Just as our hero is about to take another step, he gets absolutely rocked by a shockwave that materializes out of thin air. He tries to throw up a shield with Star, but the impact is so ridiculously strong, it sends him flying backward like a rag doll. Then this thing hits him with a follow-up flame attack and another shockwave. a nasty two-piece combo that nearly punts him off the platform entirely. Suiang is using every last bit of his power just to do a cliffhanger impression, dangling by his fingertips. But here's the kicker. He already cleared the 9,000-meter mark, so the audience down below is going absolutely ballistic. They're shouting about how he's reached the legendary realm of the overlords, and are basically pre-registering for his guild. The girls in the crowd are practically drowning in their own happy tears, all while our boy is just hanging there thinking, what in the world was that weak sauce attack? Judging by the raw power, it was definitely an overlord-level hit, but he's actually a little disappointed because he blocked it so easily, and it wasn't even close to as world-ending as he expected. That's when Star tells him to hold his horses. She points out he's already smashed the 9,000-meter record, and historically, every single person who pulled off this insane feat was a 9-star demigod. If he goes any higher as a measly 6-star, it would be completely off the charts. The Dragon Girl chimes in, nodding along with Star. She's saying it would be a 5 to 100 IQ play for him to come back after he hits 9-star Beastmaster and try for the summit then, telling him there's no reason to flex all his secret moves just for a few more feet. He shouldn't get obsessed and needs to just chill. In that exact moment, they all hear a disembodied voice. Suiang looks up and goes, "The heck was that?" And then, suddenly, the sky rips open like a cheap pair of pants, and a gargantuan red eye appears over the city, leaving Kang totally stunned. She knows that aura anywhere. It definitely belongs to an overlord. The blue-bearded girl from before hears a voice in her head explaining that this thing is the meteor-fallen jet rabbit. His physical form might have cashed in its chips a long time ago, but his spirit is still holding a grudge. Meanwhile, the little rabbit minion from earlier is celebrating like his team just won the Super Bowl, shouting about how his third lord has personally descended. He's bragging about how the Lunar King's full moon weakened the seal for the third eclipse, and his death gave the boss the final GPS coordinates to break out. The rabbit keeps yapping about how Suiang's arrogance is on a countdown timer. He's about to face his lord's divine punishment. And get this, folks. This thing is Imperial rank. And since it was part of the winning faction in the last server-wide war, our boy's handy-dandy Lunar Book can't even scan its stats. Down on the ground, Kang is having a mental breakdown, thinking how a world boss of this level wasn't supposed to spawn this early in the Moon God Festival event. Now that it's been revived by the ancient full moon, how are they supposed to even handle this mess? Up on the platform, our boy just turns to both girls and says, "I already told you, this is his one and only shot. He has to pull it off today because moonlight and miracles aren't going to wait around for him. He's not having any second thoughts about it. This is the exact moment he's going to step into the heavenly peach ring, and this is his destiny. Absolutely nothing can stop him until he reaches the summit." The two girls just look at each other, and Star asks what the heck they're supposed to do now. Is the plan to just run back the whole battle with the Black Moon cult and summon the Golden Butterfly Palace again? But even if they did that, the Golden Butterfly's power would barely handle the third eclipse and only buy them a few hundred meters at best. Suiang just lets out a laugh, saying that what he showed everyone last time was basically a prank. He claims that since the Black Moon cult battle was being watched by the gods, he figured he should hold back a little. Then he gives Star a little pat on the head and tells her to watch carefully. Meanwhile, down on the ground, the rabbit is still celebrating his victory. He's bragging about how the third eclipse is about to completely break free from its seal, spelling the end for the Lunar King. Then, a massive silhouette materializes in the sky, grabbing the attention of everyone on the ground. It's the Golden Butterfly Palace. The miracle from the Emperor battle is happening all over again. But for some weird reason, that crazy rabbit is still smiling as fireworks light up the sky. The rabbit boasts that if the Lunar King thinks they're dumb enough to come here unprepared, he's got another thing coming. The Lunar King is fresh out of tricks to pull. Our boy just smirks, saying he already told them he was just messing around back then. The rabbit just dismisses it, saying Suiang's just trying to act tough. But then a commotion from the ground catches his ear, someone shouting that the butterflies are completely unharmed. And upon hearing this, the rabbit absolutely loses his mind. He is confused beyond belief. How could a bunch of low-ranking beasts just shrug off the powers of an emperor? Meanwhile, our boy is just standing at the edge of the platform, looking down on them. He coolly repeats that he already told them he was just playing around before. That's when people on the ground realize it's not just some basic butterflies flying around. There are also higher lunar butterflies and crescent moon butterflies in the mix. The pink-haired girl from before is shocked, wondering when in the world our boy summoned this entire army of beasts. Kang replies, telling her she's mistaken. Looking up, she says there are way more on the way. The pink-haired girl glances at the sky and sees even more butterflies, but this time they're supreme rank. There's a blue butterfly and a moon blossom butterfly. Seeing this, even our boy's own companions are flabbergasted, asking what in the world is happening. As his butterflies keep pouring in, the dragon girl calls it a true miracle, but our boy just strikes a pose and says it's not enough. He yells that he needs more power to reach the peak and orders his butterflies to move faster. The rabbit on the ground is genuinely scared at this point, wondering how that man could possibly have even more power. The blue-haired girl is also in shock, seeing an imperial-level butterfly flying toward them. The creature is majestic as all hell. Even the crystal lady is completely dumbfounded. She's thinking about how she personally invited that exact imperial-level butterfly to join the twin moon cult, but it flat-out rejected her. The rabbit's expression completely shatters as he realizes it's all over, and he's going to end up looking like a total clown after this. She's screaming at that giant eyeball in the sky to get the heck out of there. Our MC just glances back at the giant eyeball, totally unimpressed, and tells his crew to just ignore the thing, calling it a complete nuisance. He declares he's got better stuff to do, and right on cue, a swarm of butterflies converges on him, forming a massive pair of wings on his back. Down below, the spectators are completely losing their minds, like, how is that even a thing? And then, in the blink of an eye, the pink-haired girl, the crystal lady, and even Kang. Everyone's jaws hit the floor as our boy instantly clears the 9,299-meter mark in a single step. He's just standing there, radiating pure swagger, and announces that it's just one more step to leave a whole era in his dust. But just as he's about to take that final leap, the sky lights up again, spamming him with a flood of system notifications. Turns out, the system detected some brand new constitutions. Our boy scrolls through the pop-ups and sees he's just unlocked 3 new types. He's got the Holy Moon Constitution, the Waxing Moon Constitution, and something called the Absolute Moon Constitution. Our MC quickly skims the details and does a double take when he gets to the Absolute Moon Constitution. He's trying to figure out who has it, guessing it might be one of the butterflies with the absolute moon body, but then it hits him that's not it. He whips out his Lunar Book, and what do you know, the person with the super rare Absolute Moon Constitution is himself. And now our boy is just cackling like a complete madman, which has the crowd below genuinely worried he's finally snapped. Meanwhile, our MC is having an epiphany, realizing that possessing the absolute moon body is the whole reason he was destined to be the Lunar King. Apparently, since the day he was born, moonlight has naturally flocked to him, so, being the chosen one and all, he figures it's his job to carry this power to the absolute pinnacle of the era. With that, our boy starts climbing again, one step at a time. With every step he takes, a massive earthquake shakes the very foundation of the place. And just like that, he's at the 9,300-meter mark. The moment our MC hits the 9,300 mark, 2 new challengers appear, a chonky rabbit and a seriously stacked bunny girl. Before he can even process what's going on, he feels an overwhelming wave of killing intent wash over him. He whips around and sees that both of his companions are absolutely livid at the sight of these newcomers. The dragon girl explains, these guys are from the former 8th Lunar Palace and are the current heads of the 10 lunar eclipses. They're the guardians of the Rabbit Palace, and the big bunny isn't wasting a second. It just raises a paw and prepares to throw down. A blast of pure energy slams into our MC, and in a single hit, his Moon Lake shield's durability drops to 0%. Even the dragon girl is struggling to handle the fallout from that attack. And our MC's own rabbit companion gets completely vaporized in half. The attack was so powerful, it blew a massive crater into the moon, shattering the surface. And our boy? He's just floating there, completely dazed. He was totally blindsided by that attack, and now he's in a freefall. Down on the ground, everyone's panicking, wondering how he could pull off a miracle and still fail. They're saying he still couldn't overcome the last Lunar King, and that the 9,300-meter mark must be the hard cap for this era. But as our MC is plummeting, he's just thinking to himself about how utterly disappointing this whole situation is. He scoffs, saying that in the end, the former Lunar King and the Rabbit Palace were really nothing special. The Crystal Lady is completely baffled, wondering what in the world this moron is rambling about now. But then our boy doubles down, declaring that the previous Moon God Festival and this entire era are a total joke. And just like that, the wings on his back explode into view once more. This time, he whips out the golden butterfly, the 8-winged monarch. And get this ain't some cheap illusion or a knockoff. This monarch-level beast was about to pop into existence, for real. Next thing you know, our boy's flexing his wings, soaring through the air, while the white-haired bunny girl just stares, completely gobsmacked at the monarch. And just like that, our boy is back on the platform. Turning to them, he's all like, I went through all this trouble just to see what the so-called strongest of the last generation could do. But it turns out, it was just a pathetic illusion. And let's be real, you can't win a fight with party tricks. He looks dead at the bunny girl and says, if you're serious about stopping me, you better show up in the flesh next time. Then he just straight up ignores the two of them like they're yesterday's news and keeps on climbing. The moment he takes that first step, the leaderboard flashes, bumping him up to 6th place. Our boy had just cleared 9,301 meters of this insane climb. What our boy pulled off was a world-shaking event, and you better believe everyone, everywhere, felt that tremor. From the Crystal Lady up in the northern region to Sakura out east, and even the big shots in the Moon God Palace, they all knew. Our boy just keeps pushing forward as his crew gives each other the look. The Dragon Girl's mind is blown, thinking about how every single lunar lineage on the planet must have felt what he just did. Meanwhile, Star's over there thinking, for an Overlord tier Beastmaster, this spot on the ladder is just a stepping stone. But it was the absolute peak for the old Lunar King, who was only half an apostle to begin with. In other words, the old king just got officially dethroned by the new one. And our boy just keeps on climbing, one step at a time. The Dragon Girl calls out, asking if he even gets what he's walking into. She explains that, after the former Lunar King's reign, the Rabbit Palace ruled the roost for the last 2,000 years. But way back in the age of monsters, like tens of thousands of years ago, those guys were basically just the bouncers for the real Overlord tier legends. That creepy giant eye in the sky is still staring him down with every single step. Finally, our boy stops and says, you know, there's something I've been dying to say for a while now. He spins around, glares right back at that giant peeper, and just goes, you are so incredibly annoying. The monarch butterfly gets the memo instantly. Its massive wings flare open, and it unleashes a wave of pure power that completely shatters the eyeball in the sky. Right on cue, a system window spams his vision, blaring on about how overlords are forbidden from attacking each other in the early phase of the Moon God Festival. And the darn thing just keeps repeating, over and over and over. It gets to the point that our boy finally snaps and tells the system to shut its digital mouth. He declares, I am the current king, the master of the Book of the Moon. Who the heck has the authority to punish me? Who's even qualified to judge the king? And, with that epic mic drop, the butterfly finishes the job, completely obliterating that cosmic eyeball from existence. With that ugly peeper finally gone, the moon is back to its glorious, shining self. Our boy takes a look and says, ah, much better. Now that the creepy stalker is gone, the view is fantastic. He then glances back at the stairs, noting he's only got a few more meters to the top. But instead of just finishing the climb, he pulls up his beast panel for a quick status check, looking over all his contracted partners. He notes that the contract has finally stabilized, meaning he can finally unleash that pent-up energy and push them all to the 7-star boundary. He's pondering if this breakthrough is the final level, the ultimate peak, but then he's like, nah, and just shakes his head, saying there's absolutely no reason for him to lose now. He keeps on climbing, ready to see if these ancient demigods are really all that. With every single step he takes, the butterflies swarm him, reforming those awesome wings from before. On the ground, Kang's eyes are glued to our boy's wings, muttering about how it's a golden aura made of some insane energy. Our boy just blasts off into the sky again, moving so ridiculously fast, the stream can't even keep up. Everyone down below is just like, what the heck just happened? And just like that, our boy hits the 9,061 meter mark. The Dragon Girl chimes in that this is the record set by the first ice consort, a 9-star demigod from the eastern region some 26,000 years ago. She mentions how that lady one-shotted the upper crescent moon phoenix of the 7 strings. Just as our boy was about to keep going, a new challenger appears. It was the first ice consort herself. Suiang is totally floored, wondering if this is her final form. He's thinking about how she was packing some seriously broken, unfair power even 22,000 years ago. And looking at her now, that power level still feels like a total cheat code. With his current cultivation, he knows there's no way in hell he can beat her, and he's not dumb enough to think otherwise. But he also remembers this is just a test, and she's basically a fancy illusion, so all he really needs to do is prove he's got the stones to even fight her. With that settled, they both charge. And we flash forward to our boy, standing at the 9,742 meter mark. Down on the ground, Kang is having a complete meltdown. She's thinking, How is it even possible that Suiang just smashed the 9,742-meter Celestial Maiden's record without even breaking a sweat? And just like that, our boy is now third in the rankings. Alright, time for a lore drop. The Celestial Maiden is a 9-star demigod of immortality. Her spirit just keeps on going, even after her body gets wrecked. They say she's been kicking for over 100,000 years. She saw the whole great calamity of the White Deer clan and the Cloud Era that basically put all chaos on lockdown. She was there for the very first Moon God Festival, and, thousands of years ago, she's the one who sealed the Lunar Tan faction, who were the champions of that same festival. And Kang is just stuck thinking, Suiang actually managed to get past times that time's Celestial Maiden. Meanwhile, our boy is thinking that for some weird reason, even though she was just an illusion, it felt like she just gave up and stopped fighting back. He wonders if it's because she's also an enemy of the Tai-In faction. He thinks to himself that, whatever the reason, he's not stopping now. So he's standing there, feeling all high and mighty, when something completely catches him off guard. He looks over and there's some green-haired girl just casually walking up the stairs. And in that moment, he hears Star thanking him for bringing her along. She says it's because of him that she's remembering things from 10,000 years ago. She remembers her old master, Lo Sukshin, who was born with a body so frail it was hit with tens of thousands of illnesses. And because of that terrible luck, she only lived to be 26 years old. When she found out she was on her deathbed and was going to miss the next Moon God Festival, she grabbed the first Crescent Moon Frost Blossom and the first Crescent Moon Farewell Song, wrecked the Gemini Palace's Guardian Half-Moon Soul Suppressor, and got hailed as the world's strongest, which started a forever feud between the Moonlight sect and the Seven Chords. Her 26 years of her lifespan might have been a blip in history, but she went out leaving a legacy that could outshine the sun. Stars basically screaming, "Watch your back," because this lady and her ghostly crew are on a whole other power level. Meanwhile, Lee's over here having a full-blown existential crisis, asking heavy stuff like, what's even the point of cultivation? And, why bother getting stronger? She scoffs that in the end, they're all just mortals who can't break their limits. Then she gives her spear a twirl, slams it into the ground, and poof, it vanishes. Star yells for Suiang to get ready, shouting that the real show is about to start. And just then, a whole mess of colorful lights explodes from the platform, and the spear zaps both the butterfly and our boy. He's now spilling ketchup and does a perfect faceplant on the ground. Everyone's just floored by how easily she just bodied our hero. Suiang staggers up, asking Star if this is the sheath's true power. He then flexes his wings, announcing that all the energy he's been hoarding from his contracts is finally kicking in. And with that, he pulls off a temporary breakthrough, blasting his way into the 7th star realm. The monarch butterfly was already fully healed and immediately started patching up our boy. Suiang just nods, saying he owes her one. At the same time, Leu's form was getting more and more see-through. Our boy's mind is racing, wondering how a mere shadow from 10,000 years ago could possibly warp reality enough to put such a nasty dent in the golden butterfly. He's theorizing that maybe way back when, the Celestial Maiden just caught a whiff of this insane aura and decided to hit the brakes on her own progress. He lets out a huge sigh of relief, thinking if he hadn't just lucked into that 7th star realm power-up, he would have been totally screwed. He gives the golden butterfly the signal, and they push onward. He's now at the 9,997-meter mark. He figures that now that he's temporarily chilling in the 7th star realm, the vibe from his absolute moon physique is going completely haywire. He can now faintly feel these other weird auras, probably super powerful lunar-type bosses taking a nap somewhere in the world. But screw that for now. All he cares about is hitting the summit. This is the final step. Down on the ground, people are absolutely losing it, seeing him about to hit the 9,998-meter mark. One girl is practically bouncing off the walls, screaming that our boy is about to meet times her asterisk. The dude next to her is confused, asking, "Who's her?" And she just roasts him with, "You idiot. You seriously don't know? It's the one whose beauty is literally off the charts. She's the one who was chosen by one of the 7 wonders. The wedding dress. She was hailed as the #1 beauty for hundreds of millennia. She's the first lover, and if you buy the rumors, her looks could even make gods simp for her. And way up there on the clouds, our boy finally comes face to face with her. And get this, the absolute madman is actually blushing. Then it hits him. His blood is boiling like a tea kettle. Looking at her, he's thinking that the 3 celestial beauties he knows look like common potatoes in comparison. It dawns on him that this is probably why the lover lineage was a one-and-done kind of deal. The wedding dress is so perfect it probably can't stand to look at the rest of the ugly mugs in the world. He's thinking even its own descendants, like Gemini, would be considered absolute trash. Staring at this goddess, our boy is about 2 seconds away from being completely hypnotized when the dragon girl in his head starts screaming bloody murder, trying with all her might to keep this idiot from falling under the spell. That's the wake-up call he needed to finally snap out of it. Star and the dragon girl instantly jump in front of him like personal bodyguards, telling him to watch out because this whole situation is a massive red flag. They warn him that the trouble started the very second his foot touched this platform. Apparently, he got ambushed by times her asterisk. That's when our boy finally notices a whole crew of shadowy figures lurking behind the wedding dress. He immediately recognizes the Winter Queen clan and the Sea Concubine clan. Way off in the back are the ancestors of the 4 sacred clans of the western regions, and even the White Deer clan decided to crash the party. As if that wasn't enough, a bunch of overlords from several moonlight lineages are here, too. Our boy finally connects the dots. Anyone who gets mesmerized by her beauty gets their own power turned against them. He figures this is probably why his monarch-level butterfly's power is acting so wonky right now. What he's facing is the wedding dress's true, terrifying form, and he's thinking this is one seriously overpowered combo. But he realizes that once you snap out of her mind games, all those spooky shadows are basically just empty threats. He's thinking, so, after I broke through to the 7-star realm, I'm temporarily on par with true 9-star demigods? What kind of broken game logic is this? The monarch butterfly flexes her power, completely wiping out all the shadows cowering behind the wedding dress. As she does, the wedding dress just smiles, looks at our boy, and says, "We'll be seeing each other again soon," which totally freaks him out. He's just standing there baffled, wondering how a mere illusion could talk to him. Not only did she know he was from 50,000 years in the future, but she even said they'd meet again. He decides to file that under freaky stuff to worry about later and gets back to the climb. He takes another step, hitting 9,998 meters and snagging the number 2 spot on the leaderboard. He takes a deep breath and goes for one more. The moment his foot touches the 9,999 meter mark, he gets zapped and teleported high above the fog. He instantly recognizes this place as the legendary Cloud Sea from all the old stories. The legends say the first Cloud Princess chased after her first love, got rejected, and then, completely heartbroken, had a major epiphany. Eventually, she teamed up with the White Deer to basically put the world in a chokehold for 10 whole millennia. He's thinking about how, back then, she was just a single step away from shattering the Mist Realm, but totally choked. In the end, the White Deer clan's Mist Realm stayed OP and unbreakable. And to this very day, the Cloud Realm is still a massive no-trespassing zone. So now he's standing there wondering what the deal is. Like, where are the real bodies of the Cloud Princess and the Supreme Azure Calamity? And right on cue, a purple beam of light zaps him, and his soul gets yeeted right out of his body. So now, his spirit form is plummeting from the platform back down to the ground. On his way down, he's thinking about how pointless it all was, and how the Mist Realm near the Supreme Azure Calamity is just completely unbeatable. After a few moments, he opens his eyes and says, "Okay, that's enough of that," and tells the Golden Butterfly to hit the respawn button. He then asks her if she got a scan on how that cheap shot attack works. Because if she did, the next time they meet that lady, they'll have the perfect counterplay ready. By now, the monarch-level butterfly has already switched over to her human form. She leans in close to our boy and whispers that this whole ordeal is just way too much of a hassle. She complains that after a nap lasting tens of thousands of years, so the White Deer clan actually popped off and created legends like this. And now she's saying that old-school concept, the infinite eternal Mizrem, is actually real. And the biggest cheat code she's got? Those 2 kids are far from being 6 feet under. Meanwhile, our boy's just standing there like a total doofus, getting sweet nothings whispered in his ear. She then drops the bomb that the first Cloud Princess and the Supreme Azure Calamity are basically on the same power level. But here's the kicker. The Golden Butterfly's power is basically an infinite health potion, resetting its own vitality and its host's. He puts 2 and 2 together, realizing this means as long as his own special juice doesn't run dry, he can just hit the reset button back to his pre-fight condition, over and over. And since he's the mastermind behind this whole full moon miracle, he's not about to lose a mana measuring contest to some random shadow. Basically, if this turns into a deathmatch, the other guys are going to be the ones running on empty. He glares at the shadowy figure that jumped him and lays it out plain. The second he hits the top, that's when the fight is over. He even throws in a little taunt, saying if she's scared of getting left in the dust, she can just ignore him. But if she does, he'll absolutely demolish her and the entire era she represents. The figure on the 9,999th platform just scoffs, calling him just a moonlight type, and says he's way too big for his britches. She declares their next meeting will be a one-way ticket to the afterlife, and with that dramatic exit, the golden butterfly poofs back into her tiny butterfly form. Just like that, Suiang is #1 on the leaderboard, and the crowd below is collectively losing their minds. How in the world did the White Deer clan's legendary record get shattered? Everyone's trying to figure out how the Lunar King just styled on the Supreme Azure Calamity. Kang's in the cheap seats, mind blown, wondering how he topped a legend from 50,000 years ago. And even the Crystal Lady is shook, trying to process how the Moonlight lineage, which has been irrelevant for millennia, suddenly became the main character overnight. And up top, our boy is just staring at that final, glorious step. He's thinking, just one more step, and he'll see the exact same view the first Cloud Princess did. He's even musing that if he faceplants right here, his name would still be etched in the history books forever. But then a spicier thought hits him. Yo, what if I actually pull this off? Could I literally flip the entire world on its head? But then he corrects himself. Nah, it wasn't the era that made the first Cloud Princess and the first lover. It was times who made that era legendary. He realizes his goal isn't some time travel fantasy to challenge them in their prime, and he's not shedding any tears that they're just dormant ghosts now. What happened way back when is ancient history. What matters now is that everyone is about to learn to fear his name. And because he was born in this age, this era will be known as the Era of Moonlight. With that epic declaration, he takes the final step. And as he does, he gets zapped into some kind of pristine white palace. He's looking around all confused when a booming voice echoes out, another one of you ugly humans, and this one's a lunar type, great. The voice drones on, saying the last time one of the Moonlight breed showed up was millions of years ago. Seriously, this story throws around numbers like they're confetti. The voice keeps going. It's not time yet. We still need another 300,000 years. It basically tells our boy to get lost because he's not qualified. Not because he's a weakling, but because he's just way too early to the party. Our boy's just thinking, bruh, what? While the voice tells him to scram, go dominate his own era, and leave his mark on history. And then, in about 300,000 years, he'll be reawakened. But before our boy can even get a word in, the voice just yeets him back. And as he's plummeting, he hauled himself onto the platform, flashed this ridiculously smug grin, and said, well, look at that. It worked. The disembodied voice is probably wondering what in the world this moron is up to, but our boy just grins and says, so this is what the 8-star realm feels like. He casually calls out the voice, addressing it as the Firefly King, then hops back onto the platform, declaring, man, this feels refreshing. And right on cue, he drops another piece of his signature galaxy brain logic. He claims that while it's only times the 8-star realm for him, to everyone else, it's like he's already blown past the 9-star demigods. He's internally checking off his list, wondering if his absolute moon constitution has finally finished its upgrade. Meanwhile, the Firefly King is having a full-on system error, thinking, how is a dude stronger than a 9-star demigod even possible right now? Because, according to the ancient prophecy, the next golden age of heroes is supposed to be on snooze for another 300,000 years. And yet, here's our boy, standing right in his face, flexing all this new power. Down below, the normies are blinded as a massive golden light erupts from that heavenly peach ring thing. And while everyone's just staring up, completely clueless, Kang is actually worried sick about our boy. She's just imagining all the insane trials he must be facing. Just then, the entire palace starts to tremble as he officially hits the 10,000 step mark. The Firefly King is practically begging Suiang for an explanation, but Suiang just stands there with a smug grin until the dragon girl yells at him to knock it off, saying she was on the verge of going kaboom. She complains that even after sucking dry the entire energy reserves of the Eastern region mine, it still wasn't enough. But then, she begrudgingly thanks our boy, admitting it's only because of him that she managed to bust through to the 8-star realm too. Suiang just turns to the Firefly King and tells him to get out of the way, because he has zero plans to wait around for another 300,000 years. He's like, being stronger than a demigod is the bare minimum to get in here. So, if you could just scooch. Without waiting for an answer, he starts walking, declaring that he'll be the one to decide if this era is ready or not. After all, the Firefly King is nothing more than the leftover ghost data of some ancient 10-star being. So Suiang tells this remnant consciousness to quit playing God. And just like that, the Firefly King actually steps aside. So, after our boy finally clears the 10,000 steps, he takes a look around and absolutely nothing has changed. Total anticlimax. He pulls up his system window and sees he's unlocked 2 new authorities. The first one offers 0 personal perks, and the moment it's used, it'll basically flip the entire world on its head. The second one, though, is a straight-up reward. As long as he's inside this holy site, he's literally unbeatable. He just sighs, realizing now is definitely not the time to press the big red button on that first authority. Currently, using it would knock him all the way back down from 8-star to a measly 6-star, and he'd be no match for an ancient 9-star demigod, never mind taking on the 3 titans at their peak. But then, he glances at the rankings and a smirk spreads across his face, realizing the 3 titans aren't even on his radar anymore. He peers down at the ground and sees his new fan club going wild, with girls screaming they want to join his organization and all the usual simp stuff. Meanwhile, the rest of the crowd is buzzing, trying to guess what kind of insane reward he snagged for reaching the very top. They're all just scratching their heads, wondering how a guy with his supposed rank and qualifications even made it to the summit in the first place. After all, everyone was operating under the assumption that the real Moonlight wasn't due for a comeback for at least another 100,000 years. Watching from the sidelines, the Crystal Lady is having a minor panic attack, thinking she was not ready for this at all and that the Age of Chaos is about to kick off. Because let's be real, that absolute moron is guaranteed to stir up some major trouble from here on out. Our boy finally descends, and the first person he runs into is Jimmy. He doesn't even break his stride, just walks right past her and says, "I'll give you 1 month." Flash forward a bit, and we find Jimmy waking up in a hospital bed. Her first move? Smacking her head on the ceiling right after she gets a grip. She sits up, pulls this glowing blue gem from her pocket, and stares at it, muttering that this star is hers, and hers alone. Not even the Lunar King can have it, even though he's stronger than the heroes from 50,000 years ago. Meanwhile, our boy is just kicking back in his own hospital room when he gets that weird tingle, like someone's obsessing over him. Shaking it off, he pulls up the file on the Peacock Palace's guardian and starts scrolling through. Suddenly, something catches his eye that makes him do a double take. He turns to Star and the Dragon Girl, asking if they've got any dirt on the Peacock Palace. Star chimes in, "Not much." The Peacock and Aquarius Palaces were late additions to the Moonlight 12, only joining after the Gemini Palace got totally wrecked. The Dragon Girl pipes up, "Yeah, and the word on the street is she entered 3 moon god festivals over the last 10,000 years, but washed out early every single time. A former Lunar King even had to save her bacon once. Yet she later terminated their contract for some unknown reason." Our boy's just thinking, man, this whole thing reeks of drama. But whatever, he's got to head to the western region anyway. Just then, Kang bursts into his room, looking like the world is ending. Kang rushes over to Suiang, practically yelling, "Dude, have you seen the internet right now?" She's freaking out, saying the candidates for the Cloud Princess spot just dropped. And it's not 1, but 3 of them, all at the same damn time. Our boy just stares, thinking to himself, hold up, aren't you supposed to be the Ice Queen? What's with this 5-alarm fire routine? Kang gets all red-faced, sputtering that the Peach Garden is getting absolutely roasted online, and she was ordered to deliver the news with this exact level of panic. That's supposedly why she's acting so extra. Our boy just gives her a deadpan stare, like, "Re-yite. Whatever you say." Then he asks if this is really that big of a deal. Suddenly, a new voice chimes in to answer him. It declares that his little power-up just shattered the seals on this era, and now the monsters from the Holy Lands are waking up to play. Our boy's totally baffled, looking around like, who said that? When a flower just yeets itself out of Kang's chest region. The flower proclaims that since the dawn of time, whenever the Holy Lands pop off, it's always been a total wipeout for the beast-tamers of that generation. Then the flower gets all smug, telling our boy this is 100% his fault. Our boy just stares at this talking plant with the most dumbfounded look on his face. He's thinking, who does this little weed think it is? Then he asks if the flower is times the times Toyen, as in, the legendary immortal 9-petaled peach silk snowwheel flower, one of the 7 ancient wonders that's supposedly been around for millions of years. Our boy's internal monologue is just, so that epic, legendary being, is this ridiculous, loud-mouthed piece of foliage? The flower flips out, telling Suiang to listen up. If he even thinks times about using the authority he gained from reaching the summit, it will never forgive him. Kang, completely lost, asks the flower, "Wait, what authority are you even talking about? Our boy has had enough of this sassy little sprout." He snatches it up and the flower immediately shrieks, "Hey, watch the hands, buddy. You creep." Suang's patience is gone. He glares at it, asking if it was the one running the heavenly peach ring and if it has the nerve to be leaking secrets. The flower's attitude does a complete 180. It immediately starts begging for forgiveness, pleading with Kang to save it. It quickly changes the subject, telling our boy to look out the window at all the plants in the city, saying they're all so, cayenne and lovely. You think he's gonna let his own kids get turned into monster chow if some ancient horrors from tens of thousands of years ago decide to wake up? Not a chance. He feeds our boy a line about running the heavenly peach ring because he's a total pacifist who just hates violence. And our boy, bless his heart, is actually buying this whole make love, not war speech. Apparently, the southern region is so chill and conflict-free that they've had nothing better to do than level up their tech game. The flower dude slides in with a proposal. Team up, and all our boy has to do is pinky swear he'll never ever use that busted ability of his. In return, the whole Heavenly Peach Ring squad will basically hand him the throne at the next Moon God Festival. Our boy glances over at Kang, who's got the poker face of a statue. He's over here thinking, is this flower for real? Are they actually going to sit out the biggest event of the year? Right on cue, Kang chimes in, basically saying, yeah, you can trust him. To meddle. Apparently the southern region sticks its nose in every single Moon God Festival. And get this, way back in the day, the Southern Moon Palace and the Heavenly Peach Ring Palace were basically best buds forever. But after the Moon Palace and the Fourth Palace totally bit the dust, they pretty much ghosted the Lunar faction. Our boy's brain is buffering. Like, hold up, Fourth Palace? Is she talking about the Flower Fairy Palace? He's crunching the numbers in his head, realizing that keeping his big boy power on the shelf is actually a massive win for him right now. But then again, you don't get a shiny new I win button just to let it collect dust. He knows he's gonna have to press it eventually. The flower dude sees the gears turning and decides to sweeten the pot, saying that if our boy is having a tough time trusting him, they should just seal the deal with a marriage alliance, asking our boy if he's ready to get hitched. Flash forward half a month later, we're at the border between the western and southern regions. Some poor mermaid is in the middle of a throwdown with something, wondering what in the world just happened to make the seal get so weak. She's trying to blame it on the seventh eclipse when, bam, red lightning cracks the sky and a giant monarch butterfly majestically floats down. And who's riding this glorious insect? Our boy, of course. He casually asks if she's the one blocking his way and if they're gonna have a problem. The second she feels that bonkers monster aura, the mermaid is totally shook, wondering what kind of absolute unit just dropped in. Then it clicks. This isn't just some random dude. It's the new Lunar King, the very same guy who recently left the first Cloud Princess and the first lover in his dust. She's completely baffled as to why he's all the way out at the border. But little does she know, she's got way bigger problems on her plate. Just then, a voice pipes up from off-screen, and it's the dragon girl, looking like she's about to turn the mermaid into calamari. The mermaid whips around, jaw on the floor, realizing this is the same chick who laid the smackdown on the Ice Queen all those years ago. She's pretty sure her number is up, but then the dragon girl happens to spot the crystal lady from before. The dragon girl is like, "You only showed up 'cause the Aquarius Palace got its juice back, didn't you?" But the crystal lady just plays it all mysterious. She fires back with a super sincere, "Oh no, I just missed you so much and had to come say hi." The dragon girl is not amused and tells her to get lost. The crystal lady just calls her a party pooper and then casually asks if the Lunar King is making a play for the sealed Peacock Palace. Dragon girl hits her with a, "That's classified." So the crystal lady probes, "Why haven't you warned him how ridiculously dangerous that place is?" Turns out, it's the very same palace that got the last Lunar King permanently deleted during the previous Moon Festival. So yeah, time for a history lesson on the absolute train wreck that was the Moon God Festival 2,000 years ago. Basically, the Flower Fairy Palace bailed, the Peacock went completely bonkers, the Rabbit Concert Palace and the Lunar King tried to start a rebellion, and the Sagittarius Palace just straight up rage quit. So, in the end, it was a battle royale down to just two teams, Aquarius Palace and Virgo Palace. Lord Water Lotus decided against letting a bunny concert call the shots, and instead, they basically said, A 1,000-year war with the Ice Queen? Bet. And with that, they dumped the entire problem on Virgo Palace and the Celestial Maidens. According to Crystal Girl, this was the exact moment the Lunar Yao and the Taion looked at the timeline and said, "Yeah, we're out." She then spills the tea on how the Peacock Palace got grimy during a moon god festival, taking out the Lunar King and doing some creative editing on the history books. The Crystal Lady drops a totally not ominous hope history doesn't repeat itself before peacing out. Anyway, cut to our boy cruising through the sky on a giant golden butterfly. Kang's giving him the scoop that the Western region sent her a formal invite, and she's about to head out. She adds that the 3 celestial hotties from the Mist Cloud Sea also got a golden ticket. This means the 3 cloud princesses might make an appearance, so she tells him to play it cool and not get tangled up with them. She also casually mentions that his little trip up the heavenly peak pretty much nuked the Mist's restrictions, paving the way for some holy apostle to show up. But you think our boy is breaking a sweat over that? Not a chance. The only thing on his one-track mind is if he's finally going to see his dear moon. Man, I almost forgot this whole show was about finding her. Seriously, she's been MIA for ages. We cut over to the Western region, where Jimmy is waiting with this blonde girl. She's stressing over whether our boy is going to be a no-show, while the little one warns that someone else is on their way, and they're definitely not coming to play nice. Jimmy clarifies that the Cloud Princess is gunning for one of the 7 wonders. She's giving herself a mental pep talk not to underestimate the new challenger, because when the first princess popped out of the Mist Cloud Sea at 8 stars, nobody gave her a second glance. But in a few short months, she wiped the floor with the 3 fearless masters and hit the server-wide top rank. The yellow-haired girl figures that even Lady Wedding Dress is going to have to take this new threat seriously. When the kid tries to drop some lore about the first princess, the blonde just pats her on the head and calls her a silly child. Just then, the announcer bellows that Suiang has made his grand entrance on the Golden Butterfly, which immediately sends her into a panic. Our boy lands, glances around, and casually remarks, "Hey, this place is pretty roomy." The blonde is thinking about how Ginny's already about to have a meltdown before even stepping into the ring. Seeing this mess, she asks our boy if they could postpone the fight for 10 days, on the night of the full moon, with the winner being crowned the owner of the crescent moon. She's scheming that by then, half the Western region will show up to watch, and she's counting on him being too honorable to break the rules. Our boy, ever the chill one, just agrees, on the spot. And right on cue, the second Cloud Princess materializes. She declares that she's using this ring in 10 days, so no one else is allowed to touch it. Our boy just stares at her. The blonde quickly steps in, telling the princess that Suiang and Genie's match is just the opening act. She insists it won't interfere with her main event against Wedding Dress, calling it the appetizer before the main course. The second princess actually buys it. Meanwhile, our boy is already heading for the exit, completely over their drama. That's when the second princess calls out to Suiang, asking if he's planning to ditch when the time comes, because after she's done with Wedding Dress, and you just know she is coming for him, but our boy is just like, "Nah, I have absolutely zero intention of fighting you. After I'm done with Gemini, I've got plans to visit the other 2 cloud princesses." This completely sends the second princess over the edge, and she gets totally bent out of shape. Meanwhile, the blonde girl is watching this train wreck from the sidelines, thinking, "For the love of God, someone, stop these idiots. It looks like they're about to throw down right this second." After showing off her power, the second princess senses something and finally cools her jets. She starts grumbling about returning on the night of the full moon and then just vanishes into thin air. Our boy lets out a heavy sigh, thinking to himself that she's got a few screws loose, but then decides it's not worth the brain cells. He's basically saying he doesn't have time to be a princess wrangler. To win the Moon God Festival, he's got to take down the cloud princesses. But the only one on his radar is the one who looks like Moon Deer, and he couldn't care less about the second princess's drama. He's way more concerned with the family history of the first cloud princess, the supreme green disaster, and whatever the third princess's deal is. He's hoping they'll drop clues about Moon Deer. On the night of the full moon, right before the big cloud princess battle, the plan is to snag the blade's soul and then make a beeline for the eastern region. He's calculating how, on that same full moon night, the second princess will be busy fighting Wedding Dress, while the first princess is tied up with the Ice Queen. He figures if the first princess can keep the Ice Queen distracted for a bit, that's his golden opportunity to find the Peacock Palace and grab the last piece of the sinking crescent moon. And with that, he summons his golden butterfly and pieces out. Gemini and the blonde girl are just left standing there. Gemini's thinking, That idiot is so weird. She's heard the stories about him and his favorite white deer, so she's totally confused why he's giving all the cloud princesses the cold shoulder. The blonde girl tells her to forget about that petty stuff and start focusing on the actual battle that's happening in 10 days. Gemini just tells her to relax, saying she's already deployed all her flash butterflies across the western region, so he won't be able to move around here anymore. She's all geared up to take on the Lunar King, and she's convinced our boy can't pull another flash butterfly miracle out of his hat here, like he did on the Peach Ring. And if he even tries, he won't have a prayer of reaching the 7-star realm. If that's the case, all she needs to do is put in a little work, and she's sure she can beat him. She's getting all fired up just thinking about it, but the blonde girl just sighs and says, "Yeah, let's hope the fight actually goes like that." Little does she know, our boy was listening to the entire conversation through a butterfly. After hearing her master plan, our boy just smirks and says she really thought she had it all mapped out, but he's still holding on to an unused trump card. From the very start, his true target was never just Gemini, it was the Peacock Palace hidden in the western region. He's just here doing some advanced scouting, and while Wedding Dress is preoccupied with the Cloud Princess, he's just going to use the power of the Aquarius Palace and end this whole thing. We cut to a forest in the western region, where a couple of guards see someone approaching. They greet her as the Queen Mother of the Underground. This place is the Endless Prison, managed by Wedding Dress, where they lock up the absolute worst criminals in the world. The guards are practically begging the Lady of the Underground to watch her back. They're like, "Find your target and get out of there, stat. Don't even think about waking up the monsters in the basement." Apparently, the guest list includes the traitorous emperor from the Winter Queen's turf, what's left of the rope of the 7 strings, and the Peacock Palace Guardian. You know, a real who's who of people you don't want to mess with. But Our Lady just shrugs it off, telling them not to sweat it. She's all like, "I'm just popping in to say hi to my ancient ancestor, then I'm out." The guards give each other that, "Is she serious?" look, but let her pass. As she strolls in, a little butterfly hitches a ride on her dress, tagging along for the deep dive. Before you know it, she's about to hit the next level down. That's where the guards pump the brakes, telling her this is as far as their escort service goes. From here on out, she's flying solo. Because what lies ahead is basically the VIP lounge for emperors. The Lady of the Underground just nods, cool as a cucumber, and says she's got this. And with that, she starts heading down the stairs. After putting some serious distance between them, she speaks without even bothering to look back. She's like, "So, first time we're meeting, huh? You gonna let the Peacock Palace's guardian out of his cage or what?" Then she facepalms, remembering she's talking to a butterfly. In her mind, the West is desperate for Suiang to set the Peacock Palace free. She muses that his power is just off the charts, and even Gemini is helpless. Their only play is to just let him do his thing with the Peacock Palace. Anyway, she finally arrives at her destination. She tells our boy, a.k.a. the butterfly, that she's too busy to chit-chat. So, she's shutting up now. She steps into the chamber, and bam, a freaking massive whale is just chilling there. It gives her the side-eye and basically says, "Scram. I'm not signing any contracts until I'm strong enough to body the other emperors." The Lady of the Underground calls out to the whale, addressing it as White Form C. And get this whale is one of the legendary 3 kings of the spring. Our Lady suddenly looks like she's about to swallow her tongue. Her mind flashes back to the old days, when the 3 kings of the spring decided to team up with the Ice Queen. They even tried to set up an arranged marriage between White Form C and the 3-legged White Snow. But White Form C, being part of the exalted Cloud Clan, got absolutely wrecked, lost all his street cred, and bailed to the western regions. The funny thing is, the western region didn't actually lock him up. He chose to self-isolate in this dump. And now, the Lady of the Underground works up the nerve to ask if he'll come home, playing the "your old buddies miss you" card. But the whale just scoffs, says her clan is as boring as ever, and starts to swim off. Our girl tries to plead her case one more time, but the big fish has already ghosted her. She leaves the chamber, muttering to herself about how that stubborn fish is his own worst enemy. Right then, she hears a voice out of nowhere and spins around, trying to figure out who's talking. She glances down and realizes the voice is coming from the butterfly. It calls her out, saying she was way too sloppy when dealing with an emperor's pride. Hearing this, the Lady of the Underground totally loses it and whines that our boy is being super mean. Our boy just sighs, thinking she's completely missed the point. He's like, "Did you seriously think you could persuade a high and mighty emperor with that pathetic sob story? He lays it out for her. What C-form truly wants to hear is a blood oath that she'll take down the three-legged white snow for him, even if it means she'll have to face the full, unbridled fury of the Ice Empress herself. He hits the underworld's top lady with the question, asking if she's picking up what he's putting down. Her brain pretty much short-circuits, thinking, how dare he? Who has the gall to get fresh with the Ice Queen? She's absolutely losing it, calling him a villain and throwing a full-on tantrum. Our boy, having none of it, just bonks her on the head and tells her to cut the theatrics. He orders her to lead the way to the Peacock Palace, declaring that he'll be the one to decide if this place is legit or just a whole lot of hype. After a short trip, the Lady of the Underground finds herself standing in front of 3 ridiculously huge doors. Our boy's internal monologue is buzzing, realizing that behind these gates are 2 other legendary overlords, currently on lockdown. The lady gets all serious, warning him they can't hang around. It's a quick peek at the Peacock Palace, and then they've got to bounce, like, immediately. And what's behind door number 1? A dramatic-looking peacock lady, just staring at the moon, while the Lady of the Underground just gawks at her. She's thinking to herself, dude, that's the guardian of the 10th Palace of the Moon, the one who holds the high score for ganking the most overlords this era. The peacock lady finally tears her eyes away from the moon and is like, yo, what's the deal? She calls her the little sister of the 3 kings, and then trolls her, saying, if you're lost, just hang a left on your way out. You'll find White Form's little prison cell over there. The Lady of the Underground is totally baffled by how nice she's being. Considering the legends. I mean, she's supposed to be absolutely unhinged. Right then, our boy overhears the peacock lady asking if she's here to team up with one of the big 3 kings. And just like that, another girl with snow-white hair pops up, asking the Lady of the Underground if she wants to sign a contract with her instead. Our boy's brain is working overtime, remembering this is the overlord who wrecked the entire eastern region 50,000 years ago, way before the Ice Queen even showed up on the scene. Yeah, he's got the full dossier on her. He even knows she threw down with the original Cloud Princess. Suddenly, a freaking bracelet starts talking, telling her to back off. She's already taken by one of the 3 kings, it says. Our boy is thinking, wait a minute, that bracelet used to be a major player, but she went off the rails and caused some permanent, oopsie, level damage, so she got locked up in here too. The frosty-haired girl just tells the bracelet to chill out. She was only joking. She's like, with wedding dress holding down the western region, it's not like I could do anything even if she did sign with me. There's no way I'm busting out of this joint. I was just messing with you since it's been thousands of years since we've had any visitors. With that out of the way, she's like, so, spill the tea. What major drama have I missed in the outside world? Meanwhile, the Lady of the Underground is just standing there, completely mind-blown at how chill these supposedly terrifying overlords are. She's probably wondering if you could smash that like button to help Mamoru cook up more of this top-tier content for all you legends watching.